Order. Before we come to questions, I wish to make a short statement. I'm exercising the discretion given to the Chair in respect of the resolution on sub judice matters to extend the waiver granted for last week's proceedings, to allow full reference to the challenge to the Northern Ireland Protocol and to allow limited reference to active legal proceedings and open inquest in relation to the historic troubles-related deaths. As before, reference to those cases should be limited to the context and to the events which led to these cases. But members should not refer to the detail of the cases, nor the names of those involved in them. All honourable members should also be mindful of the matters that may be subject to future legal proceedings and should exercise caution in making reference to individual cases. The waiver will also apply in relation to the statement on Northern Ireland Protocol, which will follow. We now come to questions. I call Brandon Lewis to answer the substantive question number 1 from Dan Jarvis.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I will answer questions 1 and 2 together. Last week in this chamber I set out proposals for addressing the legacy of the Troubles which would focus on reconciliation, delivering better outcomes for victims and ending the cycle of investigations which is not working for anyone. These proposals will be considered as part of the ongoing talks process with the Northern Ireland parties, the Irish Government and representatives across Northern Ireland society, further to which we will bring forward legislation.
Let's go to Dan Jarvis. Dan.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State denies these proposals would create a moral equivalence between our veterans and paramilitaries, but the reality would mean a legal equivalence. Does he accept that many who served during the Troubles will feel a deep unease about a blanket amnesty? And can he outline how our veteran community will be consulted over the coming months?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Well, first of all, as the honourable gentleman rightly acknowledged, there is no moral equivalence here. Obviously, there was a legal equivalence going back to the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, and there is a distinct legal difference between what he outlines and the statute of limitations which we are looking at. But I can assure him that not only have we been engaging with veterans groups, we will continue to do that across Northern Ireland and across Great Britain, not least all through the offices of the Veterans Commissioner, which we appointed in Northern Ireland. And that work will continue and has been actually already this week.
Mr Speaker, the Secretary of State will be very well aware, and I'm sure was following closely the debate in the Northern Ireland Assembly yesterday on his proposals. I've looked at the motion that was passed, and it specifically talks about the process that was set out in the Stormont House Agreement. Could he just set out for the House in a little bit of detail why that process isn't working either for veterans or for victims?
Well, my honourable friend is right. Obviously, I saw the debate yesterday and some of the comments from that. And we absolutely, as I said last week, recognise the strength of feeling and the concerns that people have across a range of views on legacy. It has always been, understandably, not only a complex but a sensitive issue. We are committed to further discussions, as I've already said, and we do remain committed to many of those key principles laid out in the Stormont House Agreement. And to come to the core part of his question, Stormont House was obviously in 2014. We're 7 years on. It's not been deliverable in its current format. Parts of it that were to be delivered by the executive itself, in fact, such as an oral history by 2016, hasn't even been delivered. And we need to move on and get those things working. And also to be acknowledge the reality of the fact that even something like the investigative body, the HIU, that was the Historical Investigations Unit that was envisaged, would take, under conservative estimates, between 10 and 20 years to complete its workload, which means on a timescale, many families would in reality be timed out of any prospect of information or justice. And we need to be honest about the reality of where we are today.
Shadow Secretary Louise Haig.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree that in order for any legacy policy proposal to be sustainable and effective, that victims must absolutely be at the heart of the process? And can he outline what engagement he has had with victims across the UK, including the families of the Birmingham pub bombing victims?
Well, the Honourable Lady, I do agree that we want to make sure that the outcomes that we come to on legacy are able to deliver for victims, of the families of victims, particularly obviously those families who want to see to get that information and understanding, to get to truth and accountability. That's what we're working through at the moment. There's a wide range of engagement going on, both through my department and myself personally, with a whole range of groups, not just the Northern Ireland parties, but with victims groups as well. And I'm always happy to engage with and meet with victims groups. We have been this week, as we were last week and the week before, and will continue to do across the whole of the UK in the weeks ahead.
Grateful for that answer and grateful that the Secretary of State agrees that victims absolutely need to be at the heart of the process. Can you confirm then why reports have suggested that paramilitaries, i.e. the victim makers, were made aware of the government's plans on an amnesty before the victims were?
They weren't. I outlined the proposals here in Parliament last week. I haven't had those kind of conversations. I saw some reports of it. I'm not quite sure where they come from, what she's referring to, but they weren't.
Let's go to SNP spokesperson Richard Thompson. Richard.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Northern Ireland's largest cross-community victims group, WAVG, wrote to the Prime Minister opposing any de facto amnesty. Does the Secretary of State recognise that reconciliation is something for individuals and communities to achieve rather than for the government to try and impose, and that whatever mechanisms the Secretary of State is successful in bringing forward to promote truth and reconciliation cannot be allowed to impede the process of justice where there is sufficient evidence and a public interest in pursuing prosecutions outstanding?
Well, I would recognise the WAVG a strong body representing victims. They may, his comment around them being the largest might be challenged by some of the other victims groups. I think they all have an important voice to be held, whether it's Seth, WAVG and many others who are out there. And it is important their voice is the heart of this. But I do accept his point around reconciliation. We are very keen to work with people, and we will be in the weeks ahead, across civic society, across the victims groups and veterans groups and wider society of Northern Ireland, to ensure that we are finding a pathway through to see the society of Northern Ireland being able to fully reconcile. There are too many areas where we've not seen that developed in the years that have gone past since the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. I've said in this House before, I think it's one of the things that unites many of us. We need to see more in areas like integrated education. It is simply not acceptable in the modern day that so many people in Northern Ireland don't meet a Protestant or a Catholic until they go to work or university. If we want to see an area coming together, a society coming together, I think education is a really key area to work on.
Let's go to Claire Hannah. Claire.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. No one wants to move forward more than victims and survivors, but they can't do until killers allow them to by telling the truth. But these proposals protect those vested interests and not victims' interests. Fresh forensic evidence has just been found in the investigation into the IRA murder of Tom Oliver, giving a lie to the claim that investigations can't be advanced. For victims of state violence too, the experience is one of information suppressed and not shared. So I asked, what steps have been taken to ensure that relevant state papers are being prepared for release? And will multi-decade seals on papers on sensitive events be released if the government's aim really is to aid reconciliation through truth?
Well, I think actually the Honourable Lady, in a way, has sort of highlighted the point that I was making last week. I think there is a way to do information recovery to get to truth and accountability. Operation Canova, which is behind the evidence that she outlined, has shown over the last 5 years that despite not having prosecutions for many victims and families, it has been able to help them understand and get to the truth. This is another example of that, where they have managed to get some evidence to be able to get to what may well be the truth. But I would just caution her to look very carefully at the statement from Operation Canova about exactly what they have found. Operation Canova has not yet had any prosecutions, but it is right that we continue to get information, and we are clear and we want to make sure that we are getting information to people, and potentially in a way we've not seen before, to really be able to get to the bottom of what happened and for people to have a true understanding of what happened at that time.
In Paisley.
Mr Speaker, Michael Gallagher, who lost his son in the Omagh bombing, this week said, please don't take away the only hope victims have of ever seeing justice. Now, I know the Secretary of State will be struck by what the victims of terrorism have said, mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters who have lost loved ones throughout the Troubles. Does the Secretary of State accept that, whilst I know it's not his wish to see any moral or legal equivalence between vexatious claims against our armed services and those who went out and perpetrated terrorism in our society, but he must accept that an unintended consequence of the proposals before the House now are that they will do exactly that, that they will aid and abet criminals and allow many on the runs to continue to be free from terrorism. So I ask the Secretary of State, how will he ensure that he will not extinguish the only light and hope that the victims actually have, that they will one day see justice for their loved ones. And like Michael Gallagher, that hope will not be extinguished.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman gives a very powerful example of the sensitivity and the complexity of this issue. And I've met with victims who make with similar scenarios and some really harrowing cases where you can see why people want to be able to get to truth and understand and accountability that comes with that. I think we also need to recognise, and as I outlined last week, the reality of where we are today, following the decisions which I think were correct. I'm not criticising them at all. They're absolutely the right decisions to see peace and prosperity in Northern Ireland with the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, and particularly the Sentencing Act that came with that, let alone what then followed that, particularly with decommissioning. And as we've seen recently, quite rightly, even if you look at Stormont House, arguably effectively a statute of limitations on 40,000 crimes coming out of Stormont House itself as well. So I think we need to understand where we are and be upfront with people about the diminishing reality of the possibility of getting prosecutions and what impact that is having on the criminal justice system and the ability to get to truth and accountability. But that's exactly what we want to be working through with groups across Northern Ireland, including victims groups, having absolutely in our heart an understanding of the trauma that people can face in these situations.
Now go to Bob Blackman. A substantive question first. Secretary Lewis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has always been clear that it will deliver on its commitments in Northern Ireland to veterans as part of a wider package to address legacy issues in Northern Ireland which focus on reconciliation. As part of this, I continue to hold regular discussions with Cabinet colleagues, including the Prime Minister, as well as Northern Ireland parties, the Irish Government and society across Northern Ireland, with a view to bringing forward legislation.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his answer thus far. I welcome the decision of the courts to basically discharge many of our elderly and vulnerable people who were accused of crimes in Northern Ireland, particularly the veterans. However, we are in the position whereby many elderly and vulnerable veterans still have hanging over them the threat of prosecution. So I ask my right honourable friend, in his discussions, will he expedite those discussions to bring forward legislation urgently to ensure that those people that served our armed forces in Northern Ireland and risked their lives on a daily basis are not threatened with prosecution literally 50 years after the event?
Well, my honourable friend outlines one of the challenges we are seeing, as we've seen with situations this year, where it can't be right for people to wait 50 years to get information and get to the truth. But we are clear, we want to get this legislation brought forward. We're working intensively across parties and partners in Northern Ireland to do that, so that we can bring forward legislation that does deliver reconciliation, information recovery for Northern Ireland and ends the cycle of investigations for our veterans. And across the armed forces, the majority of whom serve with great honour and put their own selves at risk in order to protect other people's lives.
Let's go to Stephen Ferry. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I trust the Secretary of State is aware of the immense hurt, the volume of tears that have been shed and the re-traumatised victims in the wake of the statement last week, and has reflected on both the content and the way this issue has been handled so far. One of the issues that is being raised by victims is the fear now that without the threat of justice, that terrorists, former terrorists, will go out and almost glorify in some of the atrocities that they have been involved with no sanction, while victims remain voiceless. How does he respond to that threat?
Well, I know the honourable gentleman is a strong supporter of Stormont House, and his party have been, which in itself actually obviously created effectively a statute of limitations on some 40,000 crimes, everything except for murder, following obviously the Sentencing Act changing the justice options for people for that back in after the Good Friday Belfast Agreement. The reality is we do need to ensure that. That's why it's important we're clear there's no moral equivalence. People who went out to do harm to others were acting in a way that is unspeakably horrendous, and so many people put their lives at risk in order to protect others through that period. It's important we continue to do that. It's why it's important that we have an information recovery process that gets the truth, that gets accountability, so that we avoid the very problem he has outlined, something that to an extent has already been happening because of the problems with the criminal justice system, not seeing justice for people in the last few years as we've seen.
Tom Randall.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. With permission, I will answer question 11 and 12 together. The Secretary of State meets regularly with colleagues to discuss matters related to the Northern Ireland, including the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol. It is imperative that the protocol is operated in a pragmatic and proportionate way to ensure that it impacts as little as possible on the people of Northern Ireland. The UK is working hard and in good faith to find solutions. We need to find a way forward, a new balance of arrangements adapted to the practical reality of what we have seen since January and based on the common interests that we share.
Tom Randall.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his answer. We must make the protocol work for the people of Northern Ireland, but we shouldn't make the perfect the enemy of the good. So will my honourable friend agree that we should need to press the European Union to take a more common sense approach so that we can find a practical solution to the issues the people of Northern Ireland are facing?
Well, I'd agree with my honourable friend. The Northern Ireland Protocol is a delicate balance designed to support the Belfast Good Friday Agreement and maintain Northern Ireland's place in the UK whilst protecting the EU's single market. It must respect the needs of all Northern Ireland's people and bear as lightly as possible on the everyday life of people in Northern Ireland. Unfortunately, this has not been our experience since January this year, and we've seen the costs of doing business and costs to consumers going up. That's the reason we want to engage with the EU on this issue.
Alan Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We warned that the protocol would create a border in the Irish Sea, and now it's reality by 6 supermarket retailers, which cover 3/4 of the grocery market in Northern Ireland, have written jointly to the UK Government and the European Commission, highlighting import issues, higher costs and less options for consumers. Now, instead of the Minister and Lord Frost rubbishing the deal that they signed and blaming the EU, what's the UK Government going to do to actually resolve these trade issues?
The government has already done a great deal through the Movement Assistance Scheme introduced to support and assist traders with new requirements, including meeting the costs for more than 7,000 EHCs and 2,000 phytosanitary certificates. There's also the Trader Support Service with over £200 million of funding, which educates traders on the new customs processes. We've invested in new digital assistance schemes to digitise the process for agri-food movements. But I'm sure he will agree that we should engage in good faith to improve the working of the protocol and make sure it delivers on what was intended without the implications on everyday life of people in Northern Ireland.
We now come to Sir Geoffrey Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Does the Secretary of State agree that goods moving between Great Britain and Northern Ireland within the UK internal market should not be subjected to EU-imposed checks? And what steps will the Minister take to protect the economic integrity of the UK?
I'm grateful for the right honourable gentleman's question. The protocol was always clear. It was a delicate balance designed to support the peace process and the agreements. But if it is going to work, it must operate in a pragmatic and proportionate way, balancing its objective to support the peace process. It needs to respect the needs of all Northern Ireland's people, respecting the fact that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the customs territory of the United Kingdom and should bear as lightly as possible on the everyday life of Northern Ireland. That means, as he says, that goods that aren't at risk of going into the European Union should not be facing checks and should not be facing that disruption. This is one of the issues that we want to engage in. Of course, I don't want to preempt the Secretary of State's statement later on today.
Sir Geoffrey Thomas.
I thank the Minister for that reply. And does he also agree that any new arrangements entered into with the EU that involve Northern Ireland must respect the principle of consent that is at the heart of the Belfast Agreement? And that means that any new arrangements must protect the constitutional integrity of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland's place within the UK.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree that it's essential that we recognise that the Belfast Agreement itself recognised Northern Ireland's place in the UK by the consent of its people. The principle of consent is absolutely central to that. The Government is working hard and in good faith to find solutions. We've provided many papers to the EU and we welcome indications that they are looking at further solutions. We're working to find solutions and the Government will set out further detail on its approach to the protocol later today. I don't want to preempt that here, but I agree with the Honourable in principle.
Liz Twist.
Question 15, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With permission, I will answer questions 15 and 16 together. The Government has enormous sympathy for those who suffered appalling abuse while resident in the institutions covered by the report published in January. Whilst this is a devolved issue and therefore the responsibility of the Executive, the Government understands that work on an independent investigation promised to victims is underway. We will continue to work closely with the Executive to ensure that victims of today receive the help and support they need to address the trauma of the past.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The report carried out by Ulster and Queen's University shone a bright light on the truly heart-wrenching abuse suffered by women and girls over 6 decades in Northern Ireland. What confidence can the Minister give to those victims, some of whom might be watching, that politicians across these islands, will do everything that we can to address the staggering injustice they suffered.
I mean, the Honourable Lady is right to highlight this report. The UK Government understands the importance of ensuring those individuals who suffered appalling abuse while resident in certain institutions in Northern Ireland receive the recognition and answers they deserve. That is why, for example, in the absence of the Executive, the Government delivered the Historical Abuse Northern Ireland Act in December 2019 to help secure a redress scheme for victims of other specific institutions. We understand that work on the independent investigation promised by the Executive is underway, with an expert panel appointed in March to establish the terms of reference. Whilst it's right that we wait for the findings of that investigation, the UK Government is committed to working closely with the Executive to help victims and their families get the help and support they need.
Christian Matheson.
Speaker, we know that girls as young as 12 were sent to the mother and baby homes and Magdalene laundries in Northern Ireland, and a research report revealed that the painful neglect and abuse suffered by many. While an expert panel discussed the next steps, what confidence can ministers provide that the lived experience of victims will be heard loud and clear in the months and years ahead, and whatever support is necessary is provided from Westminster?
The Government acknowledges the shocking findings of the report published in January around the considerable cross-border movement of women and, as he says, children. The Government understands that the Executive has begun work on its independent investigation with the expert panel appointed in March. We will work with them to ensure that this is followed up effectively, but we do want to await the outcome of their work at the devolved space.
Jim Shutt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister of State for his response. Given the long-lasting impacts that mother and baby homes have had on victims and their families, and still to this day an incredible sense of injustice, can the Minister of State ensure that all investigations, all examinations into the mother-baby homes will have the consultation with survivors of the homes where there is real hurt and trauma? And can the Minister clarify that no further action, which is truly critical for closure, should be taken without their full involvement and their permission? Thank you.
Minister. The Honourable Gentleman rightly recognises the importance of ensuring victims and survivors are fully involved in any investigative or review processes in order to best ensure they get acknowledgement, support and the answers they deserve. I understand, further to the points I've made previously, I also understand that the Victims and Survivors Service is continuing to work with victims and survivors to identify support and services they need, with a dedicated website and phone line to enable victims and survivors of the institutions to participate in this co-design process. But as I said, we are prepared to work with the Executive on this issue.
Shadow Minister Alex Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In total, more than 14,000 women in Northern Ireland went through these so-called mother and baby homes. As other colleagues have said, a recent landmark report has revealed a shocking culture of neglect and abuse suffered by these vulnerable women over 6 decades. We know that an expert and widely respected panel is co-designing the next stage of the inquiry into this scandal. So does the Minister agree that the inquiry must be effective, robust and crucially meet the needs of victims who have had to wait far too long to receive justice?
Absolutely, I agree. I think, as she said, it is a well-respected panel that is working on this. We want to ensure that any support we can provide is available, but this is being taken forward at the devolved space. And this is truly shocking, what has been identified in this report. It is important that they make progress on this quite swiftly, and we certainly stand ready to support them.
Alexander Stafford.
19, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak with ministerial colleagues regularly about the great potential for Northern Ireland tourism, although not specifically about heritage sites. But I can assure the honourable member that the UK Government is a signatory to the World Heritage Convention and is committed to upholding its commitments to that. Northern Ireland is, of course, home to one of the world's most famous World Heritage sites, the Giant's Causeway and Causeway Coast, which I've had the pleasure of visiting myself. These grand and impressive basalt commons are an incredible sight, and I encourage all members to see these wonders in person.
Alexander Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Northern Ireland is a jewel in the crown of our United Kingdom, boasting stunning landscapes of great natural and ecological value and heritage sites of tremendous cultural, historical and social significance, from the Dairy Walls and the Giant's Causeway, Titanic Corner and the Mountains of Mourne. What steps is my right honourable friend taking to protect and promote Northern Ireland's heritage sites and areas of outstanding beauty? And additionally, what support is he giving to the Northern Ireland Executive and relevant heritage bodies and organisations to do so?
Whilst tourism is a devolved matter, the Government continues to use every possible opportunity to promote Northern Ireland as a world-class tourist destination. I have to say my honourable friend is doing an excellent job of that himself. I'm delighted to say that I visited many of the places that he mentioned, and I was very pleased to have been over in Northern Ireland yesterday meeting local business owners in Bangor to hear about their High Street Heroes Northern Ireland campaign, a campaign celebrating the local independent retailers for another fantastic part of Northern Ireland's offer.
Question 20, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Levels of support in Northern Ireland are similar to elsewhere in the UK, reflecting the common challenge public health restrictions have posed to businesses. A government interventions such as the Job Retention Scheme and the Enterprise Scheme operate UK-wide and have together protected around 1 in 4 jobs. Support is devolved in some areas. The Executive received an additional £5 billion of Barnett funding for COVID, funding a range of interventions, including business rates holidays and small business grants, all providing crucial support to businesses.
And I thank my honourable friend for his answer and for his support for the tourism sector. I'm very pleased to say that I've been to Giant's Causeway and a most wonderful place it was. There is, of course, another way to support tourism in Northern Ireland. And Treasury and Deloitte estimates show that over a 10-year period, VAT at 5% would deliver £4.6 billion in revenue for the Treasury. And, of course, Northern Ireland, as he says, tourism is a very key sector. In that light, does my honourable friend agree with me that maintaining the current very competitive 5% VAT rate for hospitality beyond the pandemic could create new jobs, add tremendous value and prove to be a very powerful dividend for businesses, UK dividend for businesses in Northern Ireland?
Well, my honourable friend makes a point, but I've certainly heard from a number of businesses in Northern Ireland. The government has taken unprecedented measures to support the UK economy through the pandemic, including a temporary VAT reduction to 5% for the tourism and hospitality sectors, extended until the 30th of September. To further help businesses recover and transition back to the standard rate, an interim rate of 12.5% will apply until the 31st of March 2022. Raising £130 billion in 2019-20, VAT is an important source of revenue, vital for funding public services such as health, education and defence. The reduced rate is expensive, costing over £7 billion so far, so a permanently reduced or zero rate would further increase costs to UK taxpayers.
Before we move to Prime Minister's questions, I would like to inform the House that it's been just over 60 years since the first ever PMQs, which took place on the 18th of July 1961. On that day, the Speaker at the time was Sir Harry Hilton Foster, who was the last Speaker to die in post, so I hope not to reintroduce that. It was introduced PMQs by informing the House that the Prime Minister, Harold Macmillan, was willing to try this experiment for the remainder of the session. It that be the wish of the House that after 60 years, 12 Prime Ministers, PMQs has become one of the most high-profile events of the parliamentary week and is watched by constituents across the country, followers of UK politics around the world. I think we can say that the experiment has been a success, depending on who was on the answer. But I've got to say, today we mark its 60th anniversary. The Prime Minister will join the questions via video link for obvious reasons, demonstrating that Prime Minister's questions the House can adapt when we need to. I am sure that this final PMQ, before the summer recess, we will have a robust but orderly exchanges and hopefully shortish questions and answers. And finally, before we get underway, I would like to point out that the British Sign Language interpretation of Prime Minister's questions is available to watch on Parliament Live TV. And please, everyone have a good recess after tomorrow. We now come to Sally Ann Hart.
One, please, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I'm delighted to be joining the House in the 60th anniversary edition of Prime Minister's Question Time, which, as you have rightly just pointed out, was, of course, an innovation introduced under Harold Macmillan, and look forward to answering colleagues' questions today. Mr. Speaker, before the House rises for summer recess tomorrow, I know that everyone will want to join me in thanking parliamentary and constituency staff and the dedicated House of Commons staff for hard work over the last year, and I hope very much that everyone has a restful break. Mr. Speaker, this morning I had meetings, virtual meetings, I should say, with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my virtual duties in this House, I shall have further such virtual meetings later today.
Sally Ann Hart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I echo the Prime Minister's thanks to all our staff for their hard work this last year. I very much welcome the Government's levelling up agenda to ensure opportunity and economic freedoms are enjoyed by every person across our 4 nations. Hastings and Rye is being held back, prevented from achieving its potential, largely or partly due to a lack of transport infrastructure. will my right honourable friend promise to consider the business case for the HS1 extension from Ashford through to Hastings, Bexhill and Eastbourne and commit to the funding necessary?
My honourable friend is a fantastic advocate for the people of Hastings and Rye, and she's made the case to me before for the improvement to transport that she recommends. I know that the particular extension is being reviewed by the Department of Transport right now. A decision will be made in due course, and I'm told I simply cannot anticipate that. But what I can say is that this is the government and the party that is absolutely determined to level up across our country with better infrastructure, superb innovation, Mr. Speaker, and better skills across the whole of the UK.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I also thank you and all of the House of Commons staff for everything you've done to keep Parliament open and safe? Can I wish the Prime Minister that the Chequers won well in his isolation? With 500,000 people self-isolating, I think we're all a bit surprised that the Prime Minister, the Chancellor and the Cabinet Office Minister were all randomly chosen for a get-out-of-isolation free card. But it's good that the Prime Minister finally recused himself, even if it took a public outcry for the Communities Secretary to be humiliated on live TV and a trip to a country estate. Mr. Speaker, if someone is pinged by the NHS app, as millions will be over coming weeks, should they isolate? Yes or no?
Mr. Speaker, is the answer to that, and I think that everybody understands the inconvenience of being pinged, as he rightly says. Here I am. I wish I was with you in the Commons chamber today. I apologise to everybody in business up and down the land in all kinds of services, public sector or otherwise, who are experiencing inconvenience. We will be switching, as the House knows, to a system based on contact testing rather than contact isolation. But until then, Mr. Speaker, I just must remind everybody that isolation is a vital tool of our defence against the disease. You're 5 times more likely to catch it if you've been in contact with someone that gets it and someone that has it. And of course, even if you have been vaccinated, you can still pass it on, though that risk is reduced. And the overwhelming arguments, Mr. Speaker, are for getting a jab. Everybody should get a jab.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister says that everyone understands the government's position as to what you should do if you're pinged by the NHS app. That's a very interesting answer, because the government's all over the place on this. Yesterday, his business minister said the app was an advisory tool only. Another government minister, and I kid you not, said yesterday the app is just to allow you to make informed decisions. What on earth does that mean? Allow you to make informed decisions. And of course, the Prime Minister and the Chancellor spent the weekend trying to dodge isolation altogether. So, Mr. Speaker, the British people are trying to follow the rules. How can they, when his ministers keep making them up as they go along?
No, Mr. Speaker. If I may laboriously repeat the answer that I gave earlier on to the right honourable gentleman, so just to get it into his head yet again, isolation is a very important part of our armoury against COVID. We're going forward, as everybody knows, to a new system on August the 16th, based on testing. But in the meantime, when you're advised to isolate, to protect others and to protect your family against the spread of the disease, then you should do so. And of course, even more important than the isolation campaign is, of course, the vaccination campaign. 3 million people of the 18 to 30 group still to get one. I think the right honourable gentleman's time would be more usefully employed, if I may say so, encouraging everybody to get vaccinated.
Keir Starmer.
Well, Mr. Speaker, everything may be calm from the Prime Minister's country retreat, but back here, the truth is, we're heading for a summer of chaos. There's a lot of noise, Mr. Speaker, right? I hope they've all got their NHS app on. Mr. Speaker, we're heading for a summer of chaos. 1 million children were out of school last week. 1 million. And a huge number of businesses are closing because so many staff are self-isolating. So let me turn to the question of exemptions. Yesterday, the messages coming out of Number 10 about which businesses and workers might be exempt from isolation changed hour by hour. First, yesterday there was going to be a list, and then there wasn't. And then the Prime Minister's spokesperson said this, and I quote, "We are not seeking to draw lines specifically around who is or who is not exempt." Now, I've read that, and I've reread it several times, Mr. Speaker. I haven't a clue what that means. The Road Haulage Association hit the nail on the head when they said this, and I quote, that it was thought up on the hoof without proper organisation or thought. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know the Prime Minister likes to govern by three-word slogans. I think, Mr. Speaker, I think on the hoof might work pretty well. So, last chance before recess. For millions of workers, this matters.
Order. Mr Gullis, I don't need any help or assistance from yourself. The next time you point to your watch, might be better looking at Big Ben outside rather than here. Come on, Keir Starmer.
So, Mr. Speaker, last chance before recess. Can the Prime Minister just clear it up which workers and which businesses will be exempt from isolating before the 16th of August?
Mr. Speaker, I think this is really pretty feeble stuff from the right honourable gentleman. What's going to be a glorious 60th anniversary edition of PMQs. I've given him the answer in a letter that he had earlier on about the businesses and the sectors of industry that we think that it would be sensible now to exempt. But he can't have it both ways, Mr. Speaker. He attacks the self-isolation system. But as far as I understand the position of the right honourable gentleman when it comes to the roadmap, he actually now this week opposes going forward with step 4 as we have on as we did on Monday. He wants to keep this country, as far as I understand his position, in lockdown. And now which is it? He can't have it both ways. He can't simultaneously, Mr. Speaker, attack.
Sorry, Prime Minister. Prime Minister, just a moment. We're really struggling on the sound level. I don't know whether we can actually have the sound level turned up to hear the Prime Minister.
I'm sorry.
OK. Thank you, Prime Minister. Otherwise, you've got a great stand-in who's quite desperate. But I want to hear this, Prime Minister.
Hang on. Do you want me to have another go, Mr. Speaker? Hang on a minute. Is it this thing here?
Sir, I want quite well. People were decided to be quite rowdy, but I can hear you now. Continue halfway through.
Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear, Prime Minister.
Do you want me to give that answer again?
Oh, don't worry. Just complete the end bit.
I'm very happy. I will repeat it. I'll say it as many times as you like. I think the right honourable gentleman, the leader of the opposition, is guilty of failing to listen to what I said just now. And it's perfectly obvious that, as I said to him in a letter earlier on, that there are some businesses, some parts of our economy that, of course, need exemptions from the isolation regime because they need to be able to carry on. And for the most part, obviously, people will have to follow the rules. We're changing it on August the 16th, by which time we will have vaccinated many more people. I understand people's frustrations, but this is one of the few real tools that we have in our armoury against the virus. And I really think that in attacking the isolation system, which is what I think the right honourable gentleman is doing, he is being totally inconsistent with his earlier announcement, which seemed to be that we should stay in lockdown. If I understand the position of the Labour Party now, which is different from last week, they now don't want to go ahead with step 4. I think I'm right in that.
Kirsten.
It talks about inconsistency. 2 hours and 38 minutes to do a massive U-turn on Sunday morning. And then what have we seen in the last few days? He says I didn't listen to his answer. I did listen. I still think he's making it up. We had completely unclear announcement on Monday about exemptions, and contradictory statements all day yesterday. Now we seem to be back to the confused policy of Monday. How on earth the business is meant to plan when the Prime Minister keeps chopping and changing like this? I have to say, even after 15 months of these exchanges, I can't believe that the Prime Minister doesn't see the irony of him spending Freedom Day locked in isolation and announcing plans for a vaccine ID card. I remember when he used to say he'd eat an ID card if he ever had to produce one, and now he's introducing them. So, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to creating confusion, the Prime Minister is a super spreader. So let me try to get some clarity. Why is it okay? Why is it okay to go to a nightclub for the next 6 weeks without proof of a vaccine or a test, and then from September it will only be okay to get into a nightclub if you've got a vaccine ID card?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think the Labour leader traditionally has a choice in a national crisis, and that is whether to get behind the government and to offer constructive opposition, or to try endlessly to oppose for the sake of it and to try to score cheap political points. Everybody can see that we have to wait until the end of September, by which time it's only fair to the younger generation, when they will all have been offered 2 jabs, before we consider something like asking people to be double jabbed before they go into a nightclub. That's blindingly obvious to everybody. It's common sense. And I think most people in this country understand it. Most people in this country want to see the younger generation encouraged to get vaccinations. That is what, with great respect to the Right Honourable Gentleman, he should be doing, rather than trying endlessly to score what I think are vacuous political points.
Keir Starmer.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister keeps asking me if I will support his chaos. No! And I want to bring the Prime Minister back to one of our earlier exchanges in this House. On the 26th of May, I asked the Prime Minister if he'd ever used the words, "COVID is only killing 80-year-olds," or words to that effect. On that day, the Prime Minister pointedly didn't deny using those words. And now we have the proof that he did. We've all now seen the Prime Minister's text message. I quote, "The median age for COVID fatalities is 82. That is above life expectancy." And we have the Prime Minister's conclusion in the same text. "So get COVID and live longer." Remind the Prime Minister, over 83,000 people aged 80 or over lost their lives to this virus. Everyone leaving behind a grieving family and loved ones. So will the Prime Minister now apologise for using those words?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, nothing I can say from this dispatch box, or from this virtual dispatch box, I should say, or nothing I can do can make up for the loss and the suffering that people have endured throughout this pandemic. And there will, of course, be a public inquiry into what has happened. But I would just remind the Right Honourable Gentleman, when he goes back over the decision-making processes that we had in those very, very difficult and dark times, that these are incredibly tough balancing decisions that you have to take. Again, you have to balance the catastrophe of the disease against the suffering that is caused by lockdowns, the impacts on mental health, the loss of life chances for young people, Mr. Speaker. And what has changed since we were thinking in those ways is, of course, that we have rolled out vaccines faster than any other country in Europe. 96%, Mr. Speaker, of people over 50 now have had a vaccine. 68% of people have had 2 jabs, Mr. Speaker. What we're trying to say to the country today, and I think the single most important serious message is, if you have not yet had your second jab, please come along and get it. And if you're over 50 and you still haven't had your second jab, or over 40, please come and get it as well. And never forget, Mr. Speaker, that if we'd followed the advice of the Right Honourable Gentleman, we would have stayed in the European Medicines Agency, and we would never have had the vaccine rollout at all.
Starmer.
Speaker, I think we might need to check that the line to checkers is working, because the Prime Minister's answers have no resemblance to the questions I'm actually asking him. He's given us a list of what he can't do. What he can do, quite straightforwardly, virtually or otherwise, is say sorry. The trouble is, Mr. Speaker, nobody believes a word the Prime Minister says anymore. He promised he had a plan for social care, but he's ducked it for 2 years. He promised not to raise tax. Now he's planning a jobs tax. He promised he wouldn't cut the army or the aid budget. He's cut both. And, Mr. Speaker, he also promised that Monday would be Freedom Day. He said 18 times from that dispatch box that it would be irreversible. But the truth is, he's let a new variant into the country, he's let cases soar, and he's left us with the highest death toll in Europe, one of the worst hit economies of any major economy. Last week, 1 million kids were off school, businesses are closing, and millions will spend their summer self-isolating. But don't worry, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's got it all under control. Because this morning we read he's got a new 3-word slogan. Keep life moving. You couldn't make it up. Mr. Speaker, isn't it clear there's only 3 words this Prime Minister needs to focus on? Get a grip.
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let's look at the position now as it was at the end of last year. And as we come to the end of this parliamentary term, let's be absolutely clear that it is thanks to the vaccine rollout, which, by the way, I never tire of repeating, would have been impossible if we'd followed his advice, that 9 million people have now come off furlough. Unemployment is 2 million lower than predicted. Job vacancies, Mr. Speaker, are 10% higher than they were before the pandemic began. Business insolvencies are lower than before the pandemic began. He wants 3-word slogans, Mr. Speaker. I'll give him a 3-word slogan. Our 3-word slogan is get a jab. And get a jab. And by the way, what we're also doing is help people to get a job. We're turning jabs, jabs, jabs into jobs, jobs, jobs. That's the agenda of this government by taking sensible, cautious decisions, rolling out the vaccines in the way that we have. We have been able to get this country moving and to keep it moving. And I've listened to him very carefully this morning. I have absolutely no idea what he proposes to do instead, except keep us all in some sort of perpetual lockdown and limbo. He has no answer to the question of if not now, when. He has no plan, he has no ideas, and he has no hope, Mr. Speaker. And whilst we in this government are getting on with getting our country through the pandemic and delivering on the people's priorities.
Craig Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Levelling Up Fund is a very welcome investment in Montgomeryshire. It's a game changer for our county council and critical investment at this very critical time. Specifically, we would like to reopen the Montgomery Canal. It's our levelling up bid. It sadly was disconnected from the UK network some decades ago and has been kept alive by a terrific team of volunteers. Will the Prime Minister use the weight of his office and, like the Secretary of State for Wales, jump on the boat, get this investment over the waterline and deliver this levelling up bid in mid-Wales?
Prime Minister.
I congratulate my honourable friend on the campaign he's running for what sounds like an absolutely beautiful plan to reopen the Montgomery Canal. He won't have long to wait for the decision on that scheme, but I can assure him that Wales is receiving thumping quantities of the UK's Levelling Up Fund. Already 5% of total UK allocations in the first round will be in Wales, and I thank him for the lobbying that he's put in today.
Let's go to the Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you very much. Of course, while they're talking about levelling up on the government benches, we in Scotland are looking at settling up for the people of Scotland. Mr. Speaker, I hope the Prime Minister will be reflecting on the judgment from the Parliamentary and Health Ombudsman yesterday that judged that there was maladministration in dealing with the 1950s WASPy women. It's about time that the government delivered justice for those involved. Mr. Speaker, last night we heard from the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff. On the 15th of October, the Prime Minister didn't believe that the NHS would be overwhelmed and thought that the over-80s should be sacrificed to the whims of the deadly virus. The Prime Minister wrote those words whilst our NHS was facing the darkest moments in its history. While doctors and nurses were fighting to contain the pandemic, the Prime Minister was actively pushing for the virus to be allowed to run rampant through towns and cities. The Prime Minister was willing, in his own words, to allow the bodies to be piled high. Mr Speaker, on October the 15th, 2020, 60,000 people had already died. How can anyone have put faith and trust in a Prime Minister who actually typed the words, "Get COVID and live longer"?
Mr Speaker, I think that the right honourable gentleman gracefully mischaracterises the substance of those discussions. What I said, I've made points in the House of Commons already in the chamber about the language that I'm alleged to have used. But I think what everybody in this country understands is that the decisions that we had to take at that time were incredibly difficult. And of course, this in no way detracts from the grief and the suffering of those who have lost loved ones to COVID, whose families have been hit by the consequences of that disease. But as I said earlier to the Labour leader, we have to balance very, very difficult harms on either side. There are no good ways through, Mr. Speaker. A lockdown also causes immense suffering and a loss of life chances and damage to health and to mental health. And in due course, the right honourable gentleman knows very well that there will be a chance to look at all of this in a full public inquiry. But I must tell the House that I am content that we followed the scientific guidance and we did whatever we could to save life and to minimise suffering, and of course to protect our wonderful NHS.
Is that it? Is that it, Prime Minister? Because, you know, the reality is that the Prime Minister wrote these words himself. The over-80s were expendable. A Prime Minister is charged with protecting society, not putting folk at risk of an early death. Such a glib attitude towards human life is indefensible. The Prime Minister is simply not fit for office. The clear pattern throughout this pandemic is that it's one rule for them and another rule for the rest of us. The reality, Mr. Speaker, that the only way to get to the full truth over this UK government's disastrous handling of the pandemic is for this cabal to be made to answer under oath. So, will the Prime Minister confirm that in the interests of public health and confidence, that the COVID inquiry will begin immediately and commit to appearing at the inquiry himself under oath before any general election is called?
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I appreciate why it's so important for this country to have a full public inquiry, and that's why I made the announcement to the House that we would. And I also think that it's right that it should go ahead as soon as is reasonable. I don't think that right now, in the middle of a third wave, when we're seeing many of the key people involved in fighting the pandemic who were very, very heavily occupied, I don't think it's right to ask them to devote a lot of their time to a public inquiry of the kind that I think we would all want to see. And that's why I think it's right that it should start in the spring, when I'm pretty confident, and so are the rest of the scientific community, that we will really be in a much, much better position and able to go ahead. And that is the time to begin the public inquiry. But that doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that we aren't continuing to learn lessons all the time.
We now have David Davis online. David Davis.
Mr. Speaker, 40 years ago, this country led the world in social mobility. Since then, we have fallen so far behind, we're now only 21st in the world rankings. If we're to succeed at levelling up the UK, then we must restore social mobility for working class pupils right across the country. The fastest and most cost-effective way to do that is to re-engineer the classroom, to capitalise on the benefits of modern technology, using artificial intelligence to provide lessons tailored to the ability of each and every child. Countries around the world are already doing this, from America to Australia, China to Estonia. And private schools in the UK, including Eton, are already doing it using world-class British technology. Will the Prime Minister undertake to use modern technologies to give every working class child the opportunity to reach their full potential, opportunity based on their abilities, not on where they grew up or how rich their parents were?
Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm thankful to my right honourable friend for the personal tutorial he gave me in with using a laptop in the opportunities provided by this type of technology and the massive increase in the cognitive powers of kids that is now made possible by these types of technology. And we are looking at supporting schools across the whole of the UK with this kind of advance as we continue to level up.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Mr. Speaker, in light of the judicial ruling in the High Court that the Northern Ireland Protocol repeals Article 6 of the Act of Union, which allows for unimpeded trade within the United Kingdom and between the constituent parts of the UK, what does the Prime Minister intend to do to fully restore the Act of Union for Northern Ireland and remove the Irish Sea border?
Prime Minister.
I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and this is my first opportunity publicly to congratulate him on becoming leader of the DUP. I look forward to working with him and with the whole of the executive in Northern Ireland for the people in Northern Ireland. As we've made clear and as we'll be setting out today, we want to sort out the issues in the protocol. We think there are practical steps you can take to do that. And as far as the court case is concerned, nothing in the protocol affects the territorial integrity of the United Kingdom or Northern Ireland's place within it.
Let's see if we can pick up the pace with Theo Clark. Theo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Friday, I joined local health officials and members of the public at a consultation meeting on maternity services in Staffordshire. Maternity was temporarily suspended at Stafford's County Hospital at the height of the pandemic so that wards could be used to treat COVID-19 patients. But does my right honourable friend agree with me that anyone who wants to give birth at Stafford's County Hospital should be able to do so?
Let's go to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister.
My honourable friend raises a very, very important point, and a lot of the hospitals that I've been around recently are doing incredible work at getting back to pre-COVID levels of service, and I understand that NHS partners are working hard to explore options for restoring maternity services at a county hospital.
Stephen Timms.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Together with the chairs of the committees dealing with social security in the Scottish Parliament, the Senate and the Northern Ireland Assembly, we've made a call that the £20 a week cut in universal credit due in October should not go ahead. A new Joseph Rowntree Foundation report shows that if it does go ahead, out-of-work families with children will have an income way below what the general public regards as the minimum necessary for an acceptable standard of living. Instead of cutting down, will the Prime Minister not follow his own policy and level up and leave the £20 a week in place?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what we want to do is level up across the whole of the UK by increasing jobs, access to high-wage, high-skilled jobs, and getting people off benefits and into work. And really that is the big difference between his party and the party I lead. We want to help people into work, and I'm afraid that, as so often, Labour wants to keep them on welfare. I don't think that's the right way forward. We want to see higher wages, and that's why we've increased the living wage by record amounts, and that's why we are working to ensure that this is a jobs-led recovery, and all the signs are at the moment that is succeeding. But of course, it depends on people getting those jabs and when they're asked to.
Let's go to Alberta Costa. Alberta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the cautious move to step 4 this week, which has only been made possible due to the fantastic vaccine rollout in South Leicestershire and across our country, and the fact that every adult has now been offered the vaccine. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that if we don't move forward now, we risk opening up later in the autumn or winter when the NHS is under more pressure and children have returned to school, which seems to be the reckless approach of the party opposite.
Is spot on. He's completely right. The question for those who attack the current policy is if not now, when? We looked at the data this morning with the chief medical officer, and he pointed out the extraordinary difference in between the number of people being hospitalised now in the older generations and the number of people who are being hospitalised in previous waves amongst the older generations. Thanks to the vaccine rollout, we have radically changed the way the disease affects our society. It's that change that's enabling us to make the progress that we are. And as he says, if not now, when?
Let's go to Rosie Cooper. Rosie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government claims that fires in schools are very rare and are mostly confined to one room or cause little or no damage. The fire at Asmore Primary School in my constituency last month severely damaged 3 rooms, spreading far beyond the original site. This has had a devastating effect on the school, and the pupils now face 18 months of disruption to their education. Would the Prime Minister commit to a mandate that all new build schools and major refurbishments are installed with sprinklers so that schools don't suffer the same fate as Asmore Primary in Ormskirk?
Prime Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady very much, and I want to thank also the fire service for their outstanding response to the fire at Asmore Primary School. I'm sorry for the disruption that children are experiencing. We can't be complacent about fires at all, let alone fires in schools, and the Department for Education is consulting on guidance to improve fire safety in schools further. And I would encourage the Honourable Lady to make representations in that consultation.
Margaret Furry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of my constituents has recently attempted to sell a house only for the surveyor and estate agent to inform him that they require an external wall system certificate. However, under current Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors guidance, an EWS 1 form should not be expected for properties and buildings under 18 metres high, which includes my constituent's property in Cambuslang. Will the Prime Minister clarify if the UK Government intends to take any steps to ensure lenders and others adhere to RICS guidance on EWS 1 forms, and will he meet with me to discuss how I can assist my constituent?
Prime Minister.
The Honourable Lady makes an extremely important point, and that's why my Right Honourable friend, the Housing Secretary, will be making a statement to the House shortly, because we must be clear that the risk from fire to life in homes is very, very low, and leaseholders should not be trapped in their properties, unable to buy or to sell, because their properties have been unfairly maligned in that way. And lenders and valuers should not be asking for EWS 1 forms on buildings below 18 metres. My right honourable friend, the Housing Secretary, will be setting out more in a bit later on about how we propose to ensure that doesn't happen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dame Vera Lynn did so much for our nation. Now a fitting memorial is planned on the White Cliffs of Dover. To ensure this national icon continues to be celebrated for decades to come. Does my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, agree that Dame Vera was a great inspiration to women, showing the difference we can make and her contribution throughout the whole of her life to our national life? Will he extend his support to this important Dame Vera Lynn National Memorial Project?
Prime Minister, I think we can all unite.
Yes, I think, Mr. Speaker, this is a pretty safe bet for everybody. We all remember and love the songs of Dame Vera Lynn, and she brought the whole country together at a pretty dark time, and is a great inspiration for many, many people. And I thank my honourable friend for the campaign that she's leading for a fitting memorial, and very happy to support it.
Abraham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since July 2019, the Department for Work and Pensions have undertaken 124 internal process reviews following the deaths the deaths, Mr. Speaker, of 97 claimants, and 27 where claimants suffered serious harm, a threefold increase since 2012. Not once was this mentioned in the Health and Green Disability paper last night. Many believe that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and many also believe that the government can no longer keep marking their own homework. We need to understand the true scale and causes of these deaths in an independent public inquiry. So will the Prime Minister meet with me and with the delegation of bereaved relatives to discuss this?
I thank the honourable lady very much, and I hope the House will forgive me if I say I didn't catch every word of what she said, but I believe that she was referring to the tragic death of those who are claiming benefits, and I'm certainly determined to make sure that she gets a full account of what we're doing to put this right, and that she will meet with the relevant minister as soon as that can be arranged.
Corey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I met with one of Truro's daffodil farmers, and there is real concern in the industry that they won't be able to have their daffodil pickers in the fields this January. Now, I know the DWP is working with the Duchy College and is hoping to run a local sector-based work academy, but this is a complex issue. We're requiring a long-term solution, and I wonder if my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, would meet with me and other Cornish MPs to see how we could resolve this long-term.
Prime Minister.
I'm only happy to meet my honourable friend at any time, but I can assure her that we want to find the workforce to pick the flowers, the beautiful Cornish daffodils that should not be born to blush unseen, as it were. If I remember the quote right, they should be properly picked, and in addition to developing the local developing the local labour force and making sure that we line up younger people or people across Cornwall with the opportunities that there are. She must not forget that thanks to the EU settlement scheme, there are 6 million EU nationals still entitled to live and work in this country who have taken advantage of that scheme. And never let it be said that we've done an injustice to that group.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Local residents in Lancaster are opposing the conversion of a popular local pub, the Britannia, into a 10-bed student let. Now, the Housing Secretary says that the current planning system doesn't give people influence over local developments, but his party's Developers Charter gags local residents and hands power to a Whitehall-appointed board of developers, resulting in low-quality, unaffordable housing. So isn't this the case of the Prime Minister paying back his party's developer paymasters by selling out local communities?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think I've heard such total cobblers in all my life, except possibly from the Leader of the Opposition. That is absolutely that is not what the bill does. On the contrary, it gives local people the power to protect. If I understood her correctly, it was a pub, I think, called the Britannia, that she wanted to protect. There are measures that we're bringing forward to allow local people to protect such places of vital local importance, and when it comes to development, actually, the power will remain vested firmly with local people to make sure that they protect their green space, they protect the green belt, and they only have development in the places where they, the local people, want it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure my right honourable friend is not surprised. People are keen to move to my North Devon constituency, but we, like much of the South West, are experiencing severe housing shortages. Local government needs urgent help and support now, but might he consider, as part of planning reforms, binding covenants being applied to a proportion of new builds to be used as a primary residence and not a holiday let or second home, and that existing homes must register for a change of use if becoming a holiday let, to ensure vibrant coastal communities do not become winter ghost towns?
Prime Minister.
My honourable friend is a massively effective advocate for the people of North Devon, and she's made these points to me before, and I know that she's right. We've put higher rates of stamp duties, she knows, on the buying additional properties such as second homes. But what we've also got to do is make sure that young people growing up around our country, rather contrary to the instincts of the previous Labour speaker, have the chance of home ownership in the place where they live, and that's what our First Home scheme will help to do, with a new discount of at least 30% prioritised for first-time buyers.
Richard Burke.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is having to self-isolate just as hundreds of thousands of people across the country are having to do because of his reckless COVID strategy. But unlike the Prime Minister, not everybody has been able to run off to a luxury country mansion with a heated swimming pool. And also, unlike the Prime Minister, so many people across our country are having to survive on just £96 sick pay per week. So could the Prime Minister survive on £96 sick pay per week? And if he couldn't, why does he think if it's not good enough for him, it's good enough for everyone else?
Yeah. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, he's quite wrong, because everybody who's self-isolating is entitled, in addition to the equivalent of the living wage and statutory sick pay, they're entitled also to help in extreme circumstances from their local councils, and also to a £500 payment to help them with self-isolation. And it remains absolutely vital that everybody does it.
Let's go to Bill Wigan. Bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the global pandemic, public criticism of my right honourable friend's extraordinary leadership should be dismissed. He put the lives of my constituents first and has had to adapt to the lessons that COVID-19 has taught us. Sadly, the same cannot be said for the handling of tuberculosis by DEFRA. Will my right honourable friend meet me to discuss the current TB strategy and how we can improve it?
Prime Minister.
I'm always delighted to meet my right honourable friend, and I can tell him that, I listened to him and I learned from him about bovine TB and badgers. We do think that the badger cull has led to a reduction in the disease, but nobody wants to continue, and I'm sure that my honourable friend doesn't want to continue with the cull of a protected species, beautiful mammals, indefinitely. And so I do think it's a good thing that we're accelerating other elements of our strategy, particularly vaccination. I must tell him I do think that is the right way forward, and I do think we should begin, if we can, to phase out badger culling in this country.
Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 1 million children, including my own daughter, were out of school last week due to the need to self-isolate when there's a positive test confirmed in their bubble. Can I firstly just pay tribute to all the teachers, both in my constituency and across the country, who have done incredible work in keeping learning going under such difficult circumstances, and I was really pleased to be able to thank my daughter's school teacher in person yesterday. Can the PM confirm that the government's approach to managing this pandemic will guarantee that all children will have an uninterrupted academic year when they return to school after the summer break?
Prime Minister.
She's absolutely right to focus on the needs of children in this pandemic and the paramount importance of keeping them in school. And we will do everything we can to ensure that we are able to get schools back in September. I've every confidence that we will be able to, but that will be greatly assisted, as I've never tired of repeating, Mr. Speaker, this afternoon. That will be assisted if everybody goes and gets their second jab or first jab.
Mr. Speaker, as chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Missing People, every year 180,000 people are reported to the police as missing from across our constituencies in the United Kingdom. And I'm sure the Prime Minister and everyone in this House will find that completely unacceptable. The Home Office's strategy on missing people has not been reviewed since 2011. Will the Prime Minister please urgently get this strategy reviewed and updated? And with that, will the Prime Minister meet the Missing People's Charity, Children's Society and myself to look at this very important issue affecting our society?
Prime Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I would just remind him that 95% of missing persons incidents are actually resolved without anybody coming to harm, or without the missing individual coming to harm. But I thank him for the work that he does on this issue, because it matters a great deal, clearly, to the remaining 5%, which is an unacceptably high level of suffering. And I'm certainly determined that we should continue to work with all the relevant agencies, the police, social services, to improve our response. And I will be very happy to take up his offer and ensure that he gets the meeting that he needs.
Final question, Dr. Lisa Cameron, please.
Many thanks, Mr. Speaker. As chair of the Disability All-Party Group, I hosted a Disability Confident workshop for members of Parliament, and I'm delighted that we are now approaching 25% of cross-party MPs being accredited as Disability Confident employers. So would the Prime Minister become a Disability Confident employer himself, encourage colleagues to do so, and put his support behind improved representation and inclusion in Parliament for people with disabilities?
Prime Minister.
I thank the Honourable Lady very much for her suggestion that the government should become a disability confident employer. I'm sure that we already are, but I will investigate the matter and make sure that she gets an answer by letter. Thank you very much.
I will now stand down your standing Prime Minister as well, and just to say to everybody, please, when we get back, we've got to get through more questions. We've got to get back on time. So let's work for each other. So now we're suspending the House for 3 minutes to enable necessary arrangements to be made for the next business order. Order. I now call Secretary Brandon Lewis to make the statement. So stay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I will now make a statement on the Government's approach to the Northern Ireland Protocol, which is simultaneously being made in the other place by my right honourable noble friend, Lord Frost, the Minister of State at the Cabinet Office. The Northern Ireland Protocol was designed to achieve a delicate balance between a number of different aims. It reflected a truly extraordinary compromise by the Government in 2019, driven by our steadfast commitment to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement in all of its dimensions. Just over a year afterwards, we also agreed the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, the broadest and most far-reaching such agreement that has ever been struck. Together, these offered the building blocks of a strong, constructive partnership between the UK and the EU as sovereign equals. And yet, we have not been able to unlock the potential of that new partnership in full yet. And the impact of the current protocol is at the heart of that. There is no doubt that we have tried to operate the protocol in good faith. We worked throughout 2020 to finalise the areas left open by the protocol text itself, without, of course, knowing what the real-world impacts on the ground will be, as is the case with negotiations. We are planning already to invest and are in the process of investing around £500 million in delivering systems and support services. We have worked with businesses to help their preparations for the new trading arrangements. But as we have sought to operate the protocol, it is clear that its burdens have been the source of considerable and ongoing disruption to lives and livelihoods. We have seen reductions in supermarket product lines. We have seen more than 200 suppliers decide they would no longer sell to Northern Ireland. And we have seen difficulties not just on the famous chilled meats, but also on medicines, on pets, on movements of live animals, on seeds and plants. Nowhere is this more visible than in the fact that the Northern Ireland Protocol means that Northern Ireland accounts for 20% of all the EU documentary checks on products of animal origin, despite a population of only 1.8 million people. What is worse, these burdens will get worse, not improve over time, as the grace periods expire, leaving businesses facing ever more unsustainable burdens. These impacts risk being felt in the fabric of our union too. All dimensions of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement need to be respected. Northern Ireland's integral place in our United Kingdom just as much as the North-South dimension. Yet there is a growing sense in Northern Ireland that we have not found this balance. Seen in an ongoing political climate, a difficult one, protests and regrettable instances of disorder, and strains within a power-sharing executive already dealing with an unprecedented pandemic. We have worked with the EU to try to address these challenges. Some avenues for progress have been identified in certain areas, but overall these discussions have not got to the heart of the problem. Put simply, we cannot go on as we are. We have therefore had to consider all our options. In particular, we have looked carefully at the safeguards provided by Article 16 of the Protocol. They exist to deal with the significant societal and economic difficulties, as well as trade diversion. And there has been significant disruption to east-west trade, a significant increase in trade on the island of Ireland as companies change supply chains, and considerable disruption to everyday lives. There has also been societal instability, seen most regrettably with the disorder across Northern Ireland at Easter. Indeed, what can be seen as a false but raw perception in the unionist community of separation from the rest of the United Kingdom has had profound political consequences. These are very serious effects which have put people, businesses and the institutions of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement under strain. It is plainly clear that the circumstances exist to justify the use of Article 16. Nevertheless, we have concluded that this is not the right moment to do so. Instead, we see an opportunity to proceed differently, to find a new path, to seek to agree with the EU, through negotiations, a new balance in our arrangements covering Northern Ireland to the benefit of all. And it is in that spirit that today's command paper outlines the new balance we wish to find. It is a balance which needs to ensure that goods can circulate much more freely within the UK customs territory, whilst ensuring that full processes are applied to goods destined for the EU. It's a balance which needs to enable all in Northern Ireland to continue to have normal access to goods from the rest of the UK by allowing goods meeting both the UK and EU standards to circulate there. And it's a balance which needs to normalise the basis of the protocol's governance, so that the relationship between us and the EU is no longer policed by the EU institutions and the Court of Justice, We should return to a normal treaty framework, similar to other international agreements, that is more conducive to the sense of genuine and equitable partnership that we seek. We also recognise our share of responsibility in helping the EU protect its single market. We are willing to explore exceptional arrangements around data sharing and cooperation and penalties in legislation to deter those looking to move non-compliant products from Northern Ireland to Ireland. And I repeat, all of this is entirely consistent with maintaining an open border without infrastructure or checks between Ireland and Northern Ireland. These proposals will require significant change to the Northern Ireland Protocol. We do not shy away from that. We believe such change is necessary to deal with the situation we now face. We look to open a discussion on these proposals urgently. At the same time, we must provide certainty and stability for businesses as we do so. So we believe we should also quickly agree a standstill period, including maintaining the operation of grace periods in force and a freeze on existing legal actions and processes to ensure there is room to negotiate and to provide a genuine signal of good intent to find ways forward. Mr. Speaker, the difficulties we have in operating the Northern Ireland Protocol are now the main obstacle to building a relationship with the EU that reflects our strong common interests and values. Instead of that, we're seeing a relationship that is being punctuated with legal challenges and characterised by disagreement and mistrust. We do not want that pattern to be set, not least of all because it does not support stability in Northern Ireland. It is now the time to work to establish a new balance, which both the UK and the EU can invest in, to provide a platform for peace and prosperity in Northern Ireland and allow us to set out on a new path of partnership with the EU. We have today set out an approach which we believe can do just that. We urge the EU to look at it with fresh eyes and work with us to seize this opportunity and put our relations on a better footing. We stand ready to deliver the brighter future that is within reach. And I commend this statement to the House.
Now come to the Shadow Secretary of State, Louise Hay.
Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. Almost 2 years ago, this Prime Minister negotiated every dot and comma of the Northern Ireland Protocol. He said it would mean no checks between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. He described it as an ingenious solution in perfect conformity with the Good Friday Agreement. And he was not alone. The Lord Frost said he was pleased and proud to secure this excellent deal for the UK. And the Secretary of State wrote that it would allow all businesses to trade unhindered across the UK. Today, not for the first time, he is back before Parliament to renege on those promises and discredit the deal his government were authors and cheerleaders for, claiming they couldn't possibly have known what the real-world impacts on the ground would be. The country will be asking, once again, is this bad faith or incompetence? Whichever it is, the shambolic approach, the dishonesty, the recklessness and the utter ineptitude has come at a real cost. It has destroyed trust in the UK government, an essential component of the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. It has fanned the flames of instability. And as ever, in the middle of this are the communities and businesses of Northern Ireland who have been repeatedly failed. Because today, ahead of another difficult summer, a resolution is further away than ever. Today, businesses and communities needed reassurance. They needed to see the Secretary of State announce to this House an agreement on a sustainable way forward that will fix the problems the Prime Minister created. Instead, they have more political brinkmanship, more threats to tear up the protocol with nothing to take its place. Communities are tired of these games from a government they have totally lost trust in. They just want to see sustainable solutions. All of us want to see serious proposals that lower the barriers down the Irish Sea and protect the economic integrity of the United Kingdom. So can the Secretary of State outline whether these proposals have any hope of gaining support? Can he tell the House what conversations he has had with his counterparts that lead him to believe this approach will be successful? How did the Taoiseach respond to his call with the Prime Minister yesterday, given the government's strategy so far has left Anglo-Irish relations at an all-time low? And how is he intending to bring the people of Northern Ireland, their representatives, into these discussions so that they have a direct relationship with the EU, clearly necessary given that this government have demonstrated they have no understanding of Northern Ireland and the delicate balance of identities that must be protected? Does he accept that these proposals bring us right back to square one of the Brexit debates, rehashing arguments around alternative arrangements that have long been rejected and returning the debate to the border north-south on the island of Ireland? What is the time frame for these talks? The command paper is entirely silent on how they will proceed and whether there is any agreement from the EU that they should. Mr. Speaker, this ongoing standoff is having consequences not just for Northern Ireland, but for our relationships with current and future trading partners. The eyes of many governments around the world are on the noble Lord Frost and the Secretary of State this afternoon. President Biden, Prime Minister Ardern are among many who want to know that the UK will abide by international law, by the agreements that they signed, and be a partner they can trust. These endless games are shredding our international reputation and undermining our ability to secure trade deals that are in the best interest of the UK. Mr. Speaker, as we have acknowledged many times in this House, peace in Northern Ireland is still fragile. Advancing the peace process has always required responsibility, honesty and leadership, qualities which are in short supply in this government. Too often in recent years, the Prime Minister has put his own interests over and above the interests of Northern Ireland. They are sick to death of being put in the middle of these games. Another Brexit Groundhog Day, another standoff with the EU. It's time to get real, show some responsibility and find a genuinely sustainable way forward.
Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I was kind of waiting in there for a point at which the Honourable Lady would actually stand up for the United Kingdom and the people of Northern Ireland in getting a solution. And I would just say to her that I would remind her that one of the things she may want to think about doing is joining the UK government in terms of making the point to the EU that they also have a responsibility which they have previously accepted, but actually they need to deliver on in terms of the people of Northern Ireland. In January, there was an agreement to work at pace. We're now in July and issues remain unresolved. We saw the attempt to trigger Article 16 by the EU in a way that for many detrimentally affected the institutions or the sense of feeling around the institutions of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, and we are still dealing with the fallout from that action. That's just a reality of where we are. And we want the EU to engage with these proposals. We have sought for the EU to engage in proposals in good faith, a dozen or more papers that we have put to them about ways to move forward. The reality of where we are now is instead of having a continual piecemeal approach and dealing with things as we go along and coming up against these grace periods that cause disruption for businesses and communities, we think it is right to take an approach that deals with the problem in the round, not just the symptoms, but the underlying problem that we need to see corrected. And I would suggest that the opposition would do better to defend the people of Northern Ireland and the UK than to continue to defend the EU in the actions they take to undermine the strength of the integral market of the people of the United Kingdom. We do have good relationships, and I have good relationships, as does the Prime Minister, with our counterparts, both the Taoiseach and his ministers, the Foreign Minister and the Trinity in Ireland, and we continue to develop on those. And I would just say to the Honourable Lady that it is a bit rich for her to talk to us about understanding Northern Ireland, when not only do prominent members of her own party, including the former Home Secretary, claim that Labour is not even a unionist party, but this is a party in Labour that doesn't even stand candidates in Northern Ireland. We will continue to do what is right for the United Kingdom. We want to work with our partners in the EU. When people get a chance to read through the command paper, they will see that we are not taking the opportunity to trigger Article 16 because we want to work in partnership, find a solution to all of these problems that work for people in Northern Ireland. And at the moment, when you've even got the Chief Rabbi and the President of the Board of Deputies coming together to make it clear the substantial problems of the Jewish community in Northern Ireland, it should make it clear this is a problem for communities right across Northern Ireland, and we have a duty to resolve it, not play politics with it.
Let's go to Sir William Cash. Sir William.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the current arrangements, which have just been announced, I greatly welcome the Prime Minister's, Lord Frost's and the Secretary of State's realistic and reasonable approach. Does my right honourable friend agree that in the unique circumstances of Northern Ireland, as set out in the protocol, the EU must understand that having recently and democratically left the EU, the United Kingdom rejects the EU's legalistic intransigence, but will continue to negotiate in the short term on the clear understanding that our national interest requires equal reasonableness and realism by the EU, or the government will take the necessary steps just outlined by the Secretary of State, and that the government means what it says?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. We do want to take that approach. The reality of the outworkings of the protocol in practice is they are having a detrimental effect. And this is one of the key things in the opening parts of the protocol itself, that we would not disrupt the everyday lives of people in their communities. And regardless of people's constitutional view in Northern Ireland, this is having an impact. That's why the First Minister has also pointed to issues that she wants to see resolved in the protocol itself as well as obviously people across the communities having issues. We need to get this resolved for all of the people of Northern Ireland, and my honourable friend is absolutely right. We need to do this in a realistic way, recognising the challenges on the ground, and to deal with it as partners with the EU in a way that can deliver for the people of Northern Ireland, and understanding that, of course, Northern Ireland is an integral part of the United Kingdom.
We now go to SNP spokesperson Richard Thompson. Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. Let's not lose sight. A protocol setting the terms of trade has only been made necessary because of an EU withdrawal agreement, which the Prime Minister, irrespective as to its entirely foreseeable impact in Northern Ireland, defined the parameters of himself and then signed up to freely. Now, everybody knows that Article 16 exists, but the continued threats for the UK government to deploy it have worn so thin as to be utterly transparent in every sense, and can be doing little to help increase the trust and confidence necessary for the government to achieve its stated objectives. And let's also be clear, if we move from the current agreement, then there will have to be another put in place, which is likely to differ in substance, to use a phrase, only in limited and specific ways from that which it will be replacing. So if the UK government wishes to return to the freest possible conditions for movement of goods between GB and Northern Ireland, consistent with its international obligations, it could sign up right now to a dynamic deal on food and animal welfare standards. Now, a pragmatic renegotiation of the protocol in light of experience and in light of everything that's come from the nature of Brexit would be desirable, clearly, in order to remove not just the barriers that exist, but also the symbolism that these trade frictions are causing, which are being felt so keenly in Northern Ireland at the present moment. So in that regard, will the Secretary of State ensure that the government, in contrast to its approach to Brexit to date, sets the tone of all its discussions with the EU in good faith around the negotiating table, rather than through the pages of the Telegraph or the tabloids, and at all times in a manner which builds, rather than undermines, the trust necessary to be able to secure a better deal for the people of Northern Ireland?
Well, I would just say to the honourable gentleman that, of course, as I outlined in my statement, we are actually not using Article 60. That's something the EU attempted to do, I think, mistakenly earlier this year, which has caused an issue and a sensibility within the unionist community that is still an issue today. And I would suggest that he should sometimes just stand up a bit more for people of Northern Ireland and across the UK as his speaker on this issue, rather than just for the EU. Because when he talks about talking to the media, it is a bit odd for us when we're dealing with the EU to get told by a journalist about a plan for medicines or plan for chilled meats, and it could be days or weeks later before we formally hear from the EU. We do want to work with the EU. That's why we're proposing, as we have done today in our command paper, a way to move forward, to work together, to resolve the core problems, rather than continually dealing individually with these symptoms that continues to build those issues around trust and frustration. Ultimately, that's the best way to get a result for the people of Northern Ireland, and to have that strong, positive relationship between us as the UK and the EU.
Mark Jenkinson.
As my right honourable friend just referred to, the European Union's attempts to trigger Article 16 early this year caused political reverberations which are still being felt in Northern Ireland. With communities across Northern Ireland now divided in their support for the protocol, does my right honourable friend agree that it is no longer sustainable as it currently stands, and that an internal border that reshapes and undermines our United Kingdom is unacceptable?
Friend makes an important point, and I referenced earlier on the First Minister's using this. I have to say the Deputy First Minister as well has been very clear. There are issues with the protocol that need to be resolved. I can't really remember a single person on Ireland who we've spoken to in the business community or the political community who hasn't identified there are at least some issues that need to be resolved. But there might be differences of opinion about how to do that and the degree of that. We want to do that by agreement with the European Union, and recognising the sovereignty of the integral market of the United Kingdom, and to do so in a way that means that consumers and businesses in Northern Ireland can go about their lives, enjoying their lives in the way they always have done as citizens of the United Kingdom.
Sir Jeffrey Donaldson.
We welcome the acceptance by the government that the protocol is not working, that it is causing real harm to our economy in Northern Ireland and is simply not sustainable. The statement today is a welcome and significant and important first step. To be clear, Mr. Speaker, tinkering around the edges simply doesn't work. And I trust that the EU will approach new negotiations in good faith and recognise the need to enter into new arrangements that remove the Irish sea border. For our part, we will apply our 7 tests against any outcome to this process. So will the Secretary of State assure the House that these negotiations will not be dragged out, and if unsuccessful, that the Government will invoke Article 16 to introduce measures that provide for free movement of goods from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, ensure that products complying with British standards are available in Northern Ireland, and that the principle of consent is fully respected and Northern Ireland's place within the United Kingdom is properly and legally protected.
Well, right honourable gentleman makes a series of important points there. I think it is important that we are very clear that we want to take this forward in a way to negotiate these issues as a whole. As I said earlier on, rather than this piecemeal approach, that we actually solve the underlying issues that are causing so much disruption for businesses and people in Northern Ireland. I think that will be a better way forward, because then we don't have to keep coming back to these things and keep having these issues and challenges around grace periods that just create cliff edges. We have to avoid that. That's why we're suggesting a standstill period as well as we go forward. And I think ultimately this is about recognising this is an issue that affects everybody, the whole community of Northern Ireland, and something that has united people across the community is wanting to see these issues resolved. We think there is a realistic way to do that. We think there's a way to do that within the framework of the protocol. We've always recognised, and we're still clear about this, that the single epidemiological unit of the island of Ireland is something that's been there for a very long time, and those checks in one form or another since about the 19th century. But we've got to find a way, and we believe there is a way to do this, that ensures that products that are moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland to be used and consumed in Northern Ireland can flow in the way they would with any other part of the United Kingdom, whilst fulfilling our responsibilities to the EU in terms of helping them ensure they can protect their single market.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today, which I think is balanced and pragmatic. The Northern Ireland Protocol was always a difficult compromise, but it was made in good faith to protect the Good Friday Agreement whilst respecting the EU's single market and our own single market and Northern Ireland's place in the United Kingdom. As this command paper makes clear, it has not managed to do that. So could I ask what conversations he's had with the European Union, whether they accept that premise, and if they don't accept it and they won't engage meaningfully in this command paper and the negotiations we want, whether Article 16 does remain on the table?
Well, I say to my honourable friend, obviously, as we've always said, we can't take any options off the table, but we want to work through this in a negotiated way to get a realistic solution that actually delivers for people in Northern Ireland. And I would say to him that we have obviously been speaking consistently over this year, both Lord Foster and myself, with obviously the Cabinet Office lead on the negotiation around the protocol, but with the European Commissioner, with Maroš Šefčovič directly. And I think the European Commission do recognise there are issues that need to be resolved. The challenge we have had is actually getting agreement on those resolutions. And one of the reasons we took the action we took back in March to extend the grace periods was because we got to a point where we needed an agreement in order to be able to ensure we were able to keep food products on the shelves. And it was interesting at the time when we saw the EU not complaining about the process, the issues we were dealing with, but actually the fact we hadn't done it by agreement. And this comes to a point the Honourable Lady made in her opening remarks. To work by agreement, ultimately we need the EU, our partners, to also come to agree things in the first place. But we haven't managed to achieve that yet, but I am hopeful that with where we are now and with the proposal we're putting forward, there's, as I say, a realistic way to do that in the months ahead.
We come to Colin Beeswood. Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Northern Ireland is uniquely placed to prosper from this deal. That's a direct quote from the Secretary of State last Christmas Eve. Then, on New Year's Day, he said, "There is no Irish sea border. The government and businesses are keeping goods flowing freely between GB and NI." But then, earlier this month, he said, the current arrangements could corrode the link between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. This statement, Mr. Speaker, is the second attempt in 1 week that this government has made to distance itself from agreements that they have negotiated. Why does he think that any other country or any person in Northern Ireland would trust anything that this government says from this day forward.
Well, I would actually say to the honourable gentleman, if we look at the implications and the outwork of the protocol, it's something that's a frustration and a problem for people across communities. I think it would be wrong of us as a government to not recognise there are problems with the protocol in the way that it is being implemented on the ground that are causing problems for consumers and for businesses. I can't believe for a moment that he would want the government to sit back and see that continue and see his constituents be detrimentally affected by the way the EU wants to see this implemented, and that's why I think it is important that we find a way forward to deliver this in a way that works for people across all of Northern Ireland.
Let's go to Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I very much welcome my right honourable friend's statement and today's white paper. Is he aware of anybody serious who now doubts that the protocol is failing in its own terms by causing, to use the words from the protocol, serious economic and societal difficulties and diversion of trade, which is a threat to the Belfast Good Friday Agreement? Well, the answer is no. And is that what the EU intended when they signed this protocol? Of course not. And that's why all parties should now be able to accept, including the EU, that this is, as the government now does, that this protocol is not working. So can I commend his cautious and reasonable and responsible approach that we're absolutely right to try everything to bring the EU to the negotiating table. But how long have we got before we have to act to safeguard peace and security and political stability in Northern Ireland?
Dave.
Well, my honourable friend makes an important point. I think it is right. And I do think the EU do recognise and want to ensure that we get the right outcome for the people of Northern Ireland. I think they do recognise the sensitivities there. But that's why it's important we deal with the core problem underlying all of the symptoms that we are seeing. And he's also absolutely right around the stability in Northern Ireland. When we are seeing people being very clear, people who are party to the agreement of the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, being very clear about the disruption this causes and the threat this is to the Good Friday Belfast Agreement, it is right that we listen to that. And I think it is right that we get to work on this with the European Union in a spirit of partnership to find a solution to those core problems. Bearing in mind, as I say, there's the protocol itself, the framework of the protocol. If you imagine a place where that's delivering in the way that was always intended with that free flow of goods, then you really do have a huge economic opportunity for the people of Northern Ireland. We need to get to that space in order for it to be something that is sustainable and has the consent of the whole community of Northern Ireland.
Let's go to Stephen Farry. Stephen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This statement is full of bluster and a rewriting of history. It creates more uncertainty and instability. The government is choosing confrontation rather than adopting the obvious solution on the table, which is a comprehensive veterinary agreement. The Secretary of State should know that the only legally sustainable way forward to achieve the necessary flexibilities and mitigations is through agreement with the European Union, either within the protocol or building on the Trade and Cooperation Agreement. So does the Secretary of State recognise that achieving that requires trust to be built and sustained? But all of the government's actions around the protocol this year have undermined that, including today the empty threat around Article 16.
Well, I would just gently suggest the honourable gentleman looks back at the statement I actually made and has a read of the command paper, because that is looking to form an agreement with the EU and to do this in a way that I think is reasonable and sensible and deals with those fundamental problems that are affecting his constituents as well. And I would again just say to him that he should maybe be standing up for his constituents more than he is standing up for the EU at the moment, in the sense that he seems to be forgetting the fact that it's the EU who had said they would work at pace to resolve these issues 7 months ago. It's the EU who sought to trigger Article 16 that caused so many issues for the unionist community in Northern Ireland and who have not yet come to agreement on a range of issues that we need to resolve for the people of Northern Ireland. I think it is right, therefore, that we take this opportunity to outline a way we think to move forward in a positive way that can rebuild the relationship with the EU and fundamentally resolve the core issues that are detrimentally affecting so many of his constituents and people across Northern Ireland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Northern Ireland Protocol was pursued and negotiated by this government less than 2 years ago, and it is a reflection of the decisions made by them in relation to the nature of Brexit. In the statement, the government suggests that it has tried to operate the protocol, but they have not yet pursued the option of making supplementary agreements with the EU which would work within the protocol, such as a veterinary agreement, which businesses such as Marks & Spencer support. So can I ask the Secretary of State, given that he has said that the Article 16 grounds have been met, how many of those businesses that he's consulted with agree with him and have asked him to do that and think it's a sustainable way forward?
Well, I would just suggest, the Honourable Lady, she looks again at the statement of the command paper. We're not suggesting that in fact, I specifically said we're not triggering Article 16. We want to negotiate a solution to the problems for the businesses in Northern Ireland and the consumers there.
Let's go to Bob Blackman. Bob.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I warmly welcome my right honourable friend's statement today. Will he confirm, for the benefit of the record, that Northern Ireland is an integral part of the United Kingdom and should therefore enjoy the benefits of the free trade area within the United Kingdom, as well as integrating together with our friends from the European Union and ensuring that the people of Northern Ireland can therefore have the benefits of both elements of the United Kingdom and the European Union during trade deals, but more importantly, gain the opportunity as we negotiate free trade deals around the world to trade around the world as part of the United Kingdom.
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right, and that's why I say I think actually the honourable member for Foyle referenced a quote of mine earlier on about the opportunities for Northern Ireland. If we just imagine that place we can get to where the protocol is working, resolve these issues that are within the protocol, then we really do have a huge economic opportunity for the people of Northern Ireland. That's the vision that we always had for the protocol, and that's how it should be working, and we need to get to that position.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. There's clearly a problem here that needs fixing. And as the head of Marks and Spencer made clear today, reflecting on the full checks that are currently being applied on goods from M&S going to the Republic is resulting in some consignments being sent back because they've got the wrong colour typeface on the form. Now, Mr. Norman has said that a veterinary agreement, and I'll quote his words, would be by far the best way of delivering a smooth trade flow, and the Secretary of State just made reference to that. Given that we are, in effect, following EU food standards anyway, because they haven't changed since the 31st of December, isn't this the best way forward? And could I encourage the Secretary of State, if he agrees, not to be too purist about the form of such an agreement, because it would bring huge relief to so many people affected by the current fears and arrangements.
The issues that companies like Mr. Norman's have found are the very issues we want to resolve as part of the wider package. I think it's important. As we look at the command paper, we want to deal with a wide range of issues. That's my point about dealing with the fundamental problems rather than going piecemeal through these symptoms. That's why this kind of negotiation, there's a range of options in there, some which will make a veterinary agreement actually redundant because it won't be required in that kind of process potentially. But that's part of the discussion we want to have with the EU to get a resolution to all of these issues. But it's more than just the food and chilled meats issue.
Let's go to Nigel Mills. Nigel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome in paragraph 48 of the command paper the proposal for a light touch customs regime for goods that are staying in Northern Ireland and not moving on to the Republic. But could the Secretary of State just confirm how small businesses could comply with the requirement to provide complete transparency of their supply chains to the various authorities? I can see how a large supermarket chain could do that, but how could a small trader do that?
Well, my other friend highlights an important point, and we are talking to the small businesses and indeed the wholesale groups that they often work with in order to make sure that there is a way for them to be able to work through this, and we'll be continuing to work with them as we go forward. There is technology now that's similar to the ones the large companies use that the smaller businesses can use. The trader support scheme is hugely helpful in this, but he's also highlighted one of the core problems around making sure that goods that are moving to Northern Ireland purely to be consumed in Northern Ireland don't have the same kind of rigmarole and checks. I think I've mentioned before in this House a large supermarket chain that has no stores in Ireland and yet has to go through the same checks. That can't be right and needs to be resolved.
Let's go to David Jones. David.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I too say to my right honourable friend how much I welcome his statement today. It's absolutely clear that the protocol is having unintended and adverse consequences on daily life in Northern Ireland, and it does need to be fixed. So will my right honourable friend please confirm that he and his colleagues have made clear to the EU that the UK is keen to resolve these issues and will negotiate positively, and that other more flexible arrangements such as mutual enforcement can be put in place that will respect the integrity of the internal markets of both parties without causing the difficulties that we have witnessed since January?
Yes, and we're looking forward to having those very conversations with the EU in the weeks ahead.
We now go to Tony Lloyd. Sir Tony.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I say to the Secretary of State, he knows as well as I do that the bulk of commerce and industry in Northern Ireland is getting on with making the protocol work. But a veterinary agreement would solve the problems that have not yet been resolved. Doesn't he recognise that public diplomacy and unilateralism may please his backbenchers, but it's dangerous in the context of Northern Ireland? So will he now insist to the Prime Minister and the noble Lord Frost that they get back to the negotiating table and do that in private until they come up with an acceptable result?
I will just say to the Honourable Gentleman, again, maybe he should have a look at in detail the statement I gave a short while ago in the command paper, because we are very specifically setting out that we want to negotiate a solution with the European Union. And I would just say to him, actually, we are the party who have put forward a whole series of papers to the EU that we're waiting for proper engagement on. We haven't publicised them, we haven't gone to the press about that. We have been doing that because we want to give that space for a proper negotiation and the freedom to do that, to get a proper solution for the people of Northern Ireland. So I would ask him to consider getting behind the UK government to get a positive solution for Northern Ireland.
Mark Francois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I warmly welcome this statement, both for its timeliness and its content. And in the negotiations which the Secretary of State and Lord Frost are plainly keen to have with the European Union, will they look very seriously at the option of mutual enforcement, as advocated now by none other than the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Lord Trimble, as a potential way through these challenges? But if the EU continue to be unreasonable, despite every effort to persuade them to do so, as he has reminded the House, they invoked Article 16 back in January, not us. In extremis, are we prepared to use Article 16 and, if necessary, even to legislate domestically to maintain the integrity of the United Kingdom?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of mutual enforcement, I have to say we have sought to draw from the mutual enforcement ideas. For example, the suggestion that we've outlined that there could be penalties for moving non-compliant goods from Ireland to Ireland from Northern Ireland. We do think there's a reasonable evolution from where we are now that is capable of respecting everybody's objectives and delivering better results, exactly as my honourable friend rightly outlines. He's absolutely right to outline as well. It is important that we are very clear that we take nothing off the table, because we are determined to make sure that we are delivering for the people of the Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom, and as the protocol itself outlines, that it would respect the sovereignty of the UK internal market.
Ian Paisley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I refer to my registered interest with regards to the legal action being taken against the government on behalf of commercial entities in Northern Ireland, and note the Speaker's comment about a waiver on commenting on these matters. Given the seriousness of what the Secretary of State has said today and the impact, I know that the legal team and the defendants in that case will, the claimants in that case will consider staying or pausing that commercial action as a result of this command paper, which I think is very significant and opens up the opportunity for us to get a resolution for commercial entities in Northern Ireland. And I hope that the Secretary of State and the Government take that in the spirit in which it is meant and understand the seriousness of that. I am not surprised, and I must say for the record, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't care what the Dublin Government thinks about this. I don't care at all what they think about this. And all the Pavlov dogs from academia and some political parties who are salivating at supporting the EU and what the EU needs, none of those parties have put their shoulder to the wheel at trying to solve the business problems that this protocol has unfortunately created. And I hope that those people will listen carefully to people like Sir Archie Norman, who has called the protocol a petty enforcement of rules that protect nobody in Northern Ireland, and that 40% of his business deliveries are now being delayed, and a quarter of what he hopes to deliver to Northern Ireland will now be frustrated. I hope that the Secretary of State could put some meat on the bone, where he has mentioned in paragraph 79 of the command paper that this will move forward at pace. What exactly does that mean in terms of the timeline? We need to know within a matter of weeks that this will be finally resolved.
Well, obviously, look, we're not looking to set arbitrary timelines. We want to let the EU respond to this. We want to negotiate with the EU. We will all see over the weeks ahead how that negotiation works through. I think it is important, and I do know his comments about the legal case. I think it is important we're able to show people and businesses in Northern Ireland that the EU and the UK, that diplomacy and democracy and talking can work to deliver positive outcomes. This is an issue that affects people in commerce across Northern Ireland and consumers as well, and it's something that affects the whole community in Northern Ireland. So it's right that we work together to find a solution on that. As I said, we're very clear that we've always said we don't want to see cliff edges. We've obviously got some grace periods coming up. We want to make sure that's why we think it's right to have a standstill agreement as part of this, so businesses have certainty and people can see that there is a positive way to move forward to get a result by agreement. But as I say, we can't take anything off the table because we want to make sure ultimately we get the right result for people in Northern Ireland.
Now we go by video link to Peter Bone.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. First of all, I welcome the statement, not only because of its contents, but because the government brought it forward before recess. And that's great credit to the government that they made a statement which we can now scrutinise. Further to the previous question, it seems to me that to get an agreement with the EU on anything, you have to have an end date for those negotiations, because the EU will run them right until that date. So if we're not giving them an end date, they'll go on forever. So could the Secretary of State have a word with Lord Frost, and could he announce the date when we won't go any further with negotiations? Otherwise, I think this will just drag on and on.
Well, I'll take my honourable friend's point on board, and he's absolutely right. This is not something that we can allow to drag on and on. I think our track record shows that we will do what we need to do when the time is right, as we did with the action we took back in March to give certainty for businesses. We obviously have grace periods coming up. That's why we're recommending this standstill option to give certainty for businesses. But I certainly do take his points on board, and he is absolutely right. This cannot go on. That's why we need to fundamentally resolve the underlying problems, and we need to do so soon.
Now we go by video link to Claire Hanna.
Thank you very much. I'm interested to hear the Secretary of State saying he takes heed of a party to the agreement warning of disruption, and I hope that he will soon begin to listen to other parties to the agreement as well as businesses in Northern Ireland. A recent Northern Ireland business survey found that 2/3 of companies would like to take advantage of the opportunities of the protocol. And I report many expressions of interest, and companies like Arla and Dale Farm have agreed major investment thanks to our unique dual market access. Where there are practical issues, of course they need to be resolved, but in his statement the Minister referred to the potential of this partnership while in the same breath undermining it with uncertainty. This is no longer about the government failing to capitalise on the opportunities. They have abjectly failed to bother to do that. But I ask, why are they now actively thwarting those who want to create privately jobs and prosperity after decades of economic underperformance here?
Well, I would just say to you, Honourable Lady, there are two parties to the agreement, the UK and the EU, and if she's sort of like we should take more notice of other parties, I can only assume she's joining some others in backing the EU over the people of the United Kingdom and therefore the people of Northern Ireland. This is a government that has invested not only the largest financial package of city and growth deals in Northern Ireland that we're seeing around the UK to deliver prosperity and growth, but also 400 million in the New Deal package to see prosperity and growth, and actually the increase with the spending review that we saw with the money for the executive as well, and will continue to support that economic growth. I do agree with her, and as I said earlier on, I think there is a big opportunity for Northern Ireland as a fundamental, intrinsic part of the UK market with the ability to trade with the EU. That's what the protocol could set out. That is a huge economic opportunity, but it only can deliver if it's working, if it's something that's acceptable to the whole community of Northern Ireland, and business after business and business representative organisation after every other organisation in Northern Ireland has been clear with us there are problems that need to be resolved. What we're outlining today is rather than continuing a piecemeal approach that creates these continual cliff edges, we want to work with the EU to get a fix to the underlying problems so that we can see that economic opportunity deliver for Northern Ireland that she outlines.
James Sunderland.
Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst the UK does have the ability, the will and the right to invoke Article 16, does my right honourable friend agree that softer politics is still the way forward, and that working alongside the EU as an equal trading partner, not an intransigent political hegemon, will offer the best outcome for the people of Northern Ireland.
Yes, and I hope the EU will engage in a positive way, because I do think as equal partners, at equal sovereign states, we're able to have a proper negotiation to resolve these core issues. That's in the EU's interest, because obviously it will ensure that we can deal with their concerns over the single market, but it's also in the wider interest to ensure we're not just protecting the Belfast Good Friday Agreement, but the sovereign integrity of the UK internal market, which I hope the EU respects as much as we respect their single market.
Now we go by video link to Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unlike representatives of the Alliance Party and the SDLP, who seem to think that their job is to be EU representatives in the House rather than voice the concerns of their constituents who are hurt every day by the Northern Ireland Protocol, I welcome the proposals which the government has put forward today, and especially in relation to customs, in relation to trade barriers, checks on goods, VAT, and the ending of the European Court of Justice jurisdiction in Northern Ireland. However, I would just like to ask the Minister, in paragraph 71, he still refers to the need to have EU law applying in Northern Ireland. Does he recognise that, first of all, that's undemocratic, will lead to future conflicts and future trade barriers? And would he accept that the introduction of the mutual enforcement of regulations would do away with the need for EU law to be applied in Northern Ireland, and therefore remove those problems and the undemocratic nature of the existing arrangements?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman for his wider support, and also I share his frustration at hearing people who purport to represent UK citizens and Northern Ireland citizens in this chamber and on virtually continuing support to the EU who are making their life more difficult. I welcome his support for his constituents. I would just say in paragraph 71 itself as well, we're clear that we do think there is the potential for more robust arrangements to ensure that as rules are developed, they take account of their implications for Northern Ireland and provide a stronger role for those in Northern Ireland. I think that is an important part of it. He's right to outline that. That's why the consent mechanism is such an important part of this as we move forward, and why it is important that we recognise that whilst the outworkers of the protocol are having an impact detrimentally for people across the whole community of Northern Ireland, it is very clear that for any form of protocol to survive, it has to have consent of the whole community of Northern Ireland. And at the moment, it simply does not have that, and that's why, in its current format, the protocol as it's working is unsustainable.
Rob Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We know that the protocol was entered into with the best intentions by both sides, but the simple truth is it not, that the EU's approach to its implementation has been so rigid as to risk considerable harm to Northern Ireland's economy and society. So does my right honourable friend agree that what is required now is a far more pragmatic attitude from the EU, whose leaders should recognise that a peaceful and prosperous Northern Ireland is in the best interests of us all?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend makes an important point. We do recognise that, and I recognise that both the Vice President Maroš Šefčovič and the wider EU, I do believe, do want to get an outcome that is good for the people of Northern Ireland, as well as obviously their work to protect and defend their own single market. What we are saying is to do that, let's work together to get a solution that means that we can deal with these issues that are fundamentally undermining the protocol, affecting its sustainability and detrimentally affecting the people of Northern Ireland. My honourable friend is absolutely right. For peace, for prosperity, for sustainability, it's in everybody's interest to get a positive outcome to these negotiations.
Now we go by video link to Karen Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Trade is the way to the peace and prosperity we need to see in Northern Ireland, and they are ready to make the best of both worlds. This needs to be resolved very quickly. The Secretary of State chooses his words very carefully, and I think this afternoon he's told us that he respects the epidemiology unit of the island of Ireland, and the agreement they are seeking will avoid the need for a veterinary agreement. It will make it redundant, in answer to the member for Leeds Central. So is the agreement he's now seeking a single agreement across the island of Ireland and the island of Britain?
The agreement we're seeking is one that recognises that Northern Ireland is fundamentally part of the UK internal market. That means that goods that at the moment can move unfettered from Northern Ireland to Great Britain, that we also get to a point that goods that are moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland to be used and consumed in Northern Ireland are also able to flow freely. we fully recognise the need to deal with checks and to deal with issues for products that are moving into Ireland, to the EU, therefore into the single market. We will continue to do that. We think there is a realistic and practical, pragmatic way to do that, so we avoid this issue where all of these goods, including from companies who don't even trade within Ireland, are still going through the same checks as if they were going in the single market. That just isn't sustainable. It's not right for business. It's not right for consumers in Northern Ireland.
Now we go by video link to Carla Lockhart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is a welcome step and we await the response from the EU. Of course, their refusal to recognise the fundamental flaws with the protocol and the intransigent approach of the Dublin government must change if this process is to succeed. We will await and see if they have the capability of being flexible. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister in his forward in the command paper references the protection of the peace process and Belfast Agreement in all its parts as the rationale for the protocol. Does the Secretary of State agree that a fundamental building block of this is the principle of cross-community consent? And does he agree that whatever outcome of these negotiations, it must have the consent of the unionist community that is entirely absent from the current arrangements?
Well, the Honourable Lady makes a very, very important point. I would just say at the outset, the issues with the protocol and the problems it's created for consumers and businesses affect all communities in Northern Ireland. But she is absolutely right that at the moment there is a fundamental problem that the Northern Ireland Protocol, as it's currently working, does not have the consent of all communities, and it has to have that to have stability and the ability to deliver peace and prosperity. That's why I think it is important that we enter these negotiations with the absolute aim of ensuring that we get an outcome that resolves these underlying problems, that works for people of all communities in Northern Ireland. And she's absolutely right, it has to have the consent of all of them, including obviously the unionist community.
Miller.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Act of Union has long been the foundation for Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and of course the Good Friday Belfast Agreement has secured a consensus on peace within Northern Ireland. But by contrast, the protocol has challenged the integrity of the UK. It's seen tensions increase between communities within Northern Ireland and been used to introduce barriers to trade. So I welcome this command paper and I welcome this statement as a timely and pragmatic response to that. But can my right honourable friend confirm that he sees the integrity of the UK as the foundation for our pursuit of opportunities and a peaceful and prosperous future?
My honourable friend makes an absolutely spot-on comment. The command paper in itself is actually clear that we are seeking an agreed new balance to meet the commitments in the protocol in a way that fully respects Northern Ireland's place in the UK market. We do obviously understand that we have a duty to help maintain the integrity of the EU's own market. We take that seriously. We think we can deliver on that. But we have to also be clear about the fundamental integrity of the UK's market.
Now we go by video link to Gavin Robinson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Secretary of State will know that aerospace is a key industry within my constituency. And if we needed a good example as to the flaws of the piecemeal approach, the resolution on steel is a great example, because when we then raised aluminium, the European Union were of the view that we needed a separate and bespoke negotiation to resolve those issues. It crystallises the conundrum, quite rightly, that has led to this white paper. But my right honourable friend for Lagan Valley, my honourable friend for North Antrim, and the honourable member for Wellingborough have all raised with the Secretary of State during this statement the timescales. I understand his reluctance to give arbitrary timescales, but there will be two choices in this, Madam Deputy Speaker. The European Union will either indicate very quickly that they have no interest in engaging in this process, or they will start to engage. Can the Secretary of State at least commit that not only will he put his best efforts into achieving the right outcome, but that he will come to the House when we return in September and update us on progress or steps that may be necessary at that stage?
Well, the honourable gentleman, in his opening comments, I think outlined absolutely perfectly the reason why it's important we take an approach that deals with the underlying problem rather than looking separately at all of these different symptoms that go on. And many people today have talked about vet agreements, and he has outlined that in itself would not solve the overall problems, and he's given a very good example of that, and I think it's why we want to take the approach we do to find a fundamental resolution to the underlying problems. In terms of time frame, as I've said, look, we want to work positively with the European Union. We are recommending, we are looking to agree a standstill so that we avoid any cliff edges that grace periods that are coming upon us may create, and that would also, I think, give us the space to have these negotiations to get a permanent, fixed, long-term solution. I think it would be wrong of me to put timeframes on that at the moment. He's quite right. We'll have to see how things work over the next few weeks, and I have no doubt that the opportunities in this House will be abundant for he and others to raise these questions and to make these points to me on our return after the recess.
And finally, Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's always a pleasure to ask the Secretary of State any question, but can I say I'm very pleased to have the statement here today and thank the Secretary of State for bringing a possible solution to where we are. I've all too often been in this chamber discussing the Northern Ireland Protocol, and here we are again, still attempting to instigate some sort of solution. It has been said that the protocol was put in place to prevent Brexit disrupting the peace process. However, the enforcement of the protocol in Northern Ireland has done the exact same. The protocol is not sustainable. I believe very sincerely that there seems to be little willingness from the EU to find a way forward or to find a solution. So I would ask the Secretary of State this question. What immediate steps can he take to ensure an agreement is made to get rid of the protocol, and can the Secretary of State provide assurance that all options will be considered, including, as he referred to earlier on, invoking Article 16? Thank you so much.
Well, I think he's right, as other colleagues have been today, that it's important. We're very clear. We're not taking any options off the table. We need to make sure that we have the ability to do what is right for the people of the United Kingdom, and particularly, obviously, in this instance, with the protocol for the people of Northern Ireland. But we do think this is the right way to move forward, to find a way to resolve these underlying issues within the protocol, which we are fundamentally implementing across for Northern Ireland and for the EU. But these are fundamental issues that need to be resolved. I have always been very clear, the Prime Minister is very clear, as is my right honourable friend, the Noble Lord Frost, around our determination to deliver an outcome that is right for the people of Northern Ireland, that is sustainable and has consent of the entire community of Northern Ireland. That's the only way that this can work in a positive way, and then we get to the state where Northern Ireland has the real opportunity to deliver huge economic growth in the future, to deliver on those jobs and the opportunity that we see from the ability to be not just part of the UK internal market, but working with our friends and partners in the EU, access to their market as well.
Thank you. I will now briefly suspend the House for 3 minutes in order that arrangements can be made for the next item of business. Order. Order. Now I come to the next statement. I call Minister Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I apologise to you and the Honourable Lady opposite for the late sight of this statement. Before I start my remarks, I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the Noble Lord Stevens, who will shortly be standing down as Chief Executive of the NHS. And I'd like to thank him for his dedicated service over the past 7 years, and especially his stewardship during our battle against this virus, and his huge contribution to this nation's vaccination programme. I'm sure the whole House will join me in thanking him and giving him our best wishes for the future. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, with permission, I'd like to make a statement on our support for the NHS. In the NHS's proud 73-year history, no year has been as tough as the last. Everyone working across the NHS has achieved incredible things in the face of great difficulty, from building the Nightingale hospitals in just a matter of days to rolling out our life-saving vaccination programme. They've been there for us at the best of times and at the worst of times. And as a government, we've sought to give them what they need at every stage of the pandemic. And today I'd like to set out to the House some of the support we've been giving. Madam Deputy Speaker, throughout the pandemic, we've worked to deliver our manifesto commitments. 50,000 nurses, 40 new hospitals and 50 million more GP appointments. And we're taking every opportunity to invest in our NHS to make sure patients feel the benefits of the latest treatments and technologies. Only this week, we announced a new Innovative Medicines Fund to fast-track promising new drugs. This builds on the amazing work of the Cancer Drugs Fund, which has already helped tens of thousands of patients access promising cancer treatments, while we use the data to make sure they represent good value for the wider NHS. It's estimated that 1 in 17 people will be affected by a rare disease in their lifetime, and this fund will support the NHS to fast-track access to treatments which could have clinical promise. This new £340 million initiative takes our dedicated funding for fast-tracking promising drugs to £680 million, showing we'll do everything in our power to give patients access to the most cutting-edge therapies. Madam Deputy Speaker, doing right by the NHS means making sure that colleagues have the right team around them. This was true when we made our manifesto commitment for 50,000 more nurses by March 2024, and it remains especially true in the face of the challenges brought by the pandemic. I'm pleased to report that we have almost 1.2 million staff working in NHS trusts, an increase of over 45,300 compared to a year ago, including over 4,000 more doctors and almost 9,000 more nurses, taking us to over 303,000 nurses in total. And we're on track to deliver our 2024 commitment. We recognise that with so much being asked of our NHS staff, many won't yet be feeling the difference of all these extra colleagues at the front line. But I can assure those hard-working nurses you will feel it soon. Yesterday, I heard from NHS employers that for the first time, Hull University Teaching Hospital's NHS Trust will have a full complement of nursing staff when the intake of new nursing graduates begins work in September. And I know we all look forward to hearing that kind of news from more and more places across the country. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to update the House on our autism strategy. Our NHS long-term plan set out our commitment to improving the lives of autistic people, and today we've launched our new autism strategy, which sets out how we'll tackle the inequalities and barriers faced by autistic people so they can live independent and fulfilling lives. I'm truly grateful to everyone who's contributed to shaping this strategy, including autistic people and their families, the all-party parliamentary group on autism particularly, and I'd like to take a moment to recognise the contribution of Dame Cheryl Gillan, the former member for Chesham and Amersham, for her incredible advocacy for autistic people, including the inquiry she led in 2017 and 2019. She left an incredible legacy, and we're all so grateful to her for her work. Today's strategy builds on our previous strategy, Think Autism, and we've made so much progress since then. We now have diagnostic services in every area of the country and a much better understanding and awareness of autism. But there is much more to do. The life expectancy gap for autistic people is still around 16 years on average compared to the general population. Almost 80% of autistic adults experience mental health problems during their lifetime. And the coronavirus pandemic has been tough for many autistic people. Madam Deputy Speaker, far too many autistic people face unacceptable barriers in every aspect of their lives, in health, employment and in education. So we've worked together with colleagues in the Department for Education to extend the strategy to children and young people as well as to adults, reflecting the importance of supporting people all through their lives from the early years of childhood as well as adulthood. The strategy is fully funded for the first year and contains a series of big commitments, including getting down the COVID backlog, investing in reducing diagnostic waiting times of children and young people, preventing autistic people from avoidably ending up in inpatient mental health services, improving the quality of inpatient care for autistic people when they are receiving that, funding the development of an autism public understanding initiative so autistic people can be part of their communities without fear or judgment, funding to train education staff so children and young people can reach their potential, and many more commitments. This landmark strategy will help give autistic people equal opportunities to flourish in their communities, as well as better access to the support they need throughout their lives, so all autistic people have the opportunity to lead fuller and happier lives as they deserve. Madam Deputy Speaker, you owe so much to our NHS and the incredible people who work there. They've done so much to support us at this time of national need. As a government, we'll give them what they need, not just through this pandemic, but to face the challenges that lie ahead. I commend the statement to the House.
Thank you. Dr. Rosina Allen-Carr.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to declare an interest as an A&E frontline doctor who is working in our NHS. Madam Deputy Speaker, the contempt the government holds for this House is unacceptable. I got advance sight of the statement just a few minutes ago. Once again, Madam Deputy Speaker, we find this government has had to row back on a shoddy, ill-thought-through position with their 1% pay rise, a real terms pay cut, rejected by the independent pay body. So what did the government do? Nothing. Less than an hour ago, there were competing briefings on what the deal was going to be, but it turned out to be nothing. Our NHS staff deserve better than this. They've worked incredibly hard throughout this pandemic. The personal sacrifice is astounding. Their hard work never stops, and that is not without consequences. Work-related stress has increased by nearly 10%. Mental health is consistently the most reported reason for staff absence in the NHS, accounting for approximately 500,000 days lost every single month. 500,000 days lost every single month to mental health. These issues preceded the pandemic, but the increased pressure, intensity and trauma experienced by staff is taking its toll. Reports published in January found that nearly half of frontline NHS staff are suffering with PTSD symptoms, severe depression, and many drinking to numb the pain. It's a little surprise then that a third of staff are considering leaving their jobs. With vacancies throughout the health service, retaining staff is absolutely vital, especially when the NHS is embarking on a vaccine booster campaign, tackling the coming wave of coronavirus hospitalisations, treating the growing number of long COVID cases, and dealing with the ever-mounting backlog. This is why a fair pay rise and conditions is so important. It is not just a moral imperative, it is also about the future functioning of our NHS. By refusing to offer a pay rise, the government risks workers leaving the health service, creating more vacancies, shortfalls during shifts and increased workload for the staff who remain. It also makes recruitment much, much harder. With huge gaps in crucial areas such as nursing, it makes the government's already insufficient pledge to recruit 50,000 more nurses by 2024 simply impossible. Healthcare staff are rightly angry that they've been treated in this way, and we will recognise that unions will want to consult their members on all proposals, and we support them in doing this. The fact that even unions themselves have been kept in the dark is utterly unacceptable. After the year we've had, there shouldn't be so many unanswered questions. So I ask the Minister, is this really fair on NHS staff who've had to bury their colleagues as well as their families? Is this really fair on NHS staff who have been sent like lambs to the slaughter without appropriate PPE to work throughout this pandemic, and that is using their words. Is this really fair on NHS staff who sent to support us and our families, ill-equipped with inappropriate PPE? And is this fair when NHS staff nursed our loved ones when they died alone? And is this fair when staff are exhausted and there is still no end in sight? Minister, this is quite simply an insult of the highest order. After everything our NHS staff have done for us, when will the government finally make them feel valued and offer them something more than claps? A statement on the NHS should have concrete plans on how the government will support the NHS in tackling the summer crisis. So if the Minister is so sure that she understands NHS staff and their pressures and workload, I invite her to do a shift with me on the A&E front line, and she can shadow me for once. Thank you.
Minister, just before the Minister responds, I will say that Mr. Speaker will be annoyed, to say the least, that the Honourable Lady didn't receive the statement from the Minister in time. But the Minister did apologise at the beginning of her remarks. So I've noted that apology, and we don't have to go any further on that. But I've also noted what the Honourable Lady said. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I will indeed reiterate my apology to the Honourable Lady for the late sight of the statement. I'll thank her for her invitation to join her, though I will say that I am shocked by some of the language that she uses. And the thing I would just say to her is that...
Lady mustn't shout at the Minister across the dispatch box. She was heard, and the Minister must be heard. Minister.
I just would say it is clearly very important, the things that we say in this chamber, and they have ripples beyond this chamber. And so the tone of what we say, I, for one, certainly consider is extremely important. She asked and spoke about pay for NHS staff. As she knows, the government asked for recommendations from the NHS pay review bodies, and the government is rightly seriously considering those recommendations, and we will be responding as soon as we possibly can. She also knows that back last year the Chancellor committed to the NHS staff receiving a pay rise at a time when there's a wider freeze on public sector pay, recognising the extraordinary lengths that NHS staff have gone to during the pandemic. She talked about the pressures on NHS staff, which she and I know go back a long way, but yes, of course, have been so much greater during this pandemic. And we know that NHS staff have gone above and beyond time and again during the pandemic to care for patients. Recognising that, knowing that that has been happening throughout the pandemic, we have worked, and I have worked with NHS England, and particularly the people team there, to put in place all possible support for staff during these difficult times. Practical support with some of the day-to-day challenges with working shifts and the extra disruption in people's lives and home lives during the pandemic, and also mental health support, including setting up 40 new mental health hubs for staff, which I've heard from staff on the front line are really making a difference. And in fact, some of these things are making the NHS a better place to work for the future, and we should try and continue some of the improvements to the mental health support that there is for staff, recognising the importance of this to people who are doing extremely challenging jobs. I will say to her also that we now have record numbers of staff in our NHS. We have over 300,000 nurses. As I said earlier, around 9,000 more nurses than a year ago. We also have record numbers of doctors. So we have more staff in our NHS. We're also seeing a huge interest in NHS careers. For instance, earlier this year, we have seen a rise in the applications for nursing degrees to UCAS, a 21% rise this year, which comes on top of a rise last year as well. So I welcome the fact that there are so many people now wanting to join our NHS to support it, and I am determined that we as a government will continue to support our NHS workforce in the weeks and months ahead.
Jeremy Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I start by echoing the Minister's thanks to Lord Stevens, who is about to step down as Chief Executive of the NHS. One of my proudest achievements as Health Secretary was to secure a £20 billion annual rise in the NHS budget. And that would not have been possible without a close partnership with Lord Stevens, and indeed a number of things he taught me about how to negotiate with the Treasury. But he is someone who believes in the NHS to his fingertips, and he will be missed on all sides of the House. I know on that side, but also on this side, where we have long forgiven him for his new Labour origins, and I know we wish him well for the future. This statement is a statement about the NHS, and I think the biggest pressure facing the NHS, apart from COVID patients themselves, is the COVID backlog. And I just want to draw to the Minister's attention the concerns that I and a number of people have. As we face these enormous waiting lists, the previous Labour government had considerable success in bringing down waiting lists to their credit. But they would also say there were unintended consequences in terms of lapses in parts of the system on the safety and quality of care. So will the Minister, as we once again try to bring down waiting lists, agree that the government will redouble its focus on the safety and quality of care so that we do not have to relearn the lessons of Midstaff's, Morecambe Bay and a number of other sad tragedies?
Minister. Well, I thank my right honourable friend for his question, and I know that in his time as Health Secretary he did a huge amount to raise the standards of safety and have a greater focus on patient safety in the NHS. And that is still clearly making a difference today. And he's absolutely right that we need to make sure that we focus on that as we work to bring down the backlogs from the pandemic. And I would say not only that, but also I'm mindful of making sure that we are continue to support our NHS workforce as they're both on the one hand still looking after patients with COVID and also working to reduce the backlog. That pressure is continuing, but I'm determined that as we bring down the backlog, staff will continue to be supported, will in fact continue to have the time off and annual leave and the breaks that they need and the wider support so that we look after our workforce as well as providing the care that patients need.
We now go by video link to Martin Day.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've listened to what has been said in the statement and was surprised that it didn't cover the subject of NHSP, which had been well trailed in advance. I would have hoped that the UK government would match the 4% Scottish government has offered to NHS workers, backdated to December 2020. And the Scottish Government has also secured agreement for a real living wage for social care staff at £9.50 an hour and underwritten the promise with £64.5 million in support. So why is it that this UK Government is unable to match the Scottish Government's commitments to giving the NHS and social care staff the pay they deserve and need?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable member for outlining the approach in Scotland towards pay. Of course, pay is a devolved matter. As I said earlier to the honourable lady opposite, we are reviewing the recommendations from the pay review bodies and we'll be making an announcement for pay in England in due course.
Simon John.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank the Minister for her update. On another matter, though, I'm receiving emails from East Devon constituents concerned that their first, second or both jabs haven't been registered properly and don't appear on the NHS Now app. It's putting their holiday plans in doubt, and from September they may not be able to access some venues when COVID passports could be introduced, though not with my support. The papers are filled with similar stories from across the country. Not only will COVID passports create a two-tier society, it also appears to be a system based on sometimes inaccurate data. Is this really a good idea, Minister?
Well, I mean, I welcome that so many of his constituents have, of course, received their vaccination. Where there are some particular problems with the data, I'm sure he will know that our honourable friend, the Vaccines Minister, is very assiduous on specific matters, and I will raise with him the examples, and it may well be that he will get directly in touch and resolve this situation.
Monira Wilson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by echoing the remarks of the Minister and the Right Honourable Member for South West Surrey with regards to Lord Stevens. He happens to be a constituent of mine, but has also been a phenomenal Chief Executive of the NHS, and I hope he'll be making some well-informed interventions on the Health and Care Bill in the other place. This statement rightly applauds our NHS staff and how much we owe them, and it says, as a government, we will give them all that they need. Madam Deputy Speaker, words and clapping are cheap. Where on earth is the widely reported and trailed pay deal announcement that was expected today? Does she really believe the 1% pay rise, which is actually a pay cut, is giving NHS doctors and nurses what they need? Is that really a just reward for their sacrifices of the last 18 months?
Minister. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I mean, I agree with the Honourable Lady that pay for our NHS workforce is clearly very important. That is why we're considering the recommendations of the pay review body, and we will make an announcement on pay in due course.
Now we go by video link to Paul Bristow.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hugely welcome the statement from the Minister today, particularly the news about the autism strategy. But as we look forward beyond the pandemic, the real concern from charities and patient groups that many patients have been being diagnosed with some very serious conditions due to lockdown and COVID restrictions. GPs have a crucial role in dealing with this issue. Will the Minister set out steps her department is taking to provide an extra 50 million GP appointments a year?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my honourable friend makes a really important point that we have seen people not come forwards for treatment during the pandemic. And actually, you know, it's really worth reiterating that if anyone is worried about their health, it is really important to seek that help and get a diagnosis or seek treatment. We are working to increase the number of appointments available in primary care. One thing that we've also seen is that GPs during the pandemic have increased clearly the remote working and virtual appointments. We know that many people need to be able to see a GP in person, but there are also opportunities to combine GPs being able to offer services in person and virtual in a way that is good, hopefully, for both the GPs and for patients.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for the statement today and for what she spoke about earlier on. I'd like to just ask the Minister if I could about the NHS wage increase, because it's one that's on my mind. On the TV screens this morning, a nurse gave her story. It was a very heartfelt story for those who had an opportunity to hear it. It told about the difficulties of retaining staff and ensuring that staff were able to cope through the process. So I want to ask the Minister that there's a real need to respond positively to the wage increase. There's a petition that's also been handed into government in relation to it. So I believe in my heart that NHS staff should be receiving the 3% increase. So does the Minister agree that 3% is enough, given the tireless and admirable efforts in tackling COVID-19? And can the Minister confirm that NHS staff will receive the wage increase and it will be a priority for herself and also for government? Thank you.
Well, the honourable gentleman is asking me, I think, to preempt the government's response to the recommendations of the pay review body. And I would have to say to him that I'm afraid I'm not able to do that here at the dispatch box today. What I can say is that we are considering their recommendations and we will make an announcement on pay for NHS staff as soon as we can.
Flip Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for her update and also the announcement on the autism strategy, which is much welcome. It's been a very tough 16 months for every single worker in the NHS, and I salute every one of them around the country, particularly in the Meon Valley, of course. And can I also praise every volunteer in the vaccine centres that have made such a success of it too? Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been keeping in touch with the local NHS bodies and patients about progress towards a new hospital in Hampshire, one of the 40 in our plan. Can my honourable friend confirm her department is engaging with the Hampshire Hospitals Foundation Trust to move this project forward as soon as possible, as it will benefit my Mearn Valley constituents?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, can I join my honourable friend in thanking NHS staff in the Mearn Valley and also, as she says, the many volunteers in her area but across the country who have been so invaluable in their support to the vaccination rollout. She asked about her new hospital in Hampshire. She will know that the government is in full steam ahead on bringing forward new hospitals, and I will take up her specific question with my honourable friend, the Hospitals Minister.
Thank you. Meg Hillier. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I would like to associate my comments, myself with the Minister's comments about Lord Stevens and Dame Cheryl Gillan. Both contributed massively to the Public Accounts Committee, albeit from different sides of the witness table. But this statement is disappointing. It's great to hear about the autism strategy, but that was already a written statement today. Why have we not heard about the backlog, social care or NHS pay? And the Minister's talked about recruiting more people. You know, I could go to town on how many failed targets there have been on that, and we're still not sure that you will meet that. But the key issue in NHS staffing is retention of staff. Yes. So if she can't tell us about NHS pay now, if not now, when, Minister?
Well, I will say to the Honourable Lady that she's absolutely right that retention is vital to us for maintaining the staff that we have in the NHS. For instance, in order to achieve our 50,000 more nurses for the NHS, that's through a combination of new domestic recruitment through staff training to become nurses, international recruitment, but also retaining the nurses that we've got. That's a really important part of it. That's why we've worked so hard during the pandemic to support NHS staff to stay with the NHS. And actually what we have seen, and I'm truly grateful to many staff for this, is people really sticking with the NHS during this time. Some staff even delaying their retirement in order to help the NHS through the pandemic. What I know looking ahead is we have to be ready to continue supporting staff, including, for instance, staff who are nearing the end of their careers, making sure, for instance, if they want to work a bit differently, more flexible working, that should be available. That's one of a whole host of things we're doing in order to support the retention of staff.
I must just say to the House that the Honourable Lady for Hackney South and Shoreditch is not the only member this week and in recent weeks who has addressed the Minister as Minister. You don't, and I'm sorry to pull up the Honourable Lady. I'm doing it to her because I know that she can take it and won't be upset at me criticising her. Whereas there are some new members with whom I'm rather more gentle. So I'm thanking the Honourable Lady for Hackney South and Shoreditch for helping me in this by allowing me to use her as an example. When a member asks a question, you don't say, Minister, are you going to do this? You say, Madam Deputy Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, does the Minister understand she must do this? Now, we mustn't lose sight of that because it changes the way in which dialogue occurs in this place. And just because it's hot at the end of term and we've got COVID problems doesn't mean we let our standards fall. Steve Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Monday, Sky News was amongst those who reported frontline health workers in England are to be spared self-isolation rules in an emergency move to tackle the pingdemic that has triggered an NHS staffing crisis. Well, I'm very pleased because, of course, the NHS has a special place in all our hearts and all our constituents' hearts, but so does food in the supermarkets and on our tables. The capacity of businesses to recover, and in particular, theatres have been in the news. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, what will my honourable friend, the Minister, do to ensure that everyone is freed from this great curse of the pingdemic, which is keeping us from our recovery?
Well, Isolation is an important part of our defence against the pandemic. We know that those who are contacts are around 5 times more likely to be infectious. So that's why isolation is so important. He's correct to say there's been a very specific policy for a limited number of NHS and social care staff in exceptional circumstances and subject to a risk assessment. They're double vaccinated and with PCR testing and daily LFD testing and subject to the approval of Director of Public Health or appropriate public health individual to continue to work if they are a contact. But as I say, it's very limited and specific. The Prime Minister has also said that he will make sure, we will make sure that crucial services will be able to continue to operate, even recognising that many people are at the moment isolating, and that goes beyond health and social care, and that in mid-August we are introducing a new system.
Thank you. Now we go by video link to Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I spent 20 years working in the NHS, but I have never known the NHS to be under such extreme pressure. Mental health needs unmet, NHS waiting lists going through the roof, GPs completely overrun and unable to cope, and no solution to our social care crisis. The Tories have achieved what I did not believe was possible. They have broken the NHS and care service, and they have broken the NHS and care staff. In the shadow of this, the Minister should be ashamed to bring such a vacuous statement today. We should now immediately enter into urgent cross-party talks as to how we rescue this disastrous mess before both staff and patients bear further sacrifice.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't actually agree with the Honourable Lady's description of the situation. I think it's clearly absolutely true to say that our NHS staff and our social care staff have done tremendous things during the pandemic, and clearly still are, as we have COVID still so much with us, and have gone above and beyond time and again. It's been important that we have put in place extra support, and we will continue to make sure there's extra support for those staff. And on pay, we will be announcing our decision on NHS pay in due course.
Mary Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for her statement today, and I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the staff who work at Stepping Hill Hospital in my constituency for their tireless efforts throughout this pandemic. The last 16 months have reinforced the importance of the government's goal of 50,000 more nurses in the NHS by the end of this Parliament. And I'm encouraged by the progress that has already been made in this area. Can my honourable friend also confirm that her department will also continue working hard to improve the recruitment and retention that we will also need to meet this crucial target?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question. Can I also thank the NHS and social care staff as well in her constituency and her local hospital for all that they are doing. And I welcome her acknowledgement of the progress we're making towards our 50,000 more nurses target. And absolutely, we are going to continue with our strong domestic recruitment. We're in a really good position on that because of the increased number of applications for nursing courses, particularly international recruitment, even in the face of the pandemic, is in fact still really strong, and trusts are doing a great job in bringing and supporting international recruits into their organisation, and of course supporting staff who are already in the NHS retention, which is so important to keep those we already have.
We go by video link to Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and sending solidarity to my fellow Gingers, both in the chamber and beyond, who will no doubt be struggling with the heat as I am today. NHS staff are justifiably angry, and the Minister can tone police my honourable friend, the member for Tooting, all she likes. But frankly, she'll get much shorter shrift if she speaks to the exhausted, demoralised and underpaid NHS staff in my area. So rather than clutching her pearls, could the Minister please perhaps turn her attention to delivering a much-trailed pay rise she failed to announce today, one which fairly reflects the NHS staff's contributions, addresses years of real terms pay cuts, and includes addressing the number of NHS key workers still shamefully paid below the real living wage.
Well, clearly she's been speaking to NHS staff in her constituency, and I'm glad to hear that. I clearly speak to NHS staff all the time as NHS Workforce Minister to make sure that I understand the things that are most on the minds of staff. Of course, pay is on staff's minds at the moment, but also the importance of having full teams, and therefore I'm glad that we are making progress on increasing the number of staff in the NHS more broadly and nurses specifically, and also put in place the other support like the mental health support that I know is so important to people doing difficult jobs.
Jacob Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister will be aware that Redcar and Cleveland currently has the highest rate of COVID in the country, but thankfully this isn't leading to a huge increase in hospitalisations and deaths, because we're also one of the most vaccinated areas of the country, with 71.2% of people having received both doses. What additional support can her department give to Redcar and Cleveland to ensure that everyone is able to access the jab, protect themselves and our local NHS?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I say how good it is to hear that his area has taken up the jab so strongly, so many people are having the protection of both doses of the vaccination. We know that it doesn't mean they definitely won't get COVID at all, but we know that their risk of hospitalisation, serious consequences, indeed death, is that much lower from being vaccinated. Of course, it's important that those who have yet to be vaccinated but who have eligible should still come forward. There are more people still to come forwards. And I would say to him that if he thinks there's anything specific that we could do to do further in his constituency, do please let me or the Vaccines Minister know.
Here we now go by video link to Florence Eshalomi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd just like to join my colleagues, the Right Honourable Member from Tooting, Hackney South and Shoreditch, York Central and Warrington North in expressing my dismay at this statement from the Minister, which outlines nothing for the many NHS staff, including the hard-working staff across the bridge from this house at St Thomas's Hospital in my constituency, who still haven't seen the pay rise which they deserve. Our NHS staff have been working tirelessly for over a year now on the front line. They are exhausted. They've experienced exceptional levels of trauma and crisis for a prolonged period. Recent research from King's College London found that intensive care staff reported PTSD, severe depression and anxiety. They need support over the next coming years. Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Minister outline what steps the government is doing to work with our NHS staff to support them to deal with the mental health fallout from this pandemic?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I join the Honourable Lady in thanking NHS staff in her constituency, and particularly in St Thomas's Hospital, just across the river from where we are now, and where I had one of my 3 children and was extremely well looked after there. She asks about mental health support for staff, and in fact we recognise the pressure and the mental health challenges that staff are of course facing, particularly during the pandemic. That's why the NHS is putting in place 40 mental health hubs to provide specific support to NHS and in fact also social care staff with their mental health, of a range of things that we're doing to support staff's mental health through this time.
Saxby.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Government's commitment to our NHS through its delivery of the biggest hospital building programme in a generation. Will my honourable friend set out the progress her department has made towards identifying and progressing the 40 future hospitals it will be building and significantly enhancing, such as North Devon District Hospital in my constituency?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, we have indeed committed to build 40 new hospitals by 2030, and together with 8 existing schemes, that will mean 48 new hospitals by the end of the decade. As she says, the biggest hospital building programme in a generation. This hospital programme is absolutely on track, but I will have to take up this specific hospital in her constituency with my honourable friend, the Hospital Minister.
Here we go by video link to Barry Gardner.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in order to ensure the Minister is damned if she says no and damned if she says yes, can she confirm whether she believes that pushing the government response to the pay review into the long grass or sneaking it out in the recess when Parliament isn't sitting is an adequate and fair reflection of the sacrifices that NHS staff have made to keep our country safe during the pandemic.
As I have said, we are considering the recommendations of the NHS pay reviews bodies. This is an extremely important decision for the government. It clearly has consequences for a very large number of NHS staff, and we will be announcing a decision on pay as soon as we can.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I start by commiserating with the Minister, who's clearly grabbing a short straw at the moment. Not sure what the point of this statement actually is. It does seem as though pages 2 to 4 have been torn out at the last minute, and she's just read out the preamble and the end with nothing in between. But as this is an opportunity to raise NHS issues with the Minister, can I draw her attention to a growing concern with my constituents, and that is the difficulty in getting a GP appointment. Is she aware of this growing issue across parts of Greater Manchester and no doubt England, and what's she doing about it?
Well, I thank the honourable member for him taking the opportunity to raise this point. I'm well aware of it. In fact, of course, my constituents in Kent raises challenges in my area, as well as I know in many other parts of the country. That is why we are working to increase the number of primary care appointments available to people, knowing that that demand is going up, so therefore we must make sure that people's need for local healthcare, which is so important, is met.
Jonathan Gullis.
Speaker, it's good to know that you only tick off MPs who can take it after the fact I wouldn't wear a jacket one time on Zoom, so I'm appropriately dressed for you on this occasion. But I would like to thank the Minister and the Department for Health and Social Care, because under this government, the Royal Stoke University Hospital has received over £40 million worth of investment. But sadly, Labour's legacy in Stoke-on-Trent at the Royal Stoke is Andy Burnham's disastrous PFI deal, which means that £20 million a year is going from being stolen from the front line and going on into a hospital PFI debt. That means we actually had less beds than what we had before. So does my honourable friend agree that one way we can help our local NHS is freeing them of this usury, so money can instead go on funding more beds, more doctors, more nurses and more equipment for our fantastic frontline NHS staff?
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with my honourable friend, of course. I am very glad that we are able to focus our funding for the NHS on the things that really matter. But on the one hand, it's building new hospitals, on the other hand, supporting the workforce, and indeed, at the moment and in the months ahead, supporting the elective recovery and all the extra work that needs to happen to give people the treatment they need.
Alison McGovern.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I ask my question, can I just say to the Minister that she might want to think again about coming to this House and ticking off my friend, the member for Tooting, for her tone and her language on NHS pay, when she's come to this House to say absolutely nothing at all. And worse still, we hear from the media that the social care announcement is now being pushed to September. So can I give the Minister a second chance? Can she confirm at the dispatch box right now that when we get that social care plan, it will match Wirral Council's priority of getting every single social care worker in this country the real living wage? Yes or no?
Well, it's very good to hear, as she says, that Wirral Council is supporting social care workers in its area. And I know it's clearly crucial. The local authorities are a crucial part of our work in social care reform. And they have so many of the direct relationships with care providers who are providing that social care. And what I can say to her is we are absolutely committed to bold, ambitious reforms for social care. And as she knows very well, we will be bringing these forward during this year.
I ought to conclude the statement here because we are running way behind time, but I appreciate that members have important questions to ask and that the Minister will want to answer them, but I ask for much greater speed and brevity because it's not fair for people who are waiting to come on to the next item of business.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I ask my question, can I declare an interest? My wife works in the NHS. I thank the Minister for her statement today, particularly around supporting our workforce. And when I speak to local health leaders, what they tell me is the workforce is tired. They've been dealing with the COVID for the past 18 months, and they're worried that they will have to lurch from COVID into tackling 150% the COVID backlog. What reassurance can she give to health staff working in my constituency that there'll be a sustainable transition through dealing with the pandemic to dealing with all the backlog and consequences as a result of it?
Minister. He makes a really important point, and that's why I'm working closely with my honourable friend, the Hospitals Minister, who is leading the oversight of the elective recovery work. And we're very much discussing how we can support the workforce through this time and make sure that with the pressure both of looking after people with COVID, with winter approaching and the elective recovery, that we are looking after our workforce through this period. Of course, something that's going to be really important for us looking ahead for the winter is not only people getting their COVID vaccination if they're eligible, but also the flu vaccination programme, so that we can try and have as little flu as possible in what may be a challenging winter ahead.
We now go by video link to Barbara Keeley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Whilst it is welcome that the government has launched its new autism strategy, it will need to do more than that to ensure that 2,000 autistic people and people with learning disabilities currently detained in inappropriate inpatient units can move back to the community. For 10 years since the Winterbourne View scandal, the government has failed to invest in the high-quality community services needed, and it has done nothing to stop the flow of people into inpatient units from the community. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, will the Minister commit to the funding needed to support all current inpatients in the community? And can she say when the government will finally bring forward reforms to our social care system so that it provides the support that autistic people and people with learning disabilities need?
Well, the Honourable Lady refers to the importance of us making sure that only those who really benefit from inpatient treatment should be in inpatient units. And we know that's often not the case, for instance, for autistic people, sometimes those with learning disabilities who are inpatients. We are working through our Building the Right support programme to reduce the number of people who are inpatients, and we will continue to do so.
And now we go by video link to Jason McCartney.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local services, business and schools across my Colne Valley constituency are being severely impacted by absences as a result of staff being pinged. Now, we already know that from mid-August, those who've been double jabbed won't have to isolate when pinged. But with such a successful rollout of the vaccinations in my part of Yorkshire, why can't that happen now?
Well, I thank you. I appreciate his point, but the fact is that isolation is an important part of our defences against this virus. And at the moment, therefore, it has to be the case that we ask and say to those people who are contacted by test and trace who are pinged to please isolate in order to break the chains of infection.
John Trickett.
The whole country wants to see a proper pay rise for the NHS staff, and we wait the government's announcement. But the central ethos of healthcare through generations, through centuries, is the Hippocratic Oath, which gives equal value to the lives and health of every single human being, including those over 80 years of age. So will she, the Minister, stand up for the NHS, its core principle, and reject the Prime Minister's brutal philosophy of abandoning our older neighbours, friends and relatives?
Well, actually, I don't accept what he says at all. And what I can say from the position I've been during the pandemic is that we have tried every step of the way to protect those who've been most vulnerable to this virus. It's a cruel virus, and it is particularly cruel to those who have weaker immune systems and people who are older. But we have done all we possibly can, including, I'll say, in social care, providing over £2 billion of funding and PPE and testing and vaccination to do our utmost to protect those who are most at risk.
We go by video link to Anne-Marie Morris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The pandemic has shown the vital need for effective collaboration across health and social care, and the need for individuals being able to work flexibly across both systems, so, for example, nurses. What steps has the government, therefore, taken to ensure that parity of esteem is achieved across the health and social care workforce, both in terms of their training, preferably together, work opportunities and pay, which it seems should be comparable?
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, and we have seen some really effective collaboration across health and social care during the pandemic. We want to continue to build on that, and one of the things I'm doing is working with Health Education England, who are have just launching a review looking ahead for healthcare workforce, but also at registered staff in the social care workforce, and looking at how we can go further, for instance, on the bringing together of those two workforces.
Video link to Tony Lloyd.
And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister is quite rightly embarrassed because she can say nothing about NHS pay, but she should be equally embarrassed that she can't answer the question about parity of esteem for care workers. Over 100,000 care worker vacancies exist in this country. What is the government going to do to make sure that not simply those care workers in post are not exhausted, but those who need care get the care workers that they need?
Well, it's true that the social care sector does face a challenge, has faced a challenge recruiting people. We are supporting the sector. We have supported the sector during the pandemic. And as part of our work on social care reforms, we're exactly looking at the workforce. And for instance, how can we make sure that social care is an attractive place to work, particularly for people coming into the workplace for the first time, and then to provide career progression opportunities so people stick with social care for a longer time.
Anthony Higginbottom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Access to a GP is now very patchy. Some of my constituents don't have difficulty going and getting a face-to-face appointment. Others find it almost impossible. We all accept that there are new ways of working and some GP appointments can be virtual, but that's not appropriate in all cases. And what we're going to see over the coming months, if not years, is if access to appointments doesn't improve, tackling the backlog, keeping pressure out of A&E and our ambulance services will only get worse. So could I ask what steps the Department for Health and Social Care can take to support and encourage GPs to get operating back to normal and get patients through the door?
Minister.
He's absolutely right about the importance of people to be able to access GP and to get healthcare close to home. NHS England has been clear to GPs that they must ensure that they are offering face-to-face appointments as well as remote appointments. And we know this is an approach that in general practices are taking, and we will continue to support GPs to provide that access over the months ahead.
We go by video link to Margaret Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister of State for Health said last week in response to a question raised by the member for York Central that it's not the intention that integrated care boards depart from Agenda for Change. However, given that the bill will revoke the national tariff and places a clear emphasis on a move to tariffs varying by area and other factors, coupled with strict financial controls for ICBs, is it not inevitable that this bill will undermine Agenda for Change and the pay and terms and conditions of over 1 million NHS workers in England?
No, I don't think that is the case.
And finally, we go by video link to Peter Bone.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and we much appreciate you extending this session. Before any major change is made in the NHS, there is a full impact assessment done to see how it affects the wider society. Would the Care Minister be able to say, when last week the compulsory vaccination of care staff, SI, was put before the House, that the Minister had the opportunity to read the SI and the explanatory notes and the full impact assessment? And if there was no full impact assessment, why did the government proceed with laying it before Parliament?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I was asked about this at the time and during the debate, and I did apologise for the fact that there was an error in the explanatory memorandum, or the notes to that. And we have since published an impact statement, and the full impact assessment is going through the formal approval process.
Thank you.
Point of order.
Oh, take care for... Woo. Point of order, Mr. Mike Penny. Mike Penny.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to make this point of order and to listen to me. I gave the Speaker notice of the point of order earlier on today. Today, the Government and the Health Department have issued a written ministerial statement into their review into the scandal of primidone, sodium valproate and pelvic mesh. On average, the recommendations were given 3 to 4 paragraphs within this document that's been issued today. This affects every single constituency in this House, and it's an insult to this House, and probably more importantly, an insult to the victims of these conditions that was brought on them by the NHS, that we're not here listening to a minister so this House can question them. Is there any indication, Madam Speaker, in the short time, which is I'm sure why this was issued so late today, that we have not got a minister before us today, and I know the minister's listening, perhaps the minister would like to pass this back, why such an important issue to so many victims in this country that's been going on for years, the government's own review has been given 4 paragraphs per recommendation and no compensation.
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for having given me notice that he intended to raise this point of order, but as he knows very well, I cannot answer for what the government does. And it's not for the Chair to decide which statements are made here and which statements are made as written statements. To be fair to the government today, we already have 3 statements, and in fact, 3 statements. Oh, the Honourable Gentleman is saying it should be 4. Well, if it had been 4, then I would have people complaining that they wouldn't have time to speak on the important bill that is also before us. But I fully appreciate the points that the Honourable Gentleman has made about the importance of the subject matter of the written statement, and I'm sure that he will seek advice from the Table Office as to how he might possibly take this matter further. And I'm also certain that ministers have heard his concerns. Point of order, Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman published the long-awaited report into the state pension changes affecting 1950s-born women. It found maladministration on the part of successive governments in relation to this issue. Has there been any indication of DWP ministers coming to the House to make a statement on this important matter that affects 3.8 million women across the United Kingdom? And if not, can I ask how we get them here to scrutinise them, given the recess that is coming up tomorrow?
Again, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for having given me notice of his intended point of order, which is very similar to the point of order just made by the Right Honourable Gentleman. And my answer is, of course, consistent as I am, the same. It's not for the Chair to decide or which statements come here to the House and which are written. I'm sure that the Honourable Gentleman will seek advice from the Table Office as to how he might take his point further. But at the same time, having made his point here in the Chamber, the relevant ministers will be aware of his concerns, which I suspect are shared by a great many honourable members in all parts of the House. Point of order, Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And on a point of order, in Prime Minister's question time today, in response to my question to the Prime Minister about whether he could live on £96 statutory sick pay per week, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "He's quite wrong because everybody who is self-isolating is entitled, in addition, to the equivalent of the living wage." Madam Deputy Speaker, this is inaccurate. Not everyone who is self-isolated is entitled to the £500 test and trace support payment, as the government's own website makes clear. So can Madam Deputy Speaker advise me as to whether the Prime Minister has notified her of any intention to correct the record, or has he corrected the record? Has he corrected the record? And if not, what steps can be taken to ensure that the Prime Minister does correct the record on this very important matter?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman again for having given me notice of his intention to raise this point of order. As Mr. Speaker has said from the chair many times, and I have said myself, we are not responsible for what ministers say at the dispatch box. That is up to the minister. And of course, one person's interpretation of statistics can often be different from another person's interpretation of statistics. Indeed, there can be as many interpretations as there are statistics. The honourable gentleman clearly disagrees with the answer which the Prime Minister gave, and I'm sure that he will find a way of asking the question again. If the Prime Minister, as with any other minister, has in fact been mistaken in the facts that he laid before the House, then I'm sure that by my saying this now, those around him will be aware that the suggestion of mistakes in facts has been made. And if there is a mistake in fact, then I'm sure the Prime Minister will take the earliest opportunity to correct it, which would be, of course, the honourable thing to do. But if he does not believe that he is mistaken in fact, then the honourable gentleman will have to await the next opportunity he has to raise the matter again, which I'm sure he will do. Thank you. We now move to the presentation of bills. Secretary Robert Buckland.
Judicial Review and Courts Bill.
Second reading what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Presentation of bill. Joe Gideon.
Batteries Safety Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of September.
Friday the 10th of September. Presentation of bill. David Johnston. Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of December.
Friday the 10th of
December.
Friday the 10th of December. We now come to the 10-minute rule motion. Mr. David Johnson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in the bill on the order paper in my name. In rising to support this bill today, I build on the work of my predecessor, now in the other place, as Lord Vasey of Didcot, who introduced this bill 5 months before he stood down. I'm very grateful to him and to other members of the House who supported him, as they have me, such as my honourable friends for Mole Valley and Henley. And I'm particularly grateful to the AEAT pension campaign, and there are too many of them to mention, but I will just mention Tony Redding, who's a constituent who chairs the campaign and has worked with me closely on getting to this point. In 1996, the commercial activities of the UK Atomic Energy Authority were privatised, and a company called AEA Technology was created. And as part of the transfer of staff to that new company, there was a decision to be made about what would happen to people's pensions. And the employees were presented with what they were told was a time-limited offer in which they would have 40 days to transfer to the new defined benefit scheme. They were told that they would get identical or very close to identical benefits to those that they were already getting, and that it was unlikely that benefit promise would ever be broken. So 90% of them opted to transfer. So far, so routine, except in 2012, less than 2 decades after the company being created, it went into pre-pack administration, and their pensions went into the Pension Protection Fund. Now, at this point, members of the House may be feeling, well, that's sad for the pensioners, but there have been a lot of problems with pensions turning out to be a lot less valuable than was originally expected, and at least they were in the Pension Protection Fund, which some schemes did not get into. But there are two aspects of this case which make it unique. The first is the promise that was given to the pensioners, including by the government. They were told that they were going to get identical or close to identical terms, told that it was very unlikely that the benefit promise would ever be broken. They were told they would get a scheme that was no less favourable than the one they were getting. They were assured from the dispatch box, in fact, by the Minister of the time 25 years ago, that their terms and their conditions and their pension benefits would be fully protected. And in fact, what has happened is that on average their pensions are worth around 35% less than they used to be. Some of them at 20%, but some of them at 40 and 50%. But the second thing, which is unique about this case, is the role that the Government Actuary Department played at the time. And what happened here was that the Government Actuary Department drafted guidance for the employees to help them make their decision about whether to transfer their pensions or not. But AEAT, the company that had been created, didn't like the look of that guidance. So they wrote to the Government Actuary Department and they said, and I quote, "We believe that the general tone of this note is likely to discourage people from joining the AEAT scheme, ... and we have suggested a few places where the tone may be modified." Now, what they meant by modified, of course, was to strengthen the encouragement being given to the pensioners to transfer, which is where the various promises that they were given came in. It's why 90% of them opted to transfer. And the Government Actuary Department produced that guidance, actually having done no risk assessment of the pension scheme that was the new one that was being created. This was a completely unproven company. And in the light of what happened, the pensioners would have been better with a more cautious note, which told them about the risks that was available. And it's only thanks to dogged work by the Pension Campaign Group that they've managed to obtain the documents through freedom of information, which show exactly what happened in the process to get to a much stronger encouragement to them all to not worry about what was going to happen to their pensions if they transferred. Now, ordinarily in a situation like this, what I would now be doing, I mean, I have the largest number of these pensioners in my constituency, but they're actually spread across the country. Myself, the other members whose constituents are affected would be signing an application to the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman so that the information and advice that was given by the Actuary Department could be looked into. But my predecessor, with other members of this House, wrote to the Ombudsman. I've written, with other members of this House, to the Ombudsman. And both times we've been told that actually it's not within the Ombudsman's remit to be able to look at the advice and information that the Government Actuary Department gave. This is despite the fact that pensioners were told for quite a number of years that their means of getting redress was to go to the Ombudsman. So then we come to the point of this bill, because we will have an Ombudsman bill that comes before this place at some point, but it's not coming in the near future. And I've discussed with the chair of the Work and Pensions Committee whether an inquiry and investigation could be done into this case, but he understandably says that because of the unique nature of the case, because this isn't one where there are a group of pensions that were affected in the same way, it's not the kind of thing that the committee would look at, and I completely understand why that is. So the purpose of this bill is to enable the Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman to be able to look at the information and advice that was given in this case. It's not a bill that's asking for a large amount of money in compensation. It's not condemning the government actuary department. It's a very specifically targeted bill that, while it might sound small, it might sound technical, will finally and hopefully give these pensioners the redress that they've been seeking, in the hope that we might honour the promise that was made to them.
Thank you. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As members of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare and bring in the bill?
Laura Farris, John Howe, Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown, Sir Paul Beresford, Stephen Crabb, Patrick Grady, Charlotte Nichols, Layla Moran, Chris Green, Andy Carter, Chris Loder, and myself.
The House is commending the honourable gentleman for remembering his entire list with amazement. His entire list. I hope he hasn't left anyone out. David Johnston.
Energy Authority pensions transfers. Parliamentary and Health Service Ombudsman investigation bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 10th of December.
Remembered the date as well. Friday the 10th of December. Thank you. I will now very briefly suspend the House just for 2 minutes in order to prepare for the next item of business. Order. Order. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Building Safety Bill, second reading.
Now. Just before I call the Secretary of State to move second reading, the House will not be surprised to hear that there will be an initial time limit on backbench speeches of 4 minutes, and that is likely to reduce later in the day. I just say that so that people can cut out the middle pages of their speeches. I call Secretary of State Robert Jenrick to move second reading.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today marks the next significant step on our path to a robust but proportionate building safety regime. A regime that delivers high standards of safety for people's homes, particularly those which are high-rise, whilst providing reassurance to leaseholders, to residents and the market that the vast majority of homes in this country are safe. In February, I announced our 5-point plan to support leaseholders and address building safety issues. A plan to remove unsafe cladding where it is necessary and proportionate to do so, to provide certainty to leaseholders in the significant minority of buildings that do require works, to make industry pay its fair share for its failures and poor practices, and ensure a change in the broader culture and attitude of the industry to quality and safety, to create a world-class building safety regime, and to inject confidence and certainty into this part of the housing market that has been suffering from a market failure with significant detrimental effects for many homeowners across the land. I will in a moment. I'll come back to the right honourable gentleman as well. This bill delivers on our promise to create that world-class building safety regime, but one that is sensible and proportionate, reflecting the true level of risk that living in these buildings poses, and thereby safeguarding the broader interests of homeowners and residents. Today I'll set out the key measures in the bill and update the House on the progress of our plan, including providing further detail on a written ministerial statement that I have just published, representing a significant intervention by the government and lenders in response to expert advice on building safety in medium and low-rise blocks of flats, and the use of EWS1 forms that I commissioned earlier in the year. I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman and then to...
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. Does he accept that we have to get away from this term of cladding as a generic issue and start to focus on genuine fire risk? There is a real danger of us creating unnecessary anxiety and cost where there is little or no increase in fire risk, and what is worse, using taxpayers' money to remedy non-fire risks that should be the responsibility of the building industry.
I couldn't agree more with my right honourable friend, and that is exactly the approach which we now need to follow as a country. I hope that the written ministerial statement, which I'll come on to explain in a moment, will provide further reassurance to my right honourable friend, and I'll bring in the honourable gentleman now.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving weight. I note the provisions in the bill for working with the Welsh Government on the levy and charges and so on going forward. But it's my understanding, and I've checked with them today, that the Secretary of State and the Treasury have yet to confirm to the Welsh Government, despite repeated requests, what is the consequential of the funding announcement that he made back so many months ago. My residents are deeply concerned, and until the Welsh Government have clarity on the money they're going to get from the UK Government, they cannot proceed with their own building safety fund to deal with these many issues.
And the important point that the honourable gentleman raises, that is really a matter to be directed to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor and the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, who are responsible for the management of the Barnett consequentials. I would just point out, which is not a criticism of the honourable gentleman who's understandably standing up for his constituents, but the Welsh Government have yet to bring forward a scheme which would use the funding they've already been given by the United Kingdom Government. I appreciate, of course, they'd always like to have further funding, but they haven't yet spent the money that the government's already given them. After the tragic fire at Grenfell Tower, the government appointed Dame Judith Hackett to review the current building safety regime and to recommend reform. Her findings were clear. Too often, regulations and guidance were misunderstood or misinterpreted. There was ambiguity around who is actually responsible for the safety of buildings, with insufficient oversight and enforcement. She called for an overhaul of the system, and her recommendations underpinned the bill before this House. We have tested these measures through consultation with industry, with regulators, with local government and the public, and we've also taken on board many of the recommendations made following scrutiny of the bill by the Housing Communities and Local Government Select Committee, and I'm grateful to the Select Committee for the work that they've...
Point of order. We suddenly have a flurry of activity. Interventions hold for a moment. Secretary of State, pause for a moment. Point of order, Shadow Secretary of State Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wondered if I could get your advice. Is it normal practice that moments before an important debate with dozens of members down to speak, the Minister lays a ministerial statement, which is not yet online, so none of us are able to see it, about a matter before us, therefore avoiding any scrutiny of such said ministerial statement. Is that within order, Madam Deputy Speaker?
I'm sure that it is in order, and that's the question that the Honourable Lady is asking me as the Chair. It is in order for the Minister to lay a written statement when he decides it's the right time to do that. But if there is a question of information which the Honourable Lady is suggesting ought to be before the House in order to inform members about this bill that is before us now, I cannot make a judgment because I don't know what is in that statement. But if the Secretary of State would care to answer the point, it might help the House. Secretary of State. Further to that point of order, Sir Mike Penning.
Madam Deputy Speaker, all of the documents that are relevant to this debate on the second reading of this bill are on the table here, except the written ministerial statement that the Secretary of State has just referred to. For some of us that have been in the chamber for some hours now, I'm sorry, Secretary of State, that's not acceptable in the chamber.
Honourable Gentleman's not speaking to the Secretary of State, he's speaking to me. Can't say Secretary of State. I cannot see what is on the table, and the clerk is not telling me that the right honourable gentleman is wrong. Let us just clear up this matter. Further to that point of order.
Speaker, I've just been out to the table office, Madam Deputy Speaker, and they have no copy of the statement. There is a notice of a statement coming entitled Housing Update, but it's yet to be provided to them or online, so members are unable to get hold of that important information that the Secretary of State has just referred to.
I thank the honourable gentleman for that point of order. Would the Secretary of State care to clarify this matter?
I'd be delighted to, Madam Deputy Speaker. A written ministerial statement will be laid shortly, which is market sensitive, and it's difficult to suggest that there's no scrutiny because I'm here before the House to explain that statement in the context of the wider debate. So if the Honourable Lady will give me a few moments, then I'm very happy to set out in the remarks that I'm about to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, exactly what we have agreed with lenders and the position that we've come to.
Order. Order. Secretary of State has explained that the reason for the specific timing of the laying of this statement is that it is market sensitive. If the Secretary of State says it is market sensitive, then I accept that it is market sensitive. I trust that it will be available very shortly, and I'm quite sure that we will be able to facilitate members holding the Secretary of State to account for the contents of that written statement when it becomes available, because he is here in the chamber, and I trust that it will become available before the Secretary of State concludes his opening remarks.
Absolutely, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And of course, I chose to make the statement directly to the House of Commons, and I'll come on in a moment to set out the contents of it. The written ministerial statement merely summarises that. Madam, if I can make some progress, then I'll come to the honourable gentleman. Madam Deputy Speaker, in the actions we've taken, and those that we take today, we've always prioritised public safety. And as I said earlier, the bill before us will create a strong regulatory regime for all new high-rise buildings. However, it's also important that we put the risk of a fire, and in particular the risk of a fatal fire, into context. It is very low for all buildings of all heights. Dwelling fires have reduced by more than a quarter over the last decade, are now at an all-time low. It's right that we address safety issues. I'll come to the honourable gentleman in a moment, if I may. It's right that we address safety issues where they exist and are a threat to life. But we must do so in a proportionate way, guided by the expert advice. That is why, through the bill, we're drawing a very clear line at 18 metres for the enhanced regulatory regime. This is upon the advice of building and fire experts, that these are the buildings that pose the greatest safety risks in the event of fire spread or of structural failure, albeit even here the risk should not be overstated, given the low occurrence of fires and the even lower occurrence of fatalities. We're also including hospitals and care homes that meet this height threshold during their design and construction. Come to the Honourable Gentleman.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way. He mentioned discussions with the industry. So what can he say to companies in the Glasgow South West constituency like Bell Building Projects Limited who can't get the appropriate indemnity insurance because insurance companies won't do that? Now, this is a company that specialises in cladding, so can the Secretary of State tell us what discussions he's having with the insurance companies so that, that this company can do cladding across the UK?
Well, I have been working intensively with the insurance sector, and it is incumbent upon them to bring forward products. We don't believe that the role of the state is to step in and correct the market failure in its totality, but we are bringing forward a product, and I'll say something more about this later in my remarks, with particular reference to professional indemnity insurance for those assessors who are conducting EWS1 forms or equivalent, and that's designed to give them the confidence to approach those assessments in the most proportionate and risk-based approach, which some are not able to do so today. I'll come to the Honourable Gentleman, and then I'll return to the Right Honourable Gentleman.
I spoke to the Secretary of State beforehand. Electrical Safety First charity has brought to my attention, and probably to others in this House, of the sustainable electrical safety. They refer to 54% of electrical fires are caused by electrical source of ignition. Can I ask the Secretary of State, has he had the chance to speak to Electrical Safety First charity to ensure that safety is paramount and key in this bill? And if not, could he come back to me, please? Thank you.
Well, I would be happy to speak with the organisation that he refers to, or ensure my officials do so if they haven't done so already. Of course, we take the risk of electrical fires very seriously, and we've taken a number of steps as a government, particularly in the private rental sector, to ensure higher standards than there are today. I'll come to the right of then I must make some progress.
Extremely grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. He's made the point a moment ago that the risk of a fatal fire is very low. But can he therefore explain why thousands and thousands of leaseholders are paying for expensive waking watches, having been told by their local fire services that unless there is a waking watch, the building will be closed down and all of them will have to leave? Because there is a clear contradiction between those two positions.
I think the Right Honourable Gentleman makes an important point, and that is one element of the market failure that we're seeing today. Waking watches are being used excessively. They can be rip-offs, and they can, in many cases, be replaced by modern fire alarms. That's why I created the Waking Watch Relief Fund last year, which is assisting with the issue. It's not closed it down entirely. And the NFCC have produced further guidance now, which essentially says that waking watches should be used in the most exceptional circumstances, and where they are used, they should only be for short periods. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, is taking forward that work with fire and rescue services, and I would like to see most waking watches, barring the most exceptional circumstances, brought to a close as quickly as possible. The bill, if I may make some progress, the bill will deliver improvements across the entire built environment. It will strengthen oversight and protections for residents in high-rise buildings. It will give those residents a greater say and will toughen sanctions against those who threaten safety. Its focus on risk will help owners to manage their buildings better, while giving the home building industry the clear, proportionate framework it needs to deliver more, better, high-quality homes. I will make some progress, if I may, but I will return to the Honourable Lady. While strengthening fire safety requirements in all premises regulated by the Fire Safety Order and improving competence and oversight generally, it rightly focuses the new, more stringent requirement on those buildings and those issues which pose the greatest risk. It provides a framework to ensure that during design construction, defined duty holders have clear responsibilities and compliance with building regulations occurs. They will have to clear a series of hard stops through the new gateway system for in-scope buildings. In occupation, every building in scope will have an identified accountable person with clear responsibility for safety matters. Importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will be a criminal offence not to carry out these duties effectively, punishable by an unlimited fine and up to 2 years in prison. If we are truly to build a world-class regime, then residents must be at its heart. That's why, as well as championing social housing residents through the Social Housing Charter that I created last year, we're giving residents a stronger voice in the system through this bill, making it easier for them to seek redress and to have their voices heard. The bill will require an accountable person for a high-rise residential building to engage with their residents and establish a formal complaints process for residents to raise those concerns. These measures are strong but fair, and they will be overseen by the new building safety regulator within the Health and Safety Executive. The regulator will be equipped with robust powers to crack down on substandard practices. And as I said earlier, it will ensure that proportionality is embedded within its operations. Madam Deputy Speaker, Dame Judith's review pointed to an industry that needed significant culture and regulatory change to be fit for purpose. And I'm sure I'm not the only member who has been shocked by the recent testimony at the Grenfell inquiry. This has exposed a corrosive culture of corner cutting and at times a cavalier attitude to building safety. We await the findings of the inquiry and indeed whether criminal proceedings will follow. The bill creates powers to strengthen regulatory oversight for firms who manufacture and sell construction products, overseen by the new National Regulator for Construction Products. And crucially, the bill will have powers to remove unsafe construction products from the market swiftly and to take action against those who break the rules. Our new regime will help those living in high-rise residential buildings to raise these issues, but we need to expand legal safeguards for everybody, regardless of the type of property they live in. We're strengthening redress for people buying a new-build home through provisions for the New Homes Ombudsman, which will provide dispute resolution and resolve complaints involving buyers and developers. We all know, as members of Parliament, of examples of shoddy workmanship by developers and of cases where complaints from snagging to much more serious issues have not been properly addressed. There will now be a forum where these issues can be settled and consumers provided with the outcome they deserve when making the biggest investment in their lives. I will give way. Thanks.
For giving way and thanking for the kind words he said about the Select Committee's scrutiny of the legislation earlier. On the New Homes Ombudsman, I think many of us have been shocked by what we've seen from developers of new housing and how cavalier attitude they have towards their development. Just confirm that the New Homes Ombudsman will have the powers to deal with this appalling practice of non-disclosure agreements that some people have been asked to sign in order to get the builder who's not built their homes properly to actually come in and put it right. And would you consider going a step further and requiring the builders of new homes where faults are existing in a new home to have to go and put right all the similar faults in existing homes, just as the car manufacturer would have to do?
I think those are two important points. I would like to see the New Homes Ombudsman be able to take that kind of action that he describes. I'll have to revert to him whether the powers exactly allow that. If they don't, then I think that's the kind of issue that we should progress over the course of the passage of the bill. I'll come to the Honourable Lady because I apologise for keeping her waiting.
So just returning to the issue of Waking Watch and risk. London now has 900 Waking Watches. The number has risen significantly. And the London Fire Brigade says that there remain a number of buildings under 18 metres or 7 storeys that, in the view of the LFB, present equal or greater risk than those currently in scope. Can the Secretary of State tell us if he believes that the London Fire Brigade is wrong?
I understand it, and I stand corrected if I have the wrong information, but that the 900 figure that she quotes was a misinterpretation of the figures that were released earlier. But nonetheless, it's a significant number, albeit I think less than 900. What we want to see are Waking Watches used only in those cases where they're absolutely necessary. And the National Fire Chiefs Council's statement recently has suggested that they're being used too often and they can be reduced significantly. Of course, if she has constituents, who I'm sure she does, in this situation, in the first instance, I'd recommend that they make use of the Waking Watch Relief Fund to install a fire alarm, and that can cut the costs very considerably. This bill also takes an unusual step of retrospectively extending the period during which compensation for defective premises can be claimed by over double the current period, from 6 to 15 years. This is a significant step forward, requested and campaigned for by groups impacted by the cladding issue. We're going further, expanding the scope of the work for which compensation can be claimed, also to include future major renovation work to buildings. These measures will not help everyone, but they do provide a step change in redress for raising issues. I hope builders in time will extend their warranties to cover this period and provide the maximum amount of confidence to house purchasers. I will to my right friend, then I really must make progress.
I'm grateful. While he's considering this point about the extension, can he please consider the point made by Sir Robert Ayling at Grosvenor Waterside that the Building Act 1984 should be extended to 6 years after the plaintiff is aware of the defect? I'm not asking for an instant answer now, but that would help to deal with the present situation very well.
I will give that further thought and revert to my honourable friend. Madam Speaker, it was clear after the fire at Grenfell Tower that action was required to address safety concerns with respect to existing buildings, and quite rightly my predecessors took a safety-first approach, as I have tried to do as well. We have provided expert advice and accelerated inspections of all high-rise buildings, and that work continues, with substantial progress having been made by the National Fire Chiefs Council on the Building Risk Review, which is likely to be concluded by the end of the year. We've provided £5 billion in grant funding to carry out vital remediation work, targeted at the buildings we know to be the greatest risk from fire spread, those over 18 metres. And we've banned the use of combustible materials on the external walls of high-rise residential buildings, providing industry with a clear standard for the construction of new builds. 474 buildings have been identified with Grenfell-type ACM cladding. We are now well on the way to remediating all of those buildings. Over 95% of the buildings identified at the beginning of last year have either completed or started remediation work. 70% of those have now been fully remediated, and that is rising every week. This means around 16,000 homes have been fully remediated of unsafe ACM cladding, an increase of around 4,000 since the end of last year. Despite many building owners failing to provide adequate basic information, almost 700 buildings with other types of unsafe cladding are proceeding with a full application to the Building Safety Fund. We've already allocated £540 million, which means owners of 60,000 homes within high-rise blocks can be reassured that their remediation will be fully funded. We currently forecast that over 1,000 buildings with non-ACM unsafe cladding will receive support of the same form through the Building Safety Fund, providing a guide to the cohort of high-rise buildings where remediation is actually required. This is being progressed by a dedicated team in my department and our two delivery partners, Homes England and the Greater London Authority. The government has played its part. The unprecedented £5.1 billion we're providing gives assurance to leaseholders in eligible buildings that unsafe cladding on their blocks will be replaced at no cost to them. I know there will be strong feelings across the House about industry needing to fix and pay their fair share for problems they've helped to cause. I want to recognise that some house builders have stepped up too, committing over £500 million since my statement in February thus far for remediation. Some have not stepped up, or at least not in the way I expect them to do. I think, for example, of Ballymore, who have yet to commit to fully funding the remediation of their buildings. The industry needs to go further. That's why we're introducing a new levy on high-rise residential buildings, and we've published today a consultation document on the levy, and I welcome views from all interested parties on its design. The levy will sit alongside a tax that is being developed by the Chancellor to raise at least £2 billion to contribute to the costs of historic remediation. This bill also introduces the building safety charge to provide residents with clarity and certainty on the costs of building works. and we've listened and ensured that the building safety charge only includes the cost of management of building safety in their building. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said at the outset, in bringing forward this new building safety regime, we need to take a sensible, proportionate approach driven by expert advice. The bill ensures that the building safety regulator will regulate in line with best practice principles, be proportionate and transparent, and ensure that the interests of leaseholders are protected. In 2020, only 9% of fires were in flats of 4 stories or more. In 2019 to 2020, only 7% of fires spread beyond the room of origin in such buildings. And while every death is tragic, of course, only 10 people thankfully died in 2020 as a result of a dwelling fire in flats of 4 stories or more. We strongly believe that our proportionate approach is in line with these facts, ensuring that remediation works are only undertaken where absolutely required. And leaseholders should not be landed with bills for unnecessary work. Unfortunately, this is not the position today, and we need a significant reset. Too many people living in lower and medium-rise buildings have told us of feeling trapped in their properties, held back from selling their homes because of excessive caution in the lending, surveying, insurance and fire risk assessment market. Understandably, this has caused residents to worry over safety and has led to unnecessary costs. I want to be clear that the vast majority of residents in all homes in this country, including blocks of flats, should not feel unsafe. Driven by these concerns, earlier this year, I asked a small group of experts on fire safety to consider the evidence and advise me on steps that should be taken to ensure a proportionate, risk-based approach is taken to fire safety in blocks of flats. I want to thank them for their time and their expert advice, which I will publish later today. The key finding of this advice is clear. We cannot and should not presume systemic risk of fire in blocks of flats. I've quoted some of the statistics earlier, but let me repeat them. Dwelling fires are at the lowest point they've been since we started to collect comparable statistics in 1981. This is despite the fact in 2020 that people spent significantly greater amounts of time in their homes as a result of COVID restrictions. On this basis, expert advice includes 5 significant recommendations to correct the disproportionate reaction that we've seen in some parts of the market. Firstly, EWS1 forms should not be a requirement on buildings below 18 metres. Secondly, if I may finish this point, I'm also conscious of time because I know many members want to contribute to the debate. Secondly, in the small number of cases where there are known to be concerns, these should be addressed primarily through risk management and mitigation. Thirdly, there should be a clear route for residents and leaseholders to challenge costly remediation work and seek assurance that proposals are indeed proportionate and cost-effective. Fourth, government should work with the shadow building safety regulator to consider how to implement an audit process to check that fire risk assessments are following guidelines and not perpetuating the risk aversion we're witnessing, and in some instances are taking unnecessary costs to leaseholders. And finally, fire risk assessors and lenders should not presume that there is significant risk to life unless there is credible evidence to support this. This would ensure that they only respond to the evidence and adopt a far more proportionate and balanced approach. This advice is supported by the National Fire Chiefs Council and the Institute of Fire Engineers. The government supports and will act on these recommendations. Delivering real change for leaseholders requires a concerted effort from all those actively involved in the market. And government has been working in recent weeks intensively with lenders, valuers and fire experts in this regard. We welcome the expert advice and support the position that EWS1s should not be needed for buildings less than 18 metres. I'm pleased that all major lenders have today welcomed this advice, with Barclays, HSBC, Lloyds and others agreeing that the expert advice and government statement should pave the way for EWS1 forms to no longer be required for buildings below 18 metres, which will further unlock the housing market. I won't, if I may. I'm extremely grateful to those in industry who've already engaged and shown the necessary leadership. This is a highly complex issue, but the Prime Minister and I expect that the appropriate next steps will be taken expediently. This market is shaped not only by government, but by lenders, by RICS, the Fire and Rescue Service, and by fire experts. All of us need to act to achieve a market correction and relieve the pressure upon homeowners. There can be no bystanders in this action. I'm hopeful that other lenders will follow soon, and that RICS will rapidly reflect on the expert advice and update their guidance accordingly. This concerted cross-market approach will open up the housing market for the remaining affected leaseholders. I won't, because I need to conclude my remarks now. With the Health and Safety Executive, we will explore ways to deliver a fire risk assessment.
Order. Sorry, point of order, Mr. Dudley.
Is it with you this way, Madam Deputy Speaker, as a point of order? But the written statement that the Secretary of State has laid here makes no clarification about whether this applies to England only, or to England and Wales, or indeed to the whole of the UK. And given that it's UK-wide, it's market sensitive, there are many leaseholders who will be concerned in all parts of the UK, and it applies to UK-wide lenders with significant financial implications. How can I get an answer from the Secretary of State on that for leaseholders who will be watching this debate in other parts of the United Kingdom? It would be very helpful if the Secretary of State could just confirm it, or would have taken a simple intervention to clarify that point, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I thank the honourable gentleman for what I consider to be properly a point of order. That Secretary of State has most courteously explained to the House that the statement which is now forthcoming is market sensitive. I've had a chance to glance at it and I understand that it is indeed market sensitive, and so I can understand, and I think the whole House will now understand why the Secretary of State issued it at the point that he did. I have to say to the House that there seems to have been some delay in the vote office and in the workings of the House, and for that, on behalf of the House authorities, I apologise to members and to the Secretary of State, and I thank the opposition whips for giving me a copy, since nobody else did. But I'm still finishing this point of order, Sir Peter. I think there are some points that are in this statement which the Secretary of State will wish to clarify, and I'm not putting a time constraint on him as I normally would for finishing his second reading speech, because in addition to his second reading speech, it would be appropriate for him to take 2 or 3 questions upon his written statement. So, further to that point of order, Sir Peter Bottomley.
This is a written statement HCWS 228. An online search brings up my symbol number in January 2015. Could the House authorities see if they can get it online so that those members who are participating virtually also have the chance of reading it?
I thank the right honourable gentleman for that point of order, and I reiterate it. I wonder if the House authorities have done that. I don't know. I'm asking them to do so immediately. Secretary of State.
Thank you, Matt. I'll come to the honourable gentleman, if I may. But in answer to the question posed by his colleague, my domain as Secretary of State on these matters is within England, but of course the lenders will apply practices at their discretion across the whole of the United Kingdom. So I think his question is probably better directed to the lenders who, following this announcement, will no doubt be setting out in the coming days how they intend to amend their lending practices, and in different parts of the United Kingdom. I don't think it's for me to explain the lending practices that they choose to adopt, other than the quotations that have been given by the lenders, which I believe they'll be publishing later today. I'll come to the honourable gentleman then, if I may, I'll conclude my remarks.
Giving way. I just say, Madam Speaker, to the Secretary of State, this is a very significant statement, and it's difficult to read it quickly and grasp it. But I'll just quote from it to the Secretary of State, talking that EWS1 form should not be needed for buildings less than 18 metres. This position is a significant step and one supported by the National Fire Chiefs Council, etc. It is a significant step. Could the Secretary of State explain, if this form is not necessary on those buildings, is the Secretary of State effectively saying that apart from cladding removal, significant remediation works are not necessary on buildings below 18 metres as well? Is that what the government is saying? Because that is a major step in this debate, which I think it needs a lot more explanation to the House.
The expert advice that I commissioned has concluded that there's no systemic risk to life from purpose-built flats in this country, and in particular, which was the question I asked of them, those flats which are low and medium rise, those of 11 to 18 metres. Their advice following from that is that they don't see a need for EWS1 forms to being asked by lenders in the ordinary course of business. They also recommend that fire risk assessments are conducted in the usual compliance cycle rather than on demand in order to satisfy a market transaction like purchasing or remortgaging a property. They do not conclude, as one would expect them to do, that all buildings below 18 metres are safe. One could never say that. There will be buildings that need remediation below that level. But because there's no systemic risk, because the number of buildings is likely to be very small, it is not appropriate, in their opinion, and the government has accepted this, that lenders and other parties within the market should be acting as if there was a widespread and systemic issue. That is a subtle but important change of tone, and one which I hope, and the initial support of the lenders would suggest this will happen, will lead to a significantly different housing market. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady then, if I may. I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you for giving way. And indeed, on the first reading of this, there are bits of this statement that are very welcome, but many questions. And I do put on record, Madam Deputy Speaker, my regret that we've only had this chance to digest it. But the Public Accounts Committee and our sister committee, the Housing and Communities Local Government Committee, have been looking at this issue, along with other honourable members in this House, now for several years. We've been making recommendations along these lines. Our constituents have been paying for safety works and dealing with the fear and the anguish created by the very issues that our committees have raised as problems. So it's a start, I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the Secretary of State has come to the House with this. But why so late when this issue has been raised by members of this House and the Select Committee corridor for some time? I'm just puzzled, Madam Deputy Speaker, about the late timing of this.
Well, I don't agree with the Right Honourable Lady in this regard. In the immediate aftermath of the Grenfell tragedy, advice was published by government which sought to provide information to the market where there was a significant absence of expert opinion. The market in the years since then has reacted and taken what I've described as a safety-first approach. In more recent times, what we have seen, and Dame Judith Hackett, our expert advisor, has used these words herself recently, is extreme risk aversion. And that's leading to fear and anxiety, above all, by members of the public who have a sense of risk with respect to their homes, which is not borne out by the evidence in terms of the number of fires or the likelihood of dying in a fire in a high-rise or a purpose-built flat. And secondly, in other market participants, whether that be lenders, insurers, surveyors or assessors, seeking remediation of those buildings over and above what might seem to be absolutely necessary to achieve an acceptable level of life safety. What I did earlier this year, as I set out in my remarks today, and you'll see in the written ministerial statement, which merely summarises in somewhat more detail what I've already said to the House directly, which is why I chose to say it to the House directly rather than simply via written ministerial statement, was to ask a series of experts to conduct a serious review and analysis of this issue and to present their findings to me. That's what they've done today, and I will be publishing them later. And we've chosen to accept those and have worked very closely with as many market participants as we could do, bearing in mind the market sensitivity of the issue. And as I say, I'm pleased that a large number of those organisations have welcomed this step and have chosen in one form or another to support it. I don't want to overstate that because this is a highly complex market and government is merely one player within it. It will now require all of those market participants to think carefully about what the consequences of this are for their own practices and organisations. I, of course, hope that in time they will strongly support the government's position and that this will lead to a significant market correction to the benefit of all of our constituents and the whole country. If I may simply conclude my remarks by noting a few other points that are within the written ministerial statement. With the Health and Safety Executive, we will explore ways to deliver a fire risk assessment audit process that ensures assessments are carried out in a risk-proportionate way, avoiding unnecessary and costly remediation works where they're absolutely not needed. We will explore options to provide a clear route for residents and leaseholders to challenge costly remediation work. This will be progressed alongside the steps we're taking to ensure a proportionate response to risk is embedded in the market, including developing guidelines for fire risk assessors, such as, and principally, PAS 9980, and the withdrawal of the Consolidated Advice Note. Launching a government-backed professional indemnity insurance scheme for qualified professionals conducting external wall system fire risk assessments to help ensure there is sufficient capacity in the market to allow EWS1 forms to be completed in a timely manner where they are necessary, and those conducting them feel the confidence and security to be able to do so in the most sensible and proportionate manner. Taken together, Madam Deputy Speaker, all of these measures should provide a measure of reassurance to the market and to those living in blocks of flats of any height. I'm hopeful that this will have a significant impact, but of course, much depends on the willingness of the other market participants to show leadership and commitment and to work together through these complex challenges. Madam Deputy Speaker, the fire at Grenfell Tower was a terrible tragedy, and those who lost loved ones remain in our thoughts. The issues that became clear following the tragedy are multifaceted, and so our response must be as well. But it is clear the actions we have and will continue to take, and the world-class building safety regime delivered by this bill, should deliver a robust but proportionate regime and mean that people in this country, now or ever, should never feel unsafe in their home. I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Just before I call the Shadow Secretary of State, I'd say further to the point of order from the Right Honourable Gentleman for Worthing West, the written ministerial statement is now available on the House Papers app, and very shortly it will be available on the Parliament website. I hope that will mean that members who are participating virtually will be able to access it. And again, I apologise on behalf of the House authorities for the shambles when the statement was actually put in the vote office, because it wasn't then distributed properly here in the chamber, and we can't blame the Secretary of State for that, because I do appreciate the timing because of the market sensitivity. Since I requested that the Secretary of State stay at the dispatch box rather longer in order to take points specifically on the statement, he has, of course, made a much longer speech than one would have anticipated, and therefore the time limit for backbench speeches will not be 4 minutes, it will be 3 minutes. But I hope that members feel that many of them have already had a chance to ask pertinent questions of the Secretary of State. Shadow Secretary of State, Lucy Powell.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I first of all say I don't think the shambles here lies with the House authorities. The shambles here, I'm afraid, lies with the Secretary of State. It's just not acceptable. I think it's a contempt of this place that we are given a ministerial statement and a new announcement in his speech, which is absolutely, totally relevant to this bill today and the topics that we are discussing. Members on both sides of this House have spent weeks scrutinising the bill, scrutinising what it means, preparing what they're going to say in response, and then they're given this ministerial piece of paper halfway through the Secretary of State's speech. The Deputy Leader of the House says, the Deputy Chair of the House says that this is market sensitive. I mean, maybe I'm naive about these things, but I don't understand what's market sensitive at 3:10 or 2:30 that's not market sensitive at 3:30, because I thought the markets closed at 4:30, but you know, maybe I've got that wrong. Anyway, I'll come on to some of the things in his statement shortly, but I'll make some progress, because not only has his shambles now made it really hard for people to properly scrutinise, but it's also cut people's time down. So I think he's probably lost a lot of friends on both sides of the House in the process of doing that. But the starting point of this bill, and for our debate today, is the awful tragedy at Grenfell Tower. Again, we remember the 72 lives lost and stand with the families, friends and community at Grenfell campaigning for change. I also want to put on record my admiration and awe of homeowners and tenants across the country who are dealing every day with the building safety scandal that engulfs our towns and cities. Their tireless campaigning under such very difficult circumstances is beyond impressive. Of course, people had been ringing the bell about building safety long before Grenfell, including the residents themselves. By 2017, the government already had 2 coroner's reports on previous fires calling for reform, yet it did not act. In the wake of Grenfell, the government commissioned a review of building regulations, the Hackett Review, and this bill implements her recommendations. Given that her final report was published over 3 years ago, why has it taken so long for this bill to reach us? Hackett's report is damning, finding that the entire system is not fit for purpose. She concludes, the ultimate test of this new framework will be the rebuilding of confidence in the system. The people who matter most in all of this are residents in these buildings. Her conclusion is the test against which this bill, and now his new ministerial statement, must be set. It's far too simple and wrong to say that all of this is the fault of shoddy developers, as the government has more recently asserted. The tragedy at Grenfell, the fires before and the near misses since have happened as a result of many years of deregulation, lack of enforcement and accountability, and a culture where sign-off and inspection can be bought. These issues have been brought to light in the shocking evidence heard by the Grenfell inquiry, which of course is ongoing. We support the majority of what is in this bill, which at last strengthens regulation of high-rise buildings, although it could go further. However, we do have serious concerns about what is not in the bill. It abandons those leaseholders already trapped in the building safety crisis, and we will seek every avenue to provide the cast-iron legal guarantees that have long been promised. So starting with what's in the bill, I will very briefly give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Would she agree with me as well that the situation that leaseholders are finding themselves in is compounding an ongoing awful situation in which they find themselves without leverage, with service charges that were often unjustified, and a difficulty in getting resolution for those? This has created much more uncertainty and stress and anxiety for hundreds of thousands of families across the country.
She makes an excellent point, and leaseholders have very little recourse. And even from the announcements today, I think that their passage of recourse remains incredibly uncertain. So starting with what's in the bill, the first major change sets up the building safety regulator, a key recommendation of the Hackett report. The regulator will oversee higher risk buildings, which have been defined as essentially over 18 metres. But the Select Committee raised questions about whether the scope should be extended. The FBU say 11 metres or 4 storeys would be a safer threshold, as this is the threshold they can reach with their ladders. The Secretary of State himself said last year that we shouldn't rely on crude height limits with binary consequences, which don't reflect the complexity of the challenge at hand. The two-tiered system this bill creates is particularly stark when we look at privatised building control, which will continue to operate below 18 metres. Hackett recognised that choice over building control inspection is a major weakness in the current system, allowing cosy relationships to flourish between developers and the private inspectors they handsomely pay. The regulator will be the building control body for taller buildings, but not for those under 18 metres, even where other risks could remain. I think the government should think again about its arbitrary definition of high-risk buildings. Secondly, this bill establishes clear responsibilities for building safety throughout a building's life, in a golden thread of information. Lack of transparency was a key issue identified by Hackett. The Grenfell inquiry has exposed how some building owners belittle residents as troublemakers rather than keep them informed about the safety of their homes. The new system must be fully open and transparent to residents and leaseholders. The need for transparency extends to the testing regime, which Hackett found to be opaque and insufficient. While the bill sets a framework for the regulation of construction products, the government has kicked the issue of product testing down the road. This must be re-examined. Third, the bill sets up limited mechanisms to recoup costs from developers through legal action and a levy. The principle of the polluter must pay should apply to the building safety scandal. Labour has long been calling on the government to take stronger action against developers who cut dangerous corners. Extending the period in which a developer can be sued is welcome, but residents in many buildings will not be able to take advantage. The relationship of leaseholders and developers is like David and Goliath. Legal action is uncertain, expensive and risky, requiring money leaseholders simply don't have. It also requires that a company still exists to sue, yet many have disappeared since. What's more, given what we know from Hackett and elsewhere, in how many cases can all the blame be legally pinned on a developer, given the failures of the regulatory regime at the time? Very few, I'd imagine. Finally, the bill makes some changes around the new Homes and Social Housing Ombudsman. After significant delay, some social housing reforms have finally come through. But how will the Secretary of State ensure that the social housing regulator has real teeth? So while there are things we welcome in this bill that will improve building safety into the future, there are, as I'm sure we'll hear from members across the House, serious concerns about what is missing and the way in which ruinous costs for remediation works will still fall on leaseholders. What began as a cladding scandal after Grenfell has now led to a total breakdown in confidence in most tall and multi-storey buildings. This has now become a building safety crisis affecting hundreds of thousands of people. Young, first-time buyers have gone bankrupt. Couples have put having children on hold. Marriages have broken down. Life savings and assets have gone. Retirements ruined. The mental health and financial toll is incalculable. Fundamentally, this bill betrays leaseholders who will still face life-changing costs for problems they did not create and who are trapped in unsellable, uninsurable, unmortgageable homes, notwithstanding some of his announcements today, which I fear will do little to resolve it. Two Prime Ministers, his two immediate predecessors, as well as the Secretary of State himself, have all said that leaseholders should not pay. I agree. I think we all agree in here. So why does the bill not say it? On at least 17 different occasions in this House, they promised, even to their own backbenchers, that they would protect leaseholders. We heard through the course of the Fire Safety Act that the Building Safety Bill was the place to do so. So where is it? It's not in there. What's more, legal advice on what is in the bill says the betrayal of leaseholders is even worse. As drafted, this bill bakes in leaseholders' potential liability. Our legal advice is that Clause 124 provides very little additional protections. Their legal opinion is that this bill, in its totality, including Clause 99, makes, and I quote, more certain that remediation costs will fall under service charges and be passed on. So on their fundamental promise to leaseholders, this bill fails. No wonder they're furious and bereft. I, of course, welcome the Building Safety Fund. It's a good thing and could provide a solution for many buildings. I've got to commend the Secretary of State on getting £5.1 billion out of the Chancellor. He seems to have better negotiating skills than his boss, the Prime Minister. It's a lot of money and could go some way to resolving the situation if it's properly used. But I just don't understand why his financial commitment is not being met by the same zeal and determination to give it proper effect. His approach has so far been blighted by inertia, indifference, and now beset by increasing costs, relying on those in the industry who have created much of this mess to get us out of it. I've got to tell him it's just not working. Even his own backbenchers accused him of shocking incompetence. And I feel this view might be spreading after today's shenanigans with his statement. Let me explain. The scope of the fund is way too narrow. The deadlines for applying too tight, yet it's being administered far too slowly, with just 12p in every pound of the fund allocated. At its current pace, it will be 2027 before the fund is even allocated. And because there's no grip on the wider issues, as we've been discussing today, like risk, cost, work quality, accountability and sign-off, nearly all multi-storey buildings are now affected. And even when cladding is removed, a new ever-growing list of additional seemingly necessary works are added. This means innocent and drained leaseholders are constantly at the mercy of a system with no accountability and no confidence in it. With an industry unable to take on risk, cornering a broken market for works, arguing over responsibility, unwilling to insure, mortgage or step up, all the while leaving leaseholders carrying the can. That's why this crisis is now affecting so many and costs keep going up. The truth is that all the sense of appropriate risk has gone out of the system. The Secretary of State have talked about that today, and I've heard him say this many times before. But I'm not sure really what he's doing about it. I mean, notwithstanding what's in his statement today, I still don't know that this is going to provide the transparency, the recourse, or the scrutiny that leaseholders need. He says there should be a clear route for residents to challenge. What would that route be? How would it work? What teeth will it have? He said there will be more guidelines. What are they? When will they be published? Can we see them? Will this really have the effect that leaseholders need it to have? Because time is a luxury that these homeowners simply don't have. Because it's not just about the one-off high remediation costs that they're facing today, but insurance premiums have gone through the roof, service charges rocketing, and the waking watch, which we've heard so much about, and other costs are leaving leaseholders paying hundreds of pounds a month extra today as we speak already. And recent government guidance has made the situation worse. Their advice note from January 2020 effectively brought all buildings at any height into scope of the dreaded EWS1 form. After today's announcement, is that now scrapped? Is that guidance no longer exist? Is that, well, I don't know if it's in there. I didn't read it in there. He's pointing to it from a sedentary position. I didn't see whether that was in there. If it is, people need to know that now so that we can discuss it, and we should have known it before this debate. It's a very important thing to know, and if he wants to come to the dispatch box to tell us whether that January 2020 advice note is now effectively scrapped, he can do, because it's essential that people need to know that. Yes, if she knows the answer, I'll happily give way to her.
Thank you for giving way. I'm not completely positive, but it did say in the statement that the EWS1 form should not be required on buildings of 18 metres, which is a welcome change of common sense, I think, that is prevailing on this debate now, and I welcome that announcement. And does she agree with me that this is something that we've been campaigning on for quite some time, and that it's a welcome change to the legislation?
Well, it's not actually legislation. She's wrong about that. But yes, we of course we would welcome that. The crucial word that I think she said there was should. Not would not, but should not. And that's a different thing entirely. So we still need to know on what terms will that be enforced? What recourse would a leaseholder have, and to whom, and what teeth will they have in order to make that into effect? Is it legislation? I think the Secretary's trying to tell me that it's going to be legislation. I haven't. Oh, so it's just down. Yes, it's just down to the. I'll give way to him if he wants to explain.
The Honourable Lady seems to misunderstand what an EWS1 form is. An EWS1 form is a product of the lenders and the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors. It is not the law, neither is it a product created by the government.
I'm fully aware, thank you, what an EWS1 form is. Its scope and its requirement to be necessary came about from the advice note that the government issued in January 2020. Its scope and its effect came about from that point. And so if it's a matter for the lenders, then what recourse, as I say, do leaseholders have? Because there's nothing in his statement about recourse and accountability and where the buck stops. And that is my central argument here, because there is a vacuum of leadership. Everybody from insurers to mortgage lenders, risk assessors and others are too concerned about their liability, leaving thousands of buildings with endless fire safety requirements, some of which are potentially life-threatening, but others are an unnecessary symptom of this crisis in confidence. Who is it who's to say which is which? Where does that sit? With whom does that lie? They cannot leave this to industry and the private sector to sort. The market can't sort this because it's completely broken. And he said to himself today the market was completely broken, like this was new news to him. Yet he says he won't intervene in that broken market. The power is with him to intervene if he wanted to. And that's why we've been calling for a building works agency, a crack team of engineers and experts appointed by the government, going block by block, assessing the real fire risk and what remediation works are absolutely necessary, commissioning and funding those works from the Building Safety Fund, and then crucially certifying the building as safe and sellable. This rigorous approach would also keep costs down, and then the agency can then go after those responsible for costs. It's been done before in Australia, and it can be done here again if he was prepared to step up, lead and intervene rather than leave it to the broken market he describes. Yes, I will give way.
Thank you, Madam for giving way. I keep reading this statement, and I'm not sure I'm any clearer than I was at the beginning. The Secretary of State said that EWS1 forms are not needed on properties below 18 metres because there was no systemic risk across those sorts of buildings. What I'm not clear about is whether the lack of systemic risk applies to cladding, which is not of limited combustibility. Is the Secretary of State saying now there's no need to remove combustible cladding from those buildings below 18 metres, or there is? In which case, if there is, isn't an EWS1 form needed as part of that process? If it isn't, we still don't know who's going to pay for the work.
Well, he makes a very good point, and of course there are many buildings over 18 metres as well that haven't got cladding, that are still facing the issues of fire remediation works, some of which may not be necessary. And I'm not clear whose job it is to decide whether they are necessary or not, and therefore whether a building can be mortgageable and insurable once again and people can move on with their lives. I'm still not sure of that, and I still don't feel that the government is really providing the leadership and intervention that is necessary. But there's huge strength of feeling on these issues, as we can see from the number of people wanting to speak in this debate today. The toll of this crisis is immeasurable. Innocent homeowners want us to work together, and I will work with anyone to protect them from these costs. I'm not interested in party political point scoring as it happens, but the government has to step up on these issues. Returning to that Hackett test I talked about, her ultimate test of this new framework is the rebuilding of public confidence in the system. She says the people who matter most in all of this are the residents of these buildings. The honest truth is, through the omission of cast iron protections for today's leaseholders, this test won't be met. It's not enough to simply will the ends. The means need real determination and focus too. We will work with all sides to protect leaseholders and meet the Hackett test. Thank you.
Sir Peter Bottomley.
Madam Deputy Speaker, welcome. Paragraph 19 of the National Audit Office report says the Department has acknowledged that only in a minority of cases would it be financially justifiable for building owners to bring legal action to recover money. And I won't read the rest of the paragraph, there isn't time. But that's the building owners. The building owners will only make a claim if they're indemnified by the residential leaseholders who haven't got the money. So it's not going to happen. And if you look at the sums that the department's reclaimed, very low. What's clearly obvious, and it follows, I think, from the report by Ted Baillieu, the former Premier of Victoria in Australia, an architect, in a report, his working party was set up 2 weeks after the Grenfell fire, reported within 2 years. He gave a presentation to the Fire Safety All-Party Group and the Leasehold and Commonhold Reform Group that you won't get money from leaseholders. You've got to find the problems, fix the problems, fund the problems, and then see how you get the money back. We know that the Ministry of Housing have got just over $5 billion from the Treasury. They expect to get perhaps $2 billion back in tax, $2 billion back in levy. We know that if there's $15 billion spent, there will be $3 billion back in VAT. So the Treasury seems to make money out of this. And who's left with the $10 billion left to spend, to fund the residential leaseholders who can't afford it? It's quite clear that the government have got to do two things. One, as I said to the Secretary of State during his speech, extend the Building Act so that people can make a claim within 6 years of knowing there's a problem. And secondly, make sure that the insurance industry know that they are ultimately reliable for what the architects have done, the designers have done, the component suppliers have done, the builders have done, the regulators have done, the building control people have done, and get most of the money back by agreement. No point in having individual leaseholders or groups of them taking legal action. It won't work. So I'll say to the Secretary of State, in this case, please listen to those who know and try to make sure that no examination takes place without leaseholders being part of the committee. They could have told the Secretary of State 4 years ago that his approach wasn't working. We're grateful for some progress. We need much more.
Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I want to come to the Minister's written statement, which was delivered with breathtaking speed. And before I do that, I want to remind the House that my husband owns a property which may be affected by the cladding issue. And I want to focus much of my remarks on Part 5 of this bill, which includes provision to establish a new housing ombudsman scheme, with Parts 1 to 4 of the bill focusing on matters applicable to England and Wales only. The issue is that whilst housing is not a devolved responsibility, housing is a devolved responsibility, consumer affairs are not, and that creates challenges for the creation of the housing ombudsman scheme. But of course there are benefits to delivering that scheme on a UK-wide basis, because we know that there are concerns about 90% of new homes having defects, and a quarter of those who move into new homes are unhappy with aspects of their new properties. And the existing New Homes Standards Code is industry-led and voluntary, and it's welcome that this will now be replaced with a mandatory and statutory code to ensure similar standards to which developers are obligated to meet, backed up by an ombudsman which we would hope would have teeth, with powers to require builders to resolve issues or face fines, and giving this code a new authority and credibility. But I say to the Minister, it's very important that this system is established on a UK-wide basis, and that because builders operate across the UK. So it makes sense to have a single body of rules and standards to ensure improvement across the board. But because that uniformity across the board will benefit consumers across the UK, it is very important that the governments at the table from across the UK, in all parts of the UK, have their voices heard. Because we all want to see a raising of standards in the building of new homes. So it's an eminently sensible way forward, and we would expect that legislative consent would be requested from the Scottish Government, and that consent, of course, would be granted if it were in the interests of the people of Scotland. And of course, the consent and the dialogue with the Scottish Government cannot be a box-ticking exercise. It must be genuine. Now, what I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is I want to say a few words about the breathtakingly quick statement that was delivered today, because the Secretary of State said, when he delivered this statement, that risk for new build properties, for the cladding properties, should be the risk should be focused on management and mitigation instead of costly remediation work. And we don't know what he means by the word costly, because some properties below 18 metres faced costs for stripping cladding which are actually more expensive than the properties themselves. And we're told in this statement that costly remediation work can be challenged. There's no detail as to how it can be challenged, and the content is actually quite vague. We're told that lenders have welcomed this advice. We don't know how quickly those affected by the cladding issues will see change from lenders and insurers. Has the Secretary of State had specific talks with the insurance industry? Has he had discussions with the Association of British Insurers? We simply don't know. This statement doesn't tell us. He himself has said in the past, in February of this year, I think it was, that insurers should be pricing risk correctly and not passing on costs or profiteering. And yet, I'm not clear, having read that statement, if he has had any dialogue with insurers before this statement. We still see that in this statement that there will be repayment costs not exceeding £50 per month, so we still don't have a cap. We still don't know what the final bill will be for those affected. Now, I wonder if the Secretary of State has actually been looking or taking an interest in what's happening in Scotland, because what's happening in Scotland is that the Scottish Government have moved towards a single buildings assessment for the properties that may be affected by this cladding issue. And what that has meant is that there will be an assessment of the buildings which will provide clear evidence of what the total need for remediation will be. And this allows the Scottish Government to identify the buildings that are at risk, and therefore informs the owners of these buildings exactly what measures need to be taken. And it could release people from safety and mortgage lending concerns. It may save homeowners in the end hundreds of thousands of pounds that they might otherwise have had to pay for individual external wall fire review forms. So the cost of the single building assessments is to be met by the Scottish Government, and once it's been established, remediation will be targeted to the buildings most at risk. So that's an important innovation, and I see echoes of that in what the Secretary of State said today, but it's too vague for me to actually be sure. But it's interesting, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the statement today has a focus on buildings below 18 metres. And when we had a debate on this very issue at the end of June, I challenged the Secretary of State because the Sunday Times reported that a key civil servant was recorded telling fire engineers that 18 metres was the cut-off point in the first place because the government, and I quote, haven't got time to come up with a better number. So I wonder if that randomness of the 18 metres is behind much of what we've heard today. But of course, nobody in the House except the Secretary of State has had time to properly digest it. So, the new Housing Ombudsman in this bill is welcome, provided it's implemented in a way that is respectful of devolution and in the future prevents some of the shocking problems we've seen in the cladding scandal, which has turned so many lives upside down. And it's important that we understand that the powers of the Housing Ombudsman are not retrospective. Therefore, it offers very cold comfort for those living through the cladding and fire safety nightmare right now. And I fear that the Minister's statement today has done nothing to properly address that. So for all those reasons, it's clear that more needs to be done to address the current safety scandal, which I know that this bill doesn't do. The current safety scandal blights lives and continues to blight lives for those living in flats that they have told are dangerous. But for today, we're told, well, do you know what, that might not really be the case. We'll need to think about it a wee bit more and talk to the banks. That's not good enough. So people are living in flats that cause them concern. We still don't have any answers on insurance, and we still don't have any proper insight into how this will be resolved fully, because the £5.1 billion that the Secretary of State likes to trumpet doesn't even touch the sides, Madam Deputy Speaker, doesn't even touch the sides. And whatever else is offered in this fire and safety bill, it offers nothing to the people currently living in homes that are making them lose sleep and which they cannot sell.
Media to Stephen McPartland.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Once again, I'm here to ask the Minister to provide support to protect leaseholders from the devastating mental and financial costs of historic fire safety defects. Leaseholders are drowning under mountains of debt in properties they cannot sell, they cannot remortgage, and are going bankrupt right now. Devastating interim costs are mounting up. Insurance premiums up thousands of %, waking watches that are not even regulated by the local fire service. And we're 4 years on from the tragic events in Grenfell. Leaseholders have done nothing wrong, but in January 2020, the Minister created a market failure, and we have a responsibility to clean it up. I believe the written ministerial statement the Secretary of State has laid today could reverse some of the damage he did, but it will need to be put into legislation, as speakers have already suggested, to provide real practical support to leaseholders, not just rhetoric. This could be a huge victory for leaseholders in buildings under 18 metres today, but only if it means the Secretary of State is withdrawing the January 2020 Consolidated Advice Note for building owners of multi-storey, multi-occupied residential buildings. Otherwise, it's just weasel words. I want to believe the Secretary of State, and I hope the ministerial statement has just reactivated the values of hundreds of thousands of properties that had no value earlier today. However, leaseholders need to know today, does this mean buildings under 18 metres are no longer required to undertake expensive remediation costs? What about those buildings that have already had EWS1 and are currently facing huge bills? The Building Safety Bill runs to over 200 pages, but only one clause totalling 2 pages deals with remediation costs for leaseholders. That single clause, clause 124, is so weak, it's pretty much pointless and could be considered to being complied with by having sent an email. We cannot continue to abandon leaseholders. We have to support them. And the Building Safety Bill in its current form does not do that. So I'll be seeking to amend it with my colleagues. And I repeat once again my desire for the government to work with me and colleagues to help get this right. I would like nothing more than to see government amendments to protect leaseholders at report stage, which I can support and bang the drum for. I do not want taxpayers to pick up the bill. Leaseholders do not want taxpayers to pay. Responsible freeholders do not want taxpayers to pay. We want all want those who are responsible to pay. So I'll table amendments to help leaseholders, and they will be trying to adapt the Housing Defects Act 1984 so it applies to cladding and fire safety defects. We'll be trying that will empower government and local authorities to help leaseholders and then provide the funds. Clause 57 already sets out a mechanism for collecting levies, so we could try to amend that so the government can set out a separate levy on new house building with the money to be redirected to fire safety defects remediation for existing buildings. I'll table amendments to try and ensure that recovery of VAT on remedial works, it's VAT free, and the government has to create an indemnity scheme like Flood Ray or the Motor Insurance Bureau.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Welcome to the Chair. It's good to see you there. The Select Committee did pre-elect scrutiny on the bill. I think what has been shown there is that this is how the House should operate. It's a very technical bill, and we went through it line by line, made recommendations. Thank the government, and particularly the Building Safety Minister, for taking it seriously, to responding to all our points in great detail, and to talking to us about it. The committee's still got some concerns, and we've just written again to the Minister the other day about the things that we think are missing. One, of course, is the issue of building control. Developers should not be able to appoint their own building control inspectors. There's a conflict of interest there. In terms of risk, it is not just height alone which makes buildings risky. A care home of 1 storey high is potentially risky, and that needs to be taken into account in the role of the building safety regulator. In terms of qualification and training of everyone working on high-rise buildings, the government are going to come forward with some proposals, but it's really important because currently an electrician rewiring a flat in a high-rise development does not have to be qualified. They have to be, their employer has to be part of a competent person scheme, but the individual does not have to be qualified anywhere in the building industry. Those sorts of matters need addressing now in this piece of legislation.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for all the work on his committee. He's raised a very important point there about building control and the independence of building control. Would he agree with me that this is an issue that is causing considerable lack of confidence in people, for people who have bought properties, who are then finding they've got no recourse, and also a real question about the role of local authorities in building control?
I think there are major issues here about the independence of building control, not just on the highest rise building, but right throughout the building industry, and that's what the Select Committee report drew attention to. Product testing. We await the government's proposals because one of the things that Hackett identified was the product testing regime is broken and needs fixing. And the committee stand by its view that if a product comes commercially to the market and has gone to testing and has failed a test, that information should be made available publicly. It's important information. The government have rejected that, but I hope the government might just give further consideration to that in due course. And I'll just come to the statement today. I mean, it is very difficult to make comprehensive sense of this statement. I'm going to say, I hope the Secretary of State will accept an invitation to come to the Select Committee after the summer recess and discuss this matter with us in more detail. But whatever this paper says, this statement, it still leaves out buildings over 18 metres which have defects that are not just about cladding. There are people facing bills of £50,000 even when cladding defects have been put right that they can't afford. Where is the help for those leaseholders? It isn't anywhere in the legislation. And coming on to buildings below 18 metres, between 11 and 18 metres, I don't understand. The Secretary of State said that there weren't systemic defects found in those buildings. Where does cladding fit into that? Is the government now saying that the removal of combustible cladding from buildings between 11 and 18 metres is no longer going to be required? If it is, who is going to pay for it? The government floated the idea of a loan scheme. There's no reference to a loan scheme in the legislation. Has a loan scheme been ditched? I think we need clarification on these important issues because leaseholders need certainty that they aren't going to have to face these bills. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are important issues in this bill. It's generally to be welcomed. There are still issues that we want the government to go further on. But the explanation of this statement and who is going to pay for some of the costs which the Building Safety Fund does not cover is still of an essential matter that the government needs to think again about.
Sir Mike Penning.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome to the Chair. And perhaps I should declare an interest as a former firefighter myself and the former Fire Minister. For me, I took the promise from the Housing Minister, who was a good friend of mine, an honourable gentleman, that the previous bill, the Fire Bill, was not the vehicle to bring forward and protect the leaseholders in my constituency. And I did sign some amendments, as probate amendments, but I then withdrew. And I took a lot of flack in my constituency from leaseholders that said I'd let them down. I'm not going to let them down with this bill, because this bill was supposed to actually address the concerns that they have. Thousands of my leaseholders are trapped within their properties. Thousands of them have already paid unbelievable amounts of money, which they can't afford, and even if they could afford, it's morally wrong in the first place.
Well, my honourable friend give way.
Of course.
While I understand that the ministerial statement was late in being shown to us, would he agree with me that there's much in that to be optimistic about?
I agree with my honourable friend, and there was a lot in it that's good. If I'd have had a chance to read it while the Secretary of State was actually still making his speech, because I'm not that brilliant at doing these things, but I've read it since the Secretary of State sat down, and there are some good things in there. There are questions about it, which I hope, and I hope the Treasury events are listening to me, I hope to be on the committee when this goes to the committee stage. I suggest that might be slightly difficult for the ministers. But for me, I completely agree with my honourable friend from Stephen Joyett. I agree with the chairman of the Select Committee. I agree with much from the opposition front bench as well. This should not be party politics. This should be what's right or what's wrong. This is a home-owning nation, and that includes freeholders and leaseholders. This party that I'm proud to be part of is a home-owning party. And Grenfell, and I pay huge respect to the families that have lost their loved ones and that were injured, and my former colleagues that went in the right direction with their paramedic friends and the police when the rest of the public quite rightly got out of the way. The bravery of the firefighters at that incident is to be commended. But there are other issues that are not in this bill. It's not all about cladding, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is about the remedial works that they're being charged for. It's about the fire watch. I mean, I've actually heard of situations where in one block, a fairly low-rise block actually, where they were told they couldn't have any mats outside their doormats, outside their front door. As a former firefighter, I look at that and I think that's bonkers. They were told to take pictures of the wall in the communal areas. That's not what went wrong at Grenfell. What went wrong at Grenfell was a systematic failure across the picture, including within the fire service, to be fair, I was trained on high-rise, and we told residents at high-rise fires to stay in their flats. We told them they were safe in the stairwell. Often they wouldn't be. But one area which fascinates me, Madam Speaker, we've referred about insurance here. We keep talking about premiums on insurance. Where are the insurance companies paying out the premiums that were paid by the developers and contractors? Because I couldn't walk on, when I was a builder, I couldn't walk onto a building site without having liability insurance. We can do this. We did this as a government when the Misa Viva Loma bill went through this House, where we compensated people that were dying from asbestos, where they couldn't find the insurer and they couldn't find the contract. And the government intervened. The government intervened to compensate those families and those loved ones. That's what we'll have to do on this. And I will be joining my colleagues on amendments that we signed. If I can't get on the committee stage, what a great opportunity at report stage. Not because I want to be difficult. I want to get this right for leaseholders. I was promised the previous bill wasn't the answer. This has to be the answer to put things right.
Matthew Pennycook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome the fact that this House is acting to address the systemic problems identified in the Hackett Review. I also welcome a number of specific measures in the bill. For example, the new standards proposed for product safety and for professionals involved in the design and construction of buildings. What I cannot welcome, and what I find particularly objectionable, given what so many have faced over recent years, is the financial cost this bill will impose on leaseholders if left unamended. That imposition will be felt in part as a result of provisions set out on the face of the bill. Whether it's the direct cost of the proposed building safety charge or the cost of duties imposed on principal accountable persons that will inevitably be passed on, this bill will see leaseholders pay out billions of pounds over the coming years to finance the new regime it establishes. Imposing charges of that magnitude on already hard-pressed leaseholders cannot be right, and the bill, in my view, needs to be amended to ensure a more equitable apportionment of the costs of the new regime. But this bill will also impose costs on leaseholders as a result of what it doesn't contain. In his opening remarks, the Secretary of State cited the extension of the Defective Premises Act, the limitation period changes, and the provisions in the bill that require landlords to take reasonable steps to recover remediation costs. But he knows as well as I do that these measures will only offer limited protection at best. What this bill singularly fails to do, despite, as others have said, the perfectly clear indications given by ministers during the passage of the Fire Safety Bill, that this was the legislative vehicle by which to do it, is to meaningfully protect all affected leaseholders from the costs of remediating historic cladding and non-cladding defects and associated secondary costs, irrespective of circumstance. And it must be overhauled so that it does. Because if not now, then when do we act to protect all those caught up in this crisis? If not by this piece of legislation, then what other? Madam Deputy Speaker, I have no intention of voting against the principle of the bill today. We need a version of it on the statute book as soon as possible. But I say to the Secretary of State very plainly that without amendments to guarantee all leaseholders are fully protected, he will not get this bill through without a fight. The very fact that we are legislating for a radical overhaul of building regulations and fire safety highlights just how flawed the present regime is. We cannot, surely, in good conscience, ask any blameless leaseholder to pay to make good what is, after all, a failure of government-designed regulation and of industry practice. So I urge the government to work with members from across the House to ensure that, come third reading, this bill does right by each and every one of the victims of the building safety scandal.
Royston Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And for the avoidance of doubt, can I refer myself or the House to my declaration in the register of interest. I don't think this does affect me, but just in case and for avoidance of doubt. Madam Deputy Speaker, I really hope that we would have resolved the awful situation for leaseholders during the passage of the Fire Safety Bill, but of course we'll know that didn't happen. During those many debates, the government told us that the Parkland-Smith amendments to the Fire Safety Bill were defective, and the Fire Safety Bill was not the place to deal with who pays for remediation. The government said the Building Safety Bill was the bill to address those issues. We now know that the Building Safety Bill in its current form does nothing to address the fundamental issue. Leaseholders should not and will not have to pay. Too many issues have been deemed fire safety defects when they are not, and the Minister and his statement have referred to it. But it cannot be repeated often enough. Most people in high and low-rise apartments are safe. Most buildings are not dangerous. Not all cladding is flammable. And I'm not sure, Madam Deputy Speaker, what you would have to do to ignite a wooden balcony, for example. But people living in properties with those features cannot sell and have extortionate insurance bills. Some simple changes, such as smoke alarms and fire alarms, and a realistic re-inspection would make those properties currently dangerous safe again. And I hope that the written statement, again, becomes legislation and will go some way to address it. If we look at the properties which should not be failing EWS1 and we remove them from the process, the remaining buildings could be remediated far more quickly. Most properties would then see their values restored and the market will once again operate successfully. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are of course other issues, and in summing up, I hope the Minister will explain why insurers have apparently been let off the hook. Every development has professional indemnity insurance. It's the law. As soon as there's a complaint, the insurers are informed. As soon as they are informed, they should start the process of settling any claims. Why are they allowed to remain in the shadows while innocent leaseholders pick up the tab? Isn't it time for us to name and shame the insurers who covered the risk of development but have not offered to put right the defects? One solution, of course, is a levy, and a levy that house builders now accept. They know, and I know, and everyone else knows, that it's the only way out. They want out of this nightmare as quickly as everyone else. They are suffering reputational damage for issues that were no more their fault than leaseholders. It was down to regulation and legislation, and the failure of the insurance companies have some way to go in that. Madam Deputy Speaker, taxpayers should not pick up the tab, but they can underwrite the remediation not covered by insurance. The levy can then pay back the underwriting, and everyone can go back to living in a safe property, which is what they deserve to do.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As others have said, this bill represents progress in terms of implementing, taking forward the recommendations of the Hackett Review, but it will not come into effect until what will be a full 5 years after the Grenfell tragedy. And in those 5 years, hundreds of thousands of leaseholders have lived their lives under the fear of fire, under the threat of their own personal safety, under the fear of being trapped in unsellable and unmortgageable properties, and of bearing costs that they are completely unable to fund. In a number of cases, costs that exceed the value of the property when they purchased it. What we know, and we will obviously be digesting the contents of the statement as well, is that the bill itself will not do enough to overcome the damage that has been done to leaseholders and to compensate them for the costs they have already borne and will continue to bear, and that further amendments will be absolutely essential before this bill passes into law. I was particularly struck in the ministerial opening statement that we now are in a situation where Waking Watch has been dismissed as in many cases a scam, as being unnecessary. And I do think it is absolutely rich of the government to be saying this when it has been the principal means of which that has been relied upon to ensure the safety of those living in high-rise properties. I think that there will be people who have been paying for such Waking Watch over these last years that will listen with amazement to what the government is now saying and its glib dismissal of a scheme that it has itself been relying on. Even 5 years on after Grenfell, there is still clear evidence that the necessary culture changes in the building industry have not taken place. As the London Fire Brigade says, there are still developers gaming the system, cutting corners, and there is clearly still not a level playing field which protects the interests of the only people, the tenants and the leaseholders, who are entirely blameless in this. I just want to make one particular point, though, that I think possibly doesn't get covered enough in this. Although the fire safety, the building safety problems have been a catastrophe in terms of their personal impact for leaseholders, there are also significant implications for the social housing sector. Housing associations have faced remediation costs of £10 billion, and the consequences of that mean a dramatic fall in the house building programme and indeed in the investment that is necessary to deal with other safety and repair and maintenance issues in that sector. Those tenants and those people in housing need should not be also victims of a crisis that they had no part in, and the social housing sector must be fully compensated for its actual costs in the months and years to come.
And by video link, Paul Maynard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and very much welcome to the hot seat. I wanted to highlight just one aspect of building safety that I don't believe has been covered either in the bill or in the debate so far today. Now, safety on stairs might seem to be rather a niche issue compared to many of the issues around fire safety that we are discussing, but it has to be more than just a case of watch where you are going. As ROSPA, the Royal Society for the Prevention of Accidents, has discovered, falling on the stairs is a significant cause of death, stretching into the many hundreds a year. For every one hospital admission caused by a burn, there are 235 caused by falls. The impact of these falls is felt disproportionately by older people, and even when a fall is not fatal, it is often the first stage of a persistent decline. Falls create fear, they impact on confidence and well-being, and lead to people being moved out of their own homes and into care homes, in many cases never to return. Now, I represent a predominantly elderly constituency, and I'm in no doubt about the importance of stair safety to maintaining independence in the home for as long as possible. But I'm also someone with cerebral palsy. I know it isn't just the elderly, but people like me who also have to be exceedingly careful when navigating staircases. Now, there is an existing industry standard, British Standard 5395-1, regarding how stairs should be constructed, including rules on the dimensions of stairs and handrails. Stairs built to the British standard lead to 60% fewer falls. While this has been the standard since 2010, it has not, as of yet, been enshrined into law, and this is often not used by builders. I have written to the Building Safety Minister to ask for the Building Safety Bill to include a mandate for the British standard to apply in all new build homes. I plan to propose such an amendment myself, should he not give me sufficient satisfaction. It is worth noting that this is a cause by both private and social housing providers. It will create a level playing field in house building, but more importantly, will massively reduce the number of falls on stairs in the future, easing the burden on A&E and on ambulances, and saving many families from unnecessary and premature tragedy. Thank you very much.
Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and welcome to your position. Madam Deputy Speaker, I need to declare an interest in that I am a leaseholder in an affected block, although happily for myself and my neighbours, the developer that built the block is footing the bill for everything, as I have scaffolding around me and cladding being removed right now. This bill is welcome, but it's taken a long time to get here, and of course, as others have said, it doesn't solve the problem completely. And in my brief remarks, I just want to acknowledge and reflect everything that my honourable friend, the member of Manchester Central, said at the dispatch box, because she had summed up the challenges completely, and the fact that we don't want to, it's not about scoring cheap party political points at all. We need to get this resolved for all of our constituents up and down the country. And of course, we see though, legislation is one step along the way, 4 years on from the Grenfell disaster, but there's a long time lag between legislation and action. And if I take as just one recent example that the Public Accounts Committee, which I have the privilege of chairing, looked at, we were recently examining the work of the Office for Product Safety and Standards. That has only just assumed responsibility for product safety in this sphere, and it's not yet developed a methodology about how it will deliver that. No criticism of the OPSS, it's got a job to do, but it's only just taken that on. And that's 2021, 4 years since the Grenfell disaster. So it's an example of how a small delay in government can mean a really long delay for those thousands of constituents of ours who are really suffering this. But the government delays also compounded the situation. We have seen from the beginning, a number of us have been talking about there being too few fire safety surveyors. There's been confusion over the EWS1 forms. I haven't got time to go into the written statement, but I concur with my honourable friend, the member for Sheffield, who spoke about that. And the insurance and mortgage industries have adding to a cost and uncertainty by doing what they do, but government not recognising that some of the statements made by government caused those problems. And government should have been better at predicting those problems. The pots of money are welcome, but smaller than needed. And I think the father of the house summed it up, the honourable member for West Worthing summed it up very well, that we need to get leaseholders off the hook, and then government needs to be very canny, and all of us will support government in trying to then secure the money from developers. And of course, we've also got to look at social housing, where today's leasehold victims, where support for them is at the cost of future housing for tenants and future leaseholders, at a time when housing supply is the Cinderella to the government's policy of fuelling demand. The extraordinary written statement today came so late that I do hope that the Secretary of State will agree to appear in front of our sister committee, the Housing Communities and Local Government Committee, because I think there are really important questions, and I think we'll all be flooded with our inboxes over the next few days. But we still need skills to do this work, and I really urge the Minister, on top of this legislation, to look at delivering that. And we need to get clarity on the levy and on legal action, which is out of the price bracket of most of our constituents, on top of the bills that they're already paying. So we need this tackling. This bill is a start, but there are many people still living in limbo.
And by video link, Dr. Matthew Offord.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are measures included in this bill that are to be welcomed, but there is a great deal more required. I'm pleased that the government has listened to the Housing Communities and Local Government Select Committee, which recommended that the bill be amended to explicitly exclude historical costs from the building safety charge. However, it does not appear that the government believes the bill will completely protect leaseholders from remediation costs. The explanatory note states that the Building Safety Bill does not make leaseholders liable for the cost of undertaking capital works, for example, removing unsafe cladding. However, where existing leases allow for these remediation costs to be passed on, the Building Safety Bill will bring forward measures to protect leaseholders by placing additional duties on the building owner to explore alternative cost recovery routes before passing costs to leaseholders. Costs can still be passed on if building owners can show that all other avenues have been exhausted. Consequently, the bill is focused on constructing and maintaining new buildings rather than fixing safety issues in existing blocks. I welcome the government's decision to extend the limitation period of the Defective Premises Act of 1972 to protect future leaseholders, but it is not particularly viable for others given the inherent difficulties of taking legal action against well-funded developers, who would likely continue to argue that buildings met regulatory approval at the time of their construction. The government is fully aware that potential defendants in some cases no longer exist or are insolvent, or the legal costs of taking action are likely to outweigh the costs for remediation works. This is in addition to the stress and time it would take for legal action to conclude. The bill contains no detail on the forced loan scheme for leaseholders in medium-rise buildings, and no help whatsoever for those in low-rise buildings. I understood that details of the cladding tax loan scheme would be forthcoming in the March budget. However, now the guidance is that we will have to wait until September for an idea of how the scheme will work. Finally, there has been no real movement on the urgent and expensive issue of building insurance premiums and unaffordable costs people are being forced to pay right now for interim measures. However, the Minister will be pleased to learn that I will be voting for this bill today at the second reading, as it is the only lifeline available to my constituents who are facing financial despondency. But I will be looking for amendments in committee and a report stage. Many people have bought these properties, whether their first property or indeed subsequent later properties, and have invested not only their life, but their savings and indeed their financial future upon the basis of bricks and mortar. We cannot allow these people to seek demands against them that will fundamentally bankrupt many. It is a conservative principle that we encourage people to buy their own homes. Now these people need our help and support. We must not leave them failing.
And by video link, Barry Gardner.
I'm not sure what's worse for leaseholders. The fact that they're in constant fear because their homes are unsafe, the fact that they cannot afford to make them safe and are being harassed by greedy managing agents, or the fact that they're trapped in their flats without any easy option to sell and move on with their lives. Today's statement and this bill does not fundamentally change that for all the reasons the Father of the House set out in his brief but excellent speech. During the passage of the Fire Safety Bill, ministers promised these issues would be addressed in the Building Safety Bill. Lord Greenhalgh said, "It is unacceptable for leaseholders to have to worry about costs of fixing historic safety defects in their building that they didn't cause. Building owners are responsible for ensuring the safety of residents." And he said they should protect leaseholders from the costs of remediating historic building defects. I don't know what the correct term in Parliament is for someone who makes promises they don't keep, but I know what they call them on the streets of Brent North. They call them a government minister. Extending the scope and duration of the Defective Premises Act in the Building Safety Bill shows the government doesn't understand the extent of the problem. I'd asked the Minister to explain to my constituents who live in Wembley Central Development how it will help them. The original developer of their homes, St Modwins, have washed their hands of these defective properties. They sold them to an offshore company in Jersey in 2018, following the introduction of the new building regulations. They were in partnership with Southcrest, who are now in a very convenient liquidation. So who exactly does the Minister think my constituents can chase here? What is the government prepared to do about buildings with obscure corporate ownership? I first contacted St Modwins in 2017, immediately after the Grenfell tragedy. They repeatedly assured me the buildings were safe and in 2018 confirmed in writing that no fire safety defects had been identified. I'm now told the cladding on this building is the same as that used in Grenfell Tower, and the fire safety report has identified fire-stopping defects throughout the construction process. But in May of this year, St Modwin agreed to a takeover bid of $1.2 billion from Blackstone. Can the Minister tell me how this bill will make them accountable for their actions? It wasn't the leaseholders who decided to use flammable cladding, to leave out fire stopping in voids or cut corners. Developers made those decisions. My constituents don't have either the deep pockets or the legal expertise to fight these corporate chameleons who start off in London and end up in Jersey as a different company. And this bill shows the government either doesn't understand or doesn't care. The companies can afford lengthy litigation, leaseholders cannot. Finally, the Minister must explain why there is so little progress on the Building Safety Fund. I wrote to St Modwins on the 23rd of June. I still wait a response. I've written to Freedom, the new managing agent for the new owners. I asked them about their application to the Building Safety Fund for the removal of unsafe cladding. I've received no response. But Freedom now tell residents they missed the closing date of 30th June for the second application because they are still waiting to have eligibility confirmed for the first.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I welcome the Secretary of State's statement that the EWS1 forms should not be required on buildings below 18 meters because lenders were insisting on EWS1 forms despite not meeting proper criteria in the new guidance, so that is a welcome announcement. And the working toward the market correction for the total risk aversion that we were seeing in the market with lenders, surveyors, and just the sort of absolute stagnation in the market. So I welcome those announcements in the written statement. However, I must echo the concerns raised by my honourable friend from Stevenage and the Father of the House regarding leaseholders and the issue of clause, I think it's 124. I would like to see much greater levels of actual legislation to support leaseholders. And I'm speaking today not on just behalf of leaseholders, but the parents of leaseholders in my constituency. Parents in Beaconsfield, Marlow, Flackwell Heath, Iva, who have given their life savings to help support their child buy their first home, usually in London. And these children of my constituents are now stuck in homes that they cannot afford to move out of because of the spiraling cost of both insurance and the cost to the leaseholder that has been incurred on them because of the building safety regulations. And I would ask that we would consider how to help leaseholders. These are conservative voters. These are the children of conservative voters who are now frustrated and angry that they cannot move up the housing ladder. We need to consider a way forward for them and remember that they have done what we as Conservatives say that we always want to do: buy a home, allow people to get on the housing ladder, and we are blocking them from moving forward. So please, I would ask the Secretary of State to consider further action to how we can help and support leaseholders moving forward.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to welcome you to your place. It's a pleasure to speak in this important debate and to follow colleagues from across the House. And I would like to say that the bill is a step forward. However, I have very serious reservations, and I want to build on the points made by my honourable friend on the front bench, and also indeed by other colleagues across the House, including the Father of the House and others. First of all, I think it's very important to focus on the single most important point about this bill, the single most important weakness indeed, which is that many, many thousands of existing leaseholders are not going to benefit from this bill, and they're going to be penalised with huge, exorbitant costs, far above what they could possibly pay off, due to the way that the government is tackling this deep crisis and the lack of funding, the insufficient funding to make good the very serious problems with leasehold properties around the country, which have become more and more apparent following the Grenfell disaster and indeed in the subsequent 4 years. It's simply deeply unfair that people who bought properties in good faith in Reading and across the country should have to pay enormous sums of money to make those properties fire safe. Not only dealing with cladding, but a range of other issues which I want to address today in my short speech. There's also the very serious issue of properties under 18 metres, and in my area many blocks are under 18 metres high, and I'm sure colleagues across the House will have the same issues in their constituencies, and the residents-owned blocks deserve to be treated much better by the government and the industry. So to give colleagues a small example of what this might mean, I would like to just describe a property, an attractive looking property, a desirable property next to one of the rivers in Reading, an attractive block, beautifully designed with an attractive foyer, a great place to live in many ways, central to the town, but in the case of a fire, potentially a dangerous rabbit warren of small corridors which it would be difficult to escape from. This block contains a huge amount of fire safety problems, and residents may have to pay £150,000 each to get these put right. And these include issues with fire doors, issues with the doors into flats, issues with a lack of internal partitions, so the fire could rip through a block that contains over 100 separate flats, a whole range of other difficult problems, and these are not addressed by the bill, and they need to be, in my opinion. I'd also like to briefly mention the issue of the confusion and indeed the lack of information until the very last minute about the EWS1 form. Now, there are serious issues with getting these forms, and it's right that the government look into this, but to present it in this way as a written statement on the eve of a debate surely can't be right, and I would ask the Secretary of State and his colleagues to really reflect on this. It's caused a great deal of confusion and concern today. It's perplexing. Equally, briefly if I may, Madam Deputy Speaker, there is a model already of how to resolve this, and that's the Australian model, as indeed has been mentioned by colleagues across the House. And just finishing briefly, ultimately this is a question of leadership from the Secretary of State and
Link, Bob Blackman.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. As a member of the HCLG Select Committee, I've had the opportunity of spending many hours scrutinising the draft bill as we conducted pre-legislative scrutiny. And I'm delighted that the government has adopted almost all of the recommendations that we've made. However, there are concerns, and I think one of the issues is that some of the language used within the bill is not exact enough. Clearly, what will matter will be the regulations underpinning this extremely complicated and complex bill that will need to be ironed out over the next 18 months before the bill actually becomes operational. And that, of course, gives rise to the further problems. There will be no excuse whatsoever for a developer currently developing a new high-rise building, or indeed planning one in the future, that they don't abide by the rules and regulations that are going to be introduced when this bill becomes law. They will have to do so. However, there is a concern about the historical elements of the fire safety defects, as well as the remediation of unsafe cladding. We do have to split this up into a number of areas. Clearly, there has been much progress on remediation of unsafe cladding, which is welcome. But the fire safety defects have been excluded from almost everything that is on offer from the government thus far, Developers are trying to wash their hands of it. As honourable and right honourable members have mentioned across the House, the fact is that leaseholders are being presented with huge bills right now. They don't have 18 months to wait to resolve these issues and to sort them out. So we do need urgent action. We were promised the details of the forced loan scheme to be introduced at the time of the budget. Well, I assume, therefore, we're going to have to wait for the autumn budget as opposed to the spring budget, because so far we haven't seen the details of how that's going to operate. That's vital for people knowing how they can plan. Because the reality is that the people in the middle of this, the innocent parties, which we have to remember, are the leaseholders. The building owners, the people that developed the buildings in the first place, are the ones that put these buildings up. Now, there is an excuse. There is one excuse they can cling to, and that is to say that the rules and regulations which were put in place when they put the buildings up, maybe 5, 10, or even 20 years ago, they've adhered to completely. Well, if that is the case, then the government have to find a way of funding the remediation, because the government was responsible for putting in place the regulations. If those regulations have been blatantly ignored, however, it's quite clear the building owners and developers must remediate the buildings and the fire safety defects without any charge to the leaseholders whatsoever. So this is a good start to the process. I welcome the bill, and I welcome the committee stage that's going to go through, and we can get through to safeguard leaseholders.
Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Welcome that this bill will give residents and homeowners more rights and make homes across the country safer. This bill seeks to improve the whole regime of fire safety from start to finish. In my constituency, we have the terrible example of the fire at the Beechmere Retirement Complex in 2019 that destroyed the building, leaving more than 150 people without their homes and their belongings destroyed. I want to pay tribute to Cheshire Fire and Rescue for their work in battling the blaze, and also to thank local heroes that helped residents evacuate. What happened at this building is, of course, at the front of my mind. We are still to find out the cause of the fire, and I've been meeting regularly with Cheshire Fire and Rescue Service to push them to conclude their investigation so people get answers. Whilst rightly the focus has been on external cladding and high-rise buildings, we must ensure we use this moment of fire safety reform to act on risks across the board. I want to focus on asking the government to go further and be more prescriptive with those buildings which use timber or are housing or being used by vulnerable people, irrespective of height. What I want to talk about relates to approved document B and Building Bulletin 100, but I'm sure the Minister will understand why I'm raising these issues in the context of this bill. On the issue of timber, the Beechmere building was timber framed, and what happened seemed to reflect what has happened at many other fires in similar buildings. There is a wealth of long-standing concerns about the use of timber, not just in relation to external frames, and there are particular concerns about how in a timber building, post-completion works and modifications can easily destroy fire safety measures. We must ensure this risk is properly addressed. And on the second issue, we must think more carefully about restrictions based on what a building is used for. I think it's proportionate to make specific and mandated additional requirements for buildings like schools and care homes, which house people that will struggle to evacuate. For example, sprinklers. Myself and colleagues at the Fire Safety APPG have highlighted the issue that automatic fire sprinklers are compulsory in new care homes in Wales and Scotland, but this is not the case in England. This is also the case with schools. Of almost 1,000 fires over 5 years in buildings where sprinklers were fitted, research conducted by the National Fire Chiefs Council found they controlled or extinguished blazes in 99% of cases. Automatic fire sprinklers save lives. They also, in the case of schools, allow children back into the classroom sooner. I know the Secretary of State wants a system that's dynamic and responsive and not overly prescriptive. At this stage, when we can't yet know what a whole new regime is going to deliver in terms of better decision-making on a building-by-building basis, I think we should be more cautious and risk-averse and have an approach that mandates specific measures like sprinklers for certain building types and additional measures for certain building materials like timber, regardless of height. I welcome the Building Safety Bill and the reforms it will make to building control and building regulations, but it's vital that the government goes further, applying additional protections to certain buildings so we can all be confident the buildings we live, work and learn in are as safe as possible. Thank you.
And by video link, Daisy Cooper.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are two ways to look at this bill, what's in it and what is not. I welcome the proposed building safety regulator and the move to finally establish the principle that there must be an accountable person. But there is much in this bill that is still seriously and dangerously lacking. The bill still uses height, not risk, as the primary criteria for when regulation kicks in. The arbitrary and discredited 18-metre cut-off must be dropped, and risk factors must be taken into account, especially in schools and care homes. On public registers, at committee stage of the Fire Safety Act, I proposed that the government create a register of qualified fire risk assessors. The minister at the time assured me that he was working with industry to introduce such a register, and so the amendment was withdrawn. So where is it now? Will the Secretary of State bring forward an amendment to create this register, as well as a register of safe building materials too? On the ESW1 form, I don't even know where to start on today's rushed announcement. I was asking about this for buildings last September. Some of my constituents have put their lives on hold for the best part of a year, and now it transpires that they may not even need that particular form. And finally, we were promised that the plight of leaseholders would be addressed in this bill. We were assured time and time again that the fire safety bill was not the right place because this bill was coming down the track. Leaseholders do not have the deep pockets or legal expertise to pursue giant corporations as the government is suggesting. The government just needs to stump up the cash, make homes safe, and then use its power to make polluters pay. It's actually really simple. It's been done in Australia. It's an off-the-shelf solution that has been shown to work. So surely the government realises that it must now bring forward protections for the tens of thousands of leaseholders who were promised by the Prime Minister that they would not be made to pay for fire safety defects not of their making. Because if he doesn't, members of this House will fight tooth and nail, working across the House to deliver justice for building safety victims.
By video link, Mark Logan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The telly has been showing horrific scenes of flooding across the globe recently. What is infuriating is the more overtly man-made mini-flooding that my constituents in Holden Mill and Astley Bridge have been exposed to. Water ingress where once penthouses have become unwanted pools, decompartmentalisation leading to fire risk and issues around cladding, all of which are liable to increased costs for the tormented people living there. With today's bill, this government, this Secretary of State, and hopefully this MP have the chance to put things right for the people of Holden Mill. These proposed reforms are welcome, particularly the extensions of the 1972 Act and the limitation period. However, Clause 124 is unlikely to be in place for at least a year, and leaseholders risk having to pay ruinous costs for months to come. The only real route of redress against culpable parties is usually through costly litigation. So will the department outline provisions in place to help cash-strapped leaseholders and management companies pay for legal action involving extensions to the limitation period? 20%, can you believe it, 20% of residents in Cottonworks, which is a mill converted into a dwelling in my constituency, are affected by water ingress due to poor conversion by the developer PJ Livesey. And despite insurance cover with NHBC, my constituents are facing a potential shortfall in excess of £1 million. The circumstances these residents are living under are torrid. Leaseholders have already had to pay into a levy on top of service charges to cover temporary measures concerning PJ Livesey's alleged failings in relation to fire compartmentation. The timing of the levy could not be any worse, and it's vital that these future costs are not passed on to innocent leaseholders. So further, how do we ensure that responsible or culpable parties don't abuse the statute of limitations by simply running down the clock? The 280 actually leaseholders at the Cottonworks could face further levies, and they fear not being in the position to fund legal action. These companies, and I'm sure there's many cases of this right across the country, fear not being have slopey shoulders regarding poor workmanship at the site, ping-ponging my constituents from company to company. So I'll be voting with the government, standing shoulder to shoulder with these residents in Astley Bridge and across the country. And just finally, yes, the intention to create a system of duty holders throughout the design, construction and occupation of high-risk buildings in the bill is welcome, But can the Minister and the Department assure my constituents that this will be applied retrospectively, providing residents with the power to finally make someone...
And by video link, Rishinara Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by paying my respects to all those who lost their lives in the Grenfell Tower disaster, and all those who, their family members, their relatives, who've continued to campaign to protect others in our country. And I also want to pay tribute to all those in my own constituency who've been campaigning, given the large number of blocks with ACM cladding and other safety risks. While I support many aspects of this bill, it's very clear that the government is missing an opportunity to protect the hundreds of thousands of people who need protection. And that's why it's really important that while the Building Safety Fund is welcome, the government looks to provide additional funding for those blocks that are not getting the funding that they urgently need. And while freeholders should, the companies that are responsible should pay, it shouldn't be on, as I've argued time and again over the last 4 years, it shouldn't be on our residents to have to go after them. The government should be going after them. And it hasn't done enough and needs to do much more. Madam Deputy Speaker, when the Grenfell Tower disaster happened, the then Prime Minister said that we should do whatever it takes. We will do whatever it takes to protect our people. And yet, year in, year out, many of us across different parties, including on the governing party, have campaigned, and we're still arguing about funding and support for our constituents. And despite what the Secretary of State has said today, the Fire Brigade Union has spoken about the fact that the Building Safety Fund completely ignores unsafe buildings beneath the arbitrary 18-metre limit. And as the Secretary of State admitted himself, there are still people who are at risk. He mentioned 10 people who've died. 10 is too many. And it's important that this government doesn't create this trend of a callous disregard for human life. That is what our constituents feel, who live in fear, who've had to live in fear over lockdown in dangerous ACM-cladded properties. And in Poplar and Limehouse, we saw a fire in Tower Hamlets in May this year, and it was described, and this is a block with ACM cladding, it was described by the Sunday Times as being minutes away from another Grenfell Tower disaster. And in our borough, there are 291 buildings which remain at risk. And that is why we need the government to take action and to improve this bill, accept the Labour amendments and other sensible amendments that are being proposed to improve this bill. And Madam Deputy Speaker, in blocks like Claimant Court, where Tower Hamlets Community Housing, one of the housing associations, a number of others who've applied for the Building Safety Fund, while we've received some funding, others have been rejected for no good reason. And I hope that the Secretary of State will look at those cases again. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last Saturday, I attended a demonstration at Leeds Dock in which my constituents, leaseholders affected by this scandal, talked about the anxiety, the stress and the potentially crippling financial costs that face them if they're asked to pay to fix their homes. And they really feel that nothing has changed. Now, if they'd been able to see Ted Baillieu from Victoria State, referred to by the father of the house earlier, speak last week, I mean, they would have been blown away by his direct, no-nonsense approach. And those three words, find, fix, fund, and then go after the people who are responsible, should be the guiding light of the government's approach. And my question to ministers is, when are we going to take, here in the UK, the kind of comprehensive approach that we're seeing in Victoria, in Australia? And I appreciate, we all do the money that the government is putting in, but there are so many other faults on buildings, apart from unsafe cladding, that replacing the cladding isn't going to make them safe. Take one example, the Richmond house fire, just under 2 years ago, below 18 metres. And yet we're told it was the absence of proper cavity barriers and fire breaks which allowed the fire to spread. And I say to members, watch the video. It's absolutely terrifying. Luckily, nobody was killed. And yet, it is precisely fire defects of that sort, which have been discovered on countless buildings, as we know, that are not covered by the government's funding offer, because the government is funding the removal of dangerous cladding. So if they aren't fixed, and ministers know, we've told them time and time again, leaseholders don't have the money to pay to fix those defects, then those buildings will remain classed as unsafe. Presumably, if they're a serious risk, they will continue to have waiting watch and insurance bills, which will drain the accounts of innocent leaseholders. The second point I want to make is, where's the plan to manage the most dangerous buildings first? Because at the moment, the order in which they're fixed depends on the speed with which managing agents and freeholders either pay themselves or apply to the Building Safety Fund. We don't actually know the full extent of the problem. There is no comprehensive list. And offering 15 years instead of 6, well, fine, but it's useless, because not a single leaseholder I've spoken to is going to be able to put the money up, take the risk to sue someone when they might lose after 7 years and face another bill. They've got enough to worry about at the moment. And I look forward to working with others on a cross-party basis to support amendments to this bill, so finally my leaseholders can look at the bill when it's finished and say, right, we have a plan to deal with this, so that all of our constituents, can get on with their lives, because that is what they want and what they deserve.
Aldous.
Deputy Speaker, technically speaking, the issue that I wish to highlight, the need for there to be more widespread fitting of sprinklers, does not fit neatly within the current narrow scope of this bill. But with some amendment it can, and quite frankly it is a matter that has been ignored for far too long, and it is appropriate to highlight it in a second reading debate on building safety. 10 years ago, this month, the Wessex Foods factory on the South Lowestoft industrial estate was burnt to the ground. Fortunately, no one lost their lives, but 150 people lost their jobs, surrounding businesses were seriously disrupted, and it took 10 days to fully extinguish the fire, during which every firefighter in Suffolk attended the scene. And 52 million litres of water was used, much of it finding its way in a contaminated form into nearby watercourses. This turmoil would have been avoided if the factory had been fitted with sprinklers. If it had been, the firefighters who had first attended the scene would have spent just 4 minutes on site. In the intervening 10 years, what has been done to promote the greater use of sprinklers? In previous parliaments, we've had good debates, ably led by our former colleague Jim Fitzpatrick and my honourable friend, the member for Southend West, but nothing has been achieved. In fact, we are going backwards, as the government is proposing changes to the Building Bulletin 100 Schools Fire Safety Guidance, which will mean that automatic fire sprinkler systems will only be required in a very limited number of schools, far fewer than intended under the current BB 100. Madam Deputy Speaker, despite urban myths, the case for sprinklers is compelling. They save lives, they save jobs, and they prevent environmental degradation. Some people may worry about their cost, but I don't deny that in some circumstances retrofitting will present challenges, but making their use mandatory will unleash innovation through both increased manufacturing and the enhanced design and layout of buildings. Madam Deputy Speaker, a small but significant step to achieving the more widespread use of sprinklers is to use this bill to amend both the 1984 Building Act and the 2010 Building Regulations so as to give the Secretary of State the power to make regulations to facilitate the protection of property. I would urge the government to seriously consider this when the bill is in committee. Thank you.
And by video link, Rebecca Long-Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Sadly, this bill is deficient in many areas. It focuses on higher risk buildings currently defined as those over 18 metres, so leaving the safety of residents in buildings under 18 metres unclear. Further, does today's EWS1 announcement now mean that combustible cladding under 18 metres should be ignored? On the issue of funding, this is still not adequately addressed. As the government well knows, the Building Safety Fund only covers unsafe cladding, yet 70% of buildings surveyed have non-cladding fire safety defects. Providing cladding remediation funding for buildings over 18 metres, yet forcing leaseholders in buildings under 18 metres to pay is simply unjust. And as Inside Housing has previously reported, even those minority of leaseholders who could apply for loans potentially face waiting years. For social landlords, as the National Housing Federation states, social housing providers will be forced to draw money from improving tenants' homes and communities to fund remediation. This is staggering. To address these inequities, of course, the government's answer is to simply extend limitation periods to 15 years. But this will still require leaseholders and social landlords to stump up the initial costs themselves if they don't qualify for the Building Safety Fund. Legal processes for the recovery of such funds could, of course, take years and be very costly, and that's if the developers and contractors even still exist. This proposal wouldn't help leaseholders in my constituency at Transport House who face bills of over £100,000 each. They fall shy of the 15-year period, nor would it help the tenants and residents of Sovereign Point. And aside from the unsafe conditions such residents are forced to live in every day, the mental strain takes its toll. In a survey by UK Cladding Action Group, 90% of leaseholders said their mental health has deteriorated, and a fifth have had thoughts of suicide and self-harm. So let's be clear, the only way to protect both leaseholders and tenants from the unfair costs of a crisis they did not cause is for the government to provide upfront remediation funding, then recoup the costs from those responsible for those safety defects. As we've heard, they managed to do that in Australia, so this government can manage to do it here. Thank you.
Since October last, the all-party parliamentary group for fire safety and rescue, which I chair, and I'm delighted to see so many members of the group participating in this debate. We've responded in detail to 4 government consultations on various aspects of fire and building safety. A further consultation was launched by the Department for Education on the 27th of May in relation to revised fire safety design guide for new schools, which in a nutshell proposes to remove in the future the requirement for automatic fire sprinkler protection but a very few new schools. This is not acceptable, and I'm delighted it was raised at Prime Minister's question today. We are suffering from consultation overload, and we could really do with a roadmap as to how all these pieces of work actually fit together. Last Thursday was my 3rd meeting with the Noble Lord Greenhouse on fire and building related issues since the 23rd of June. Only last week, during a joint meeting I chaired with the Disability APPG, we both heard a most distressing account of a disabled resident trapped on the 23rd floor of Grenfell Tower, whose son carried her down through the smoke and flames at 2:30 a.m. 1.5 hours into the fire, her husband tragically perished, having jumped from the building. One significant issue raised by both the all-party parliamentary group and the National Fire Chiefs Council in our previous responses to the Fire Safety Order consultation was that there remains a fundamental disconnect between the non-worsening conditions of building regulations and the expectations of continuous improvements through the fire risk assessment process set by the Fire Safety Order. Section 4 of the Building Regulations 2010 states that where the work did not previously comply with Schedule 1, but when the new work is complete, it should be no more unsatisfactory in relation to that requirement than before the work was carried out, meaning the general fire precautions may never get improved to modern standards. This runs contrary to the principles of prevention outlined in the Fire Safety Order, that premises risk assessment should adapt to technical progress and reduce overall risk within buildings. Non-worsening provisions are resulting in lost opportunities to improve building safety. An example is the refurbishment of Nakalala House following a multiple fatal fire. The London Fire Commissioner told the coroner that automatic fire sprinkler protection would have prevented the death of 6 residents who died if it had been installed. Subsequently, the coroner recommended to the then Secretary of State that he should encourage social housing providers in high-rise blocks over 80 metres to consider retrofitting automatic sprinkler protections. And I say to my honourable friend, the Minister, we must never make the same mistakes again.
Thank Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the warmest congratulations as well. I think everybody welcomes the new and enhanced regulatory regimes for building safety in this bill. But as many members have already stated, I'm more concerned, or I'm equally concerned about the action that's needed now to make existing homes and products safe and to stop leaseholders from being hit with catastrophic bills from building owners to fix historic failures. I would also like to put on record my concerns about a statement being issued in the middle of an opening speech presenting this bill. I do think it is appalling, absolutely appalling. But I'd like to move on specifically about Dame Judith Hackett's report and how she concluded that it was the construction industry prevalent culture which was undermining building safety. Judith referred to procurement regimes which were not fit for purpose in relation to building safety. She added, unhelpful behaviours such as contract terms and payment practices which prioritise speed and low-cost solutions exacerbate this situation. She concluded that poor procurement and payment practice not only provide poor value for money, but they also produce poor building safety outcomes. She recommended that contracts, payment terms and practices should be recorded as part of a proposed digital building safety file. And I couldn't agree more with her conclusions. The toxic culture in too many parts of the construction industry where fly-by-night firms benefit by accepting the lowest priced jobs achieved by poor payment practices to their supply chain. This bill provides a unique opportunity for not just to deal with the scandal of unsafe buildings, but also the scandal of the manipulation of late payment practices by large, unscrupulous construction companies. Evidence given to committees of this House following the Carillion collapse revealed the appalling abuse of Tier 1 contractors like Carillion. But in spite of my bill in 2019 to tackle the misery so many small construction companies continue to face and protect them from becoming insolvent, as nearly 1,000 did after Carillion's demise, absolutely nothing has been done. Almost 6 years on from the Business Department reviewing the practice of retentions which harms thousands of small businesses by depriving them of much needed cash flow, it has sat on its hands. Based on figures provided by the Department in October 2017, every day almost £1 million worth of retentions is lost by firms, mainly small businesses, because of upstream insolvencies. Today, according to insolvency specialists, almost 100,000 firms in the industry are under severe financial stress. Small construction firms are having to grapple with the massive cost pressures of their base, and many are facing the issues that I've talked about. If an industry is free of widespread and egregious treatment... All right, thank you.
Felicity Buchan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome this bill, and it will be very important in transforming our regime of building safety and, very importantly, putting residents and high-rises at the forefront of that regime. Building safety is incredibly important to me. The tragedy of Grenfell Tower happened in my constituency, and London is home to 55% of all high-rises and intermediate buildings, many of which lie in central London. I hope this bill will also change the culture of the building industry and the building products industry. I have been shocked by some of the revelations coming out of the Grenfell inquiry, how the system was gamed, how it was pushed to the nth degree, and we need to change that culture. Residents and safety need to come first. There are many points of this bill that I warmly welcome. I welcome the building products regulator and the ability of that regulator to take building products off the market and to prosecute those who try and sell products that do not meet the mark. I also welcome the fact that the time period to sue for defective premises will go from 6 years to 15 years. And I believe the announcement that we heard this afternoon on EWS1 forms is going to be critical. Now, clearly there are details that we need to get confirmation on. RICS guidance is going to be very important. It's going to be very important just to have confirmation that the advance notice will be withdrawn, and we also need clarity as to what will happen to EWS1 forms which have already been issued, and will they stay or will they not. But I think that this is potentially a very, very significant development for leaseholders. There are issues that we across the House need to work on. We need to agree the scope. Yes, it applies currently to buildings above 18 metres, but the bill has the capacity to increase that scope. So we need to focus on that. And very importantly, I think that we need a task force within MHCLG that will look at buildings case by case, because there are so many buildings that are throwing up very unique circumstances that we need to deal with. One is Collier House in my constituency. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to speak just briefly on a few issues that affect my constituents. First of all, I want to ask the Minister on the issue of Barnett consequentials. And I heard the intervention earlier on from a Welsh colleague who asked the Chancellor about the quantum of Barnett consequentials for Wales. And the Minister said back that the Welsh Government haven't devised a scheme for existing consequentials yet. Now, this becomes a bit of a kind of strange paradox, because it would be daft for a government on a fixed budget to commit to something spending more than they have, and they can't plan for that. And if a devolved administration were to establish the scheme without that certainty the money was coming, they would then be considered irresponsible. So I think it needs to be made clear what those additional consequentials are for the devolved administrations. Now, the Scottish Government has proceeded on the basis of the £97 million allocated to the Scottish Parliament for this, and have set up the Scottish Government Single Building Assessment Scheme. And I pay tribute to Kevin Stewart's MSP, who as Minister spearheaded a lot of this work. And that scheme is prioritising by risks. They've had over 100 expressions of interest in that scheme. But in order to make sure that that scheme reaches as far as it can do, those consequentials have to be absolutely clear so that the problem can be tackled as far as it can. I'd like to take the opportunity also to pay tribute to those in my constituents who have championed their fellow residents. Lisa Murray of the Verdi Residents Group, Hector Thompson and Barry Cooper of the Lansfield Quay Residents Association also. And Hector and Barry told me the difficulties that they have had in obtaining building insurance for the development they're part of. There are hundreds of flats in that development, and their insurance got withdrawn suddenly on the 23rd of December 2020, leaving them very worried over the Christmas period about what would happen. And contrary to what the Secretary of State has said in previous answers, there is a failure in the market here. And he'd mentioned Aviva, but my understanding is that Aviva has a limit of £50 million, whereas Lansfield Quay needs £75 million. Aviva, I understand, also have a bar on commercial property as part of that, and sure enough there's an Indian restaurant at the bottom of Lansfield Quay which would exempt them from getting coverage through Aviva if that is indeed the case. So I would ask the Minister to solve this situation. People are being offered insurance which is comprehensive but entirely unaffordable, or just about the realms of affordable, and not to everybody, because I know at Lansfield Quay there are some people that just can't afford the payments for that insurance, but without the comprehensive coverage which they feel they need. And there are implications for proceeding without adequate coverage for your mortgage as well, because if you are not properly insured on your property, that has implications also, I understand, for your mortgage. So the Minister needs to look at these issues and find some kind of solution, because it is not working at present, and this bill does nothing to address that. I would also ask the Minister to look at issues for VAT and building materials, because at the moment the government is profiting from the work that is being done and residents are not.
Wind-ups will begin at 6:40. From Mr Ainsbury, 6:50 then for the Government Minister. Video link, Brendan Clark-Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Firstly, I would like to say that I do believe this bill is the right one to be dealing with the cladding issue, and I fully appreciate why the Fire Safety Bill is not necessarily the right vehicle. And there's plenty to celebrate in this bill, and I think this is something we must recognise. And I particularly welcome the announcement in this House from the Secretary of State today on the use of the EWS1 forms, and that these will not be required for buildings below 18 metres. I know people would like some clarification on cases where the EWS1 forms already exist and whether these will now be voided or not. So that is something that we would like to hear more on. And the clarification that there's no systemic risk for buildings under 18 metres and that the market is expected to now act as normal, leading to a market correction, is also welcome. And it's the extreme risk aversion that has caused some of these issues, as Dame Judith Hackett referred to, and it's something we can now start to address. I think it's encouraging to hear from the Secretary of State that lenders have welcomed this clarification, and now making sure we take other players in the market with us, including insurers, is the next logical step. And as my right honourable friend, the chair of the HCLG Select Committee, has mentioned, we do thank the Secretary of State and his department for responding to the points that we have raised and acting on the vast majority of those recommendations and taking our comments into account. Of course, one of those principles we've always held is the principle that leaseholders should not pay. And the Building Safety Fund is very welcome, and £5.1 billion will go a long way to satisfying many of the problems before us. And the 30 million Waking Watch Fund is a great help, although I think we all realise there are still issues that some will see as unresolved. And it's important to recognise that this bill is about far more than cladding, however. We've already announced new robust legal requirements on builders and the materials they use, which is something very much needed and follows the recommendations from the Grenfell inquiry. And giving homeowners the right to retrospectively seek compensation for up to 15 years for shoddy construction will benefit a great number of people, as will doubling the time period residents can bring legal claims against developers for substandard workmanship. And nobody should be left living in an unlivable home. And whilst the Building Safety Bill cannot solve every problem on its own, and I'm sure there will be many further discussions to come, it is a bill I will be supporting and is a fundamental step in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Justin Matters.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I place on the record, first of all, I'm co-chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Common Hold and Leasehold Reform, alongside the Right Honourable Member for Worthing West and the Honourable Member for St Albans, and the group, ably assisted by the Leasehold Knowledge Partnership, have been looking at these issues around building safety for some time. And we had a very informative meeting last week alongside the Fire Safety APPG with Ted Balliloo, who co-chaired the Victoria Cladding Task Force. And I have to say he gave a very frank and very compelling account of his experience when his state dealt with many of the issues that are covered by this bill. Put simply, if we take his advice, government are going to have to take a far bigger role in sorting this out than is currently envisaged, and they're also going to have to dig far deeper into their pockets than they already have. So I think it's better that we actually learn from his experience and bite the bullet on that now, rather than let things drift on unsatisfactorily for a few more years before succumbing to the inevitable. And I say that partly perhaps because the biggest concern is not the expense or the uncertainty, but the time it will take to get any kind of restitution, potentially years. The leaseholders cannot wait that long. A young couple who can't start a family, professional in fear of bankruptcy. Too many lives are on hold, and we cannot underestimate the mental toll of knowing every day you are living in a potential death trap, and there is nothing you can do at all to get out of that. These people cannot wait. So whilst the bill is a step in the right direction, it does feel that resolution for many is still going to be years off, and may yet still come with a heavy price tag. I think the only certain winners from this legislation will actually be the lawyers, who will have a plethora of new legal avenues to argue over. So let's start with this extension of the limitation period. On the face of it, that's a positive thing, but it doesn't create any new rights, it only extends existing ones. And as the bill makes clear, the 15-year rule is only available if it somehow does not impact on the developer's human rights, which of course they're always going to claim it will. So field day number one with the lawyers arguing over that, and of course critically the extension is only available if the developer is still in business. As we know, many are not, and even if the extension does increase potentially the numbers of people who can take legal action, they're still going to face the same hurdles of expensive litigation. And if the developers are still in business and worth suing, then they're going to be in a far stronger position to fight the action than the leaseholders are. The inequality of arms in litigation will be immense. And despite the government's repeated promises in recent months, there are no guaranteed means of forcing regulators and developers, who are the architects of this crisis, from being held to account. As we know, that the inquiry into Grenfell continues, but it is already clear the materials used there should never have been used. Some of those materials were certified as safe at the time, but should never have been safe. Cladding systems have been designed by architects, planners and fire engineers. Costs were knowingly cut and safety concerns were ignored. Leaseholders are the only truly innocent party in this, but they still face the biggest burden to fix this mess, and that is wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I think it introduces a number of crucial safeguards for residents whilst reforming the building safety system so that appropriate checks and balances are strengthened. Notably, the bill brings forward recommendations from the Dame Hackett review, and it adds to progress made by the Fire Safety Act and the greater clarification of rules concerning the use of EWS1 forms. Now, on that last point, the point regarding buildings under 18 metres no longer requiring an EWS1 form, I very much welcome the written ministerial statement that was provided to the House today. I believe that whilst it is probably slightly overdue, it's extremely welcome news and it will go down very well with my constituents. Now, the bill contains many positive elements which I would have liked to have touched upon, but because of the time limit, I'm going to have to skip over those, because I do have a couple of concerns about the bill. And as my honourable friend, the member for Stevenage, first touched upon, the first of those relates to clause 124. Now, I agree with the principle that landlords must take cost recovery avenues to avoid passing on costs directly to leaseholders, given, of course, that they bear absolutely no responsibility for cladding being put on their buildings in the first place. However, there is no current legal obligation on landlords to seek cost recovery for remediation before passing them on to leaseholders. While the bill acknowledges this to be the case, it is insufficiently clear as to any potential remedy. Clause 124 stipulates that the landlord must seek other cost recovery avenues before passing these costs on. Well, what happens if they are unable to obtain such funding? What happens to the leaseholders then? What protections will be in place for them? The bill does not clarify this sufficiently. The London Fire Brigade have also highlighted a further issue which has potentially huge significance, which is that developers often open a subsidiary company when they are building new developments or refurbishing existing projects. When these projects are complete, the standard practice is for the subsidiary companies to close down, or to be closed down by the parent, and the parent company rarely retains legal liabilities for the premises that have been remediated. There is a danger that this will leave leaseholders liable for all costs resulting from negligent work by developers and their contractors. Now, having said that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I believe that these are issues that can be addressed as the bill proceeds through the House, and indeed I hope that the Minister in his closing remarks will be able to provide clarity on them today. In totality, I believe that this bill takes great strides in improving building safety, and I will be supporting it at second reading this evening, albeit with the hope that it may be strengthened as it proceeds.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Despite repeated promises to make buildings safe and protect leaseholders, and 4 years on from Grenfell, hundreds of thousands of people still live in unsafe homes and millions are caught up in the building safety crisis. Leaseholders are facing hundreds of pounds a month for service charges, insurance premiums, waking watch, before even getting into remediation costs. And then the government's Building Safety Fund excludes buildings under 18 metres. It isn't distributed on the basis of risk, and just 10 or 12p in every pound of the fund has been allocated. There's also uncertainty about who will cover the cost of other fire safety defects and interim safety costs. And in this debate, which has been very technical this afternoon, I appreciate that, but we must ensure that the voices of those leaseholders trapped in dangerous buildings are heard. And I want the Minister to hear testimonies from people in Luton South. Tom, who lives in the Point Red building, said, "We are left with terrible uncertainty, unable to move on with our lives, not knowing if we're going to be bankrupt and homeless by the end of the year. We sleep in a death trap every night." And this afternoon's statement and the added layer around the EWS1 forms is still another layer of uncertainty as it stands. Tom's a primary school teacher and his partner works with vulnerable children, the key workers we've relied on over the past 15 months, who are being forced to the edge of ruin month after month due to the life-ruining cost of fixing a problem they did not create. So will the Minister answer Tom's question? How does he propose that they raise money to pay the remediation costs that are not covered by government funding? It may be a shock to the other side of the House, but we don't all have trust funds or multiple assets to fall back on.
The mental health of innocent leaseholders is severely deteriorated, and the government should ensure that they can access free support to reduce some of their anxieties and worries. The Building Safety Bill needed to include explicit legal protections to ensure that millions of pounds of building safety remediation costs are not passed on to innocent homeowners and tenants. And I support Labour's call for a new building works agency that would go block by block to identify which works need doing, and that would also fix, fund and crucially certify them as safe and sellable at the end, to allow leaseholders to finally move on with their lives. The Housing Communities and Local Government Select Committee's report stated that it would be unacceptable and an abdication of responsibility to make leaseholders contribute a single penny towards the cost of remediating defects for which they were not responsible. It should not be the leaseholders' burden to bear. It's developers that created the crisis by putting profit before protections. How can it be that property developers who make millions each year are protected, while teachers, nurses, shop workers, transport workers, carers and pensioners are left to pick up the bill? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Video link, David Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I very much welcome this bill, which is an extremely important step towards ending the anxiety that particularly has affected very large numbers of private leaseholders of modest means. And the comments of my honourable friend, the member for Orpington, in particular about the challenge posed by subsidiary companies, are ones that I very much support. But turning to a couple of other points, which it seems to me are important to make in the context of the passage of this bill. Local authorities on the whole have moved extremely swiftly to remediate any risks that occurred, both through measures such as waiting watches and physical changes to buildings. And on the whole, the public sector has been very responsible in its role as a landlord, and also ensuring that the finance was there so that the work that was needed could be done. The private sector has been a much more mixed picture, and there are both developers who deserve praise for taking responsibility, even if it was not their fault and they had acted in good faith, to put right problems that pose risks to leaseholders. But clearly there are others who have chosen to walk away by putting businesses into liquidation. And whilst government cannot know the risks that are posed both the inside and the outside of every building and structure in the country, I would urge ministers to be as clear as possible, in particular with the finance and the property industry, about what the requirements to fulfil the expectations of this bill are. And the situation that some of my constituents faced with EWS1 forms, for example, was a result in many ways of a lack of clarity and understandable caution on the part of that industry of going for the belt and braces option, even though it was not required in the vast majority of transactions that were undertaken, which had the double effect of gumming up the system and also ensuring that people who really needed that work to be done could not find appropriately qualified professionals to do it. So can I urge that we are really, really clear about what is required and also what is not required. I'd also ask ministers to consider the representations from councils like my own, Hillingdon and Harrow, which have, in many cases, outstanding local authority building control departments, so that we can ensure that the recommendations for practical change that are outlined in the bill to ensure that building control work is done to the highest possible standard learns from the best practice that is already there in the market. That we make sure that those things that only government can do are done correctly and appropriately by government. And we also make sure that those at the sharp end, like local authorities, have the powers that they need. But overall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a very positive step in the right direction.
Link. Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend, the member for Rice-Northwood. I agree with everything that he said, and also with the observations of my honourable friend and neighbour, the member for Orpington. The importance of getting these details right is absolutely critical. And I hope too that whilst welcoming the changes to the EWS1 forms, we can have clarity as to when that will come into force, because at the moment many contractors are sending people on RICS courses. Will that be needed in future? And secondly, what broader cultural change is going to be achieved within the sector? There's lots to welcome in the bill, and I shall support it at second reading, and particularly the establishment of a modernised framework of fire safety and regulation in buildings. Building safety overall, indeed, on the back of the Hackett Review, is a very important and very welcome reform. However, as again has been pointed out, there are areas where, frankly, the bill will require improvement. And the area around clause 124 and the protection of leaseholders, especially where there are historic defects, remains a critical one here. Although much work has been done, and I recognise that much money has been put in by government, the problem is actually growing as more and more instances of substandard workmanship come to light. I've referred to North Point in my constituency on a number of occasions in this House, but to that now I can add, Mr Deputy Speaker, residents in Iconia House and Isura House on Holmesdale Road, where defective cladding is now coming to light. 2 new builds, recent work in Ringers Road, William House and Henry House. So this is a scandal, frankly, of poor workmanship that will not go away, and the government is going to have to grasp the nettle even more ambitiously than it has so far. Where there is clear evidence that a developer has failed to build in accordance with the then extant regulations, in accordance with proper practice, then it is of course that they should be pursued and should pay. But there are problems in that practically, because you've got to have a solvent developer to go after in the first place. In many cases, as has been pointed out, there is not. Where it transpires that buildings were built in accordance with the then regulations and those regulations were not themselves adequate or fit for purpose, then I have to say to the Minister, it's government that is the corporate owner of those regulations, and therefore government must bear the costs of meeting the undeserved loss to leaseholders who have acted entirely in good faith through all of this. There may be ways to try and recover that in due course, but the cash flow they do not have, particularly as they have unsellable, unmortgageable properties and already up to the eyeballs in debt because of the cost of waking watch. So there's still more that has to be done to this bill to improve the protections of leaseholders, and that's a message I think we need to give tonight.
Kanwajit Singh Desi.
Thank you very much. Mr Deputy Speaker, since 2018 I have raised the issue of dangerous cladding on at least 7 different occasions in the House. Like the hundreds across my Slough constituency, I am frustrated with the lack of progress that has been made on ensuring we never have a repeat of the horrors of Grenfell and that our building safety regulations are overhauled. So I welcome the second reading of this building safety bill back to the House and its inclusion of steps which regulate and strengthen the quality and safety of building homes. Sadly, it's what this bill omits that concerns me most, namely the lack of concrete protections for leaseholders to ensure that they will not be responsible for fire safety costs. So I stand here today to repeat desperate pleas from residents in Slough and further beyond to a government which doesn't appear to be listening. From the occupants of West Central, Rivington Apartments, Lexington Apartments, Nova House, Kingswood House, Foundry Court, Ibex House, and I implore upon the government to pay attention because, Mr Deputy Speaker, protecting leaseholders is not only the right thing to do, but it's what has been repeatedly promised to them. 17 times ministers of government have reassured leaseholders that they should be shielded from fire safety costs, with the Prime Minister just last year noting that, and I quote, "No leaseholder should have to pay for the unaffordable costs of fixing safety defects that they did not cause and are no fault of their own." So my question to the Minister is, where will these legal protections actually come from? As it currently stands, leaseholders could still be liable for costs after the building owner has, and I quote, "explored alternative cost recovery routes." Characteristically, the government's response is delayed, limited and inept. We need a national cladding task force to truly establish the extent of dangerous cladding, supported by a building works agency to certify work as safe so that flats can become sellable and action is taken against those who caused the crisis in the first place. Leaseholders and local councils such as Slough Borough Council should not be responsible for remediation costs. Leaseholders did not build their homes, nor clad it in dangerous materials, and they certainly did not approve them as safe. Their only crime is saving tirelessly in fulfilling their dream of home ownership. And how have they been rewarded, Mr. Deputy Speaker? By going to bed at night in fear for their lives. An ever-growing bill to simply make their homes fire safe, and the looming risk of bankruptcy and the loss of their jobs as a result. So I'll call upon the government to act with urgency for the hundreds of thousands still suffering. We need to definitively end this nightmare for those in Slough and further beyond within our country. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Very much. Now I've got 5 video links, one after the other. And the first one is Marco Longhi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Always a pleasure to see you in the chair. I have worked in construction over several years, during which time I was involved in the construction of fuel retail stations, houses and flats. I have also worked on oil rigs. I should note for the Register of Interest that I am also a landlord, so ensuring homes and other buildings are safe is something which is very, very real to me. My experience has given me some insight into building safety and fire safety in particular, and I've often witnessed a disconnect between policymakers, developers, building inspectors and home buyers. Day-to-day practicalities can show up well-meaning policies to be out of touch, and it is home buyers who always face the consequences of this reality. So, Mr. Speaker, the Minister will know of my support for what the government is trying to achieve, and it does make complete sense to target remedial activity at buildings posing the highest risk. But there remains a question of fairness, which is quite separate to risk. A careful balance needs to be struck, as both taxpayer and leaseholders have no fault in what has happened, and yet it seems that both may be suffering financial consequences. So while small buildings generally face lower safety risks, this should not mean that leaseholders should be financially worse off for living in them compared to those in higher rise ones. Developers, specifiers, inspecting bodies and insurance companies should be paying up. That is why it is so important that the bill seeks to tackle bad practice head on, and especially via the introduction of retrospective action on substandard homes. Inspections have also highlighted further building faults, such as missing fire breaks, wooden balconies and combustible insulation. The repair cost alone could be more than £25,000 per flat. There is no provision for support with these repairs, which will be required before a fire safety certificate can be issued, unless this of course has perhaps changed due to the statement today. Home buyers would not be privy to these liabilities, as the conveyancing process would not have highlighted the possibility of these risks even existing at point of purchase. Risk awareness at the conveyancing stage for all manner of risks is something that I raised in my 10-minute rule bill. We need a bill that will deliver a more robust regulatory system that will ensure that all homes are built to the highest safety standards, so no one is ever left feeling unsafe in their home again, and the regulatory system must itself be accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marco. Now, the next video link, Geraint Davis.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, 4 years on from the Grenfell disaster, hundreds of thousands are still left in unsafe homes, left trapped in blocks, unable to move or to sell their properties, in ongoing chronic uncertainty with the added trauma of thinking they could be consumed by fire. This is not their fault. They are not able to fund the works and they are not able to recover the costs. The answer is clear. Only the government is in a position to assess the work, fund it, fix it, and then recover the costs in a systematic way as appropriate from insurers and developers, or to fund the residue from taxpayers. Individuals are not in this position. If the cost of this in totality in the first instance was, say, £15 billion, much of this, of course, would be recovered, then the cost of that in the first instance would be the interest on that of around £150 million a year. This government is saving this year £14 billion a year in interest costs on debt because of lower interest rates. So in fact, this cost, the 150 million to fund the 15 billion to fund everything, would basically represent 1% of the savings they've made this year. So it's completely wrong and unnecessary that they should dither and delay. That people's lives have been blighted. Their finances have been torpedoed, their mental health is in tatters, and it's completely unnecessary. The government subsidised second home purchasers with stamp duty in England to a total of something like £5 billion. That was completely unnecessary because interest rates actually went down with COVID and there was no need to prop up the housing market. So much for levelling up. If they're serious about levelling up, they should put their money where their mouth is. They should basically support first-time buyers, low-income homeowners who've been left in this paralysis. They should immediately evaluate, as they are in Wales with the Welsh government, fund it, fix it, and then recover the costs from the developers and insurers. There's no excuse for delay. Justice should be done, and people are rightly angry, and I'd be happy to join them outside Parliament in protest before it becomes illegal in the autumn to do it. Let's get moving and get people sorted out on this tragic issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Geraint. Next video link, Maria Miller.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I welcome this bill today, which really requires a fundamental overhaul to our building industry's attitude towards the quality of new homes. For too long, the biggest 5 builders have squeezed out smaller local homeowners, home builders whose reputation for quality is central to their business. And this bill, I think, makes build quality central to everyone's business. But first and foremost in the debate today, we need to speak up for those who've been impacted by the building industry's current fire safety regulatory failure. Those directly affected by the tragedy at Grenfell are always in our minds, but also the people who own homes in high-rise flats. They continue to shoulder the worry resulting from construction works that have failed fire safety tests. And the government has acted very rapidly, and many residents have already benefited from the government's £5 billion fund for remedial works, particularly the Waking Watch Relief Fund. Building operators have also been able to get in-principle agreements for significant fire safety remedial works, but the worry for residents remains because some building owners might be cautious about starting remedial works without clear sight of what happens if additional problems are discovered. Now, I don't think the government can write a blank cheque. So what additional assurances can the Minister give? Because this legislation isn't explicit in stopping freeholders from passing on the costs of remedial works to leaseholders. Back in 2017, residents raised with me concerns about domestic fire alarm systems in high-rise buildings and the lack of understanding amongst residents about how they work. So I'm really pleased to see reflected in this bill today my 10-minute rule bill of March 2018, which required residents of high-rise buildings to be provided with far more fire safety information. There are some other issues that have been raised with me by my constituents, particularly how complex building ownership structures can be dealt with, particularly where they allow owners to be disconnected from the issue of fire safety in the buildings they own. Could this be referred to the building safety regulator? Disabled and vulnerable people need to be able to visit and leave a building if a fire occurs. Is the Minister looking further at personal evacuation plans to see that they're up to scratch? I very much welcome the new Homes Ombudsman, something called for in 2015 by the APBG on the built environment, a report which I co-chaired following problems my constituents had experienced with build quality. Mr Deputy Speaker, I really support this bill, but residents need us to recognise the worries they still have. By putting in place a £5 billion fund to cover remedial works, the government's clear they don't want these costs to fall on the shoulders of leaseholders. So what more can be said to make this clearer?
Thank you very much. The next video link, Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This is a bill that is both welcome in that we've been waiting for it so long
and totally unwelcome, in that we all know that it isn't going to solve so many of the problems. And on behalf of so many of my constituents who have been locked in an absolute nightmare, I have to say I'm incandescent with rage at this government's utter hopelessness. I'm not the only one. MPs across the House will have had the same conversations, the same site visits. A couple of years ago for me, it was Berkeley Homes, hugely expensive properties in the centre of Cambridge. Lovely looking properties, but catastrophically poorly constructed. So much so, they literally had to be taken apart. And as that was done, revealing the slapdash built on the Cavalier, joists hanging in the air not connected to anything, pipes not connected, waste water expected to run uphill. And when exasperated purchasers looked to those who had made a fortune out of them to offer some help, met with a wall of denial, of obfuscation, the only wall that was reliably sound. And then HBC and other organisations supposedly there to provide redress, well, they were partners in crime. Unbelievable, one might have thought. And where was the local building control? Well, that had been outsourced too. Rip off Tory Britain, complete with massive funds from those developers. We used to think it was other countries that had corrupt systems. Well, I'm afraid that's what we have here, a corrupt, broken system. The question is, do the measures in this bill give any hope for the future? The new Homes Ombudsman has been waited for almost as long as I've been in this place. Goodness knows how many times it's been promised, but if it's finally going to happen, then good. But there's nothing here to address past failures. I named one developer in Cambridge, but frankly, I could name most of them. Barrett, Countryside, Bovis, it's a long list of shame. Twice in the last few weeks, I've been in Trumpington with distraught residents looking at sloppy work and areas left unfinished. The skate park, which got the developer the planning permission, but now the kids have to scramble over fences and fight through the weedy undergrowth and past the dead trees that were never watered to get to it. And no one ever takes responsibility because everything is subcontracted. How convenient. The only problem is the unfortunate residents can't subcontract living there. Maybe we should arrange a house swap with some of those who have made such rich pickings. So much more to be said, but let me make one particular observation raised by the LGA, the provision for duty holders to choose their building control regulator. As the LGA say, by requiring regulators to remain in competition with approved inspectors for the majority of buildings, the bill leaves in place one of the root causes of the current crisis. Well, absolutely it does. It beggars belief that this should be allowed to continue. The LGA go on. Compliance with regulation cannot be a commodity, and local authority building control should not be left to tackle non-compliance in buildings over 18 metres, while simultaneously having to compete with private businesses who work in out-of-scope buildings, often owned by the same developers. Just think about that phrase, compliance with regulations as a commodity. It really is absurd. I want independence. It really isn't complicated. And the fact the party opposite can't grasp that simple fact goes to the heart of why they're totally unfit to be in charge.
Thank you very much. And now the next video link, Florence Eshelami.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I'm pleased to speak in this long-awaited debate on such an important bill. And I'd like to put on record how disrespectful it was, both to members of this House and to leaseholders, that the Secretary of State chose to release details of a major policy shift just minutes before this debate began, making proper scrutiny of it impossible. And I ask that he urgently clarifies whether his new announcement on EWS1 forms for buildings under 18 metres will apply retrospectively. Since I was elected 18 months ago, I have raised the issue of dangerous cladding with fire safety ministers in this House on 14 separate occasions. And each time I've raised it, the government's answer to my question has always been the same. Wait for the Building Safety Bill to come to Parliament. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the elements of this bill that strengthen the fire safety regime for high-rise buildings. But I'm afraid the legislation before us today is woefully short of what is required properly to address all the issues facing leaseholders. It fails to protect them from extortionate charges for interim safety watch. It fails to ensure that their homes are mortgageable so that they have a basic right to move. And instead of rescuing leaseholders from this financial nightmare, this bill enshrines in law additional costs in the form of a new building safety charge, estimated to cost leaseholders up to £42 a month. £42 a month, which many of them can simply not afford. That is why my question to the Secretary of State is urgent and needs clarification. Home ownership is an aspiration to be applauded, and yet leaseholders who bought their homes in good faith have simply been hung out to dry. I would also like to echo the comments from the Right Honourable Member for Basingstoke about fire evacuation plans for disabled leaseholders. Where will this be addressed? I hope the Minister will reflect on all the injustices and take time, and as they take time over the summer to relax. Unfortunately, for a number of my constituents, they don't have this same luxury. They are still living in these dangerous buildings, wondering how on earth they will address this and pay for these costs. Ministers promised that the Building Safety Bill would finally address this cladding scandal, and I would urge them to think again and end this cladding scandal nightmare for our leaseholders.
Thank you very much. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And 4 years on from the Grenfell fire, a fire that killed 72 people and shone a tragic light on the reality of how race, class and inequality shape the lives of working class people in our country, we are still yet to see the changes needed to make housing safe. 4 years later, hundreds of thousands of people are still living with unsafe cladding and other fire safety problems. Millions are caught up in the wider building safety crisis, and yet the government has had to be dragged, kicking and screaming, for any small steps forward in this bill. A bill still riddled with major flaws and that must be amended as it passes through this House. This bill, together with the statement the Secretary of State has published today, is, as it stands, a betrayal of those who needed the government to step in and support them following Grenfell. Despite Conservative ministers' promises, many leaseholders are still having to pay, and without decisive government action, they will pay more in the future. Legal advice for the Labour Party found this bill would make it more likely, not less likely, that leaseholders would have to pick up the costs of fixing cladding issues. So 4 years on from Grenfell, what explains the inadequacies of this bill before us today? What explains the 4 years of foot-dragging, the 4 years of refusal to deliver the protections that leaseholders need? This year, dodgy contracts have been exposed and the stench of corruption has grown ever stronger, with polls showing that most people see this government as corrupt. Well, those people won't be reassured by the fact that developers who build flats with unsafe cladding have donated £2.5 million to the Conservatives since Grenfell, and that Conservative MPs have then voted time after time after time to block amendments to protect leaseholders from the cost of removing dangerous cladding. Nor will they be reassured that, according to the anti-corruption body Transparency International, £1 in every £5 donated to the Conservative Party since 2010 came from those with substantial interests in the housing market. And of course, we have a Housing Secretary who admitted to unlawfully signing off a £1 billion housing project which saved a Conservative Party donor millions of pounds. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Tory MPs and the government, if they want, can show that they are not in the pocket of developers by backing the amendments that will come to ensure that the cost of building safety remediation are not passed on to innocent homeowners and tenants. I do think it's remarkable, if the Minister himself weren't here, that not a single Conservative MP would be on the benches today. Not good enough. Back those amendments to improve this bill.
Lydia Ling. Table Owatemi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The tragedy of the Grenfell Tower fire exposed serious failings concerning fire and building safety, and I echo my colleagues' concerns that 4 years after this devastating event, the government still has not learned all the fundamental lessons. My chief concern is that this bill makes absolutely no provisions which prevent existing and new buildings that are under 18 metres from using the same flammable cladding materials that were used on the Grenfell Tower. And that 18 metres is roughly about, 6 stories high. So if this bill passes in its current form, any building under 6 stories would be able to use dangerous flammable cladding that would wreak devastation upon its occupants if there were a fire. Now, in my constituency of Coventry North West, most new homes would not be protected from fires caused by unsafe building materials. Most school buildings would not be protected. Most care home buildings would not be protected. And most small businesses would not be protected. And all that the government has chosen to do is advise that dangerous, highly flammable materials be removed from these buildings. But as I'm sure that we are all aware, government guidance without any legal backing or funding is completely toothless. And so I urge the government to reclassify all buildings with dangerous cladding as high risk, not just the high-rise buildings in our big cities. This bill also does not go far, does far too little to protect leaseholders from the financial burden of making their homes safe. Members and right honourable members have repeatedly asked the government to draft protections for leaseholders caught up in the cladding scandal. And just last year, the Prime Minister himself stated that he is determined no leaseholders would have to pay the unaffordable cost of fixing safety defects they did not cause. So I ask, where is that determination today? Despite years of promises and reassurances from this government, they have not done nearly far enough to protect leaseholders. Instead, actually, they've done quite the opposite. The government, for example, has pointed triumphantly to its policy of extending a period a leaseholder can sue for wrongful cost under the Defective Premises Act from 6 to 15 years. However, under the National Audit Office published a report last year which stated that the government acknowledged that only in a minority of cases would it be financially justifiable to bring legal actions to recover money. In other words, the government has already acknowledged that this new policy, supposedly designed to protect leaseholders, will protect almost nobody and make almost no difference. And so I asked the government to put its money where its mouth. I asked the government to put their money where their mouth and to protect leaseholders from footing a bill that they have unfairly inherited. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Fleur Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of every leaseholder in Putney, Roehampton and Southfields who's living in an unsafe building, paying the price for irresponsibility and incompetence of others, and feeling left down by the government and by this bill, which is so late and so flawed. I stand here on behalf of the Riverside Quarter, the Swish Building, the Filaments Development, the Radial Development, Hardwick Square, Whitelands Park, Mill Court, Norstead Place, and the rest of the 25 developments in Putney and Southfields in my constituency currently on the wrong side of the building safety scandal. I stand here on behalf of those lives that have already been ruined and for those lives that will be ruined in the future unless the government gets this bill right. Dreams of home ownership have turned into an absolute nightmare. People are furious in my constituency. I've met with so many of them. The way that the victims, and they are victims, have been treated is a disgrace. There's one block in Wandsworth which has unsafe cladding, but it's been turned down from the Building Safety Fund, and each leaseholder is now facing a £37,000 bill for remediation for the cladding. But what will this bill do for them? Behind the speeches, the briefings and the legislative noise are millions of leaseholders trapped in unsafe homes, suffering unimaginable stress, anxiety and emotional anguish, who feel and still feel totally abandoned. And the Building Safety Fund is a mess. Just 12 pence of every pound of that fund has been allocated. At this rate, it will take up to 2027 to allocate the fund, and meanwhile, people are living in fear. I recently asked the government how many applications they've received for the Building Safety Fund, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A simple question, and the answer was, it will not be possible to answer this question within the usual time period. They don't know how many applications have been received, and yet applications are being serviced on a first-come, first-served basis. This bill is a step in the right direction, but it's very late, and there need to be some serious changes. The government needs to take much more of a role in this. They need to take action to stop the ever-increasing waking watch, insurance premiums and services charges resulting from building safety mismanagement. There need to be no more costs and no building safety charge, which is in this bill. There need to be explicit legal protection to ensure that all leaseholders in unsafe buildings, regardless of height, no 18-metre rule, will not have to pay for the remedial works. This bill should not be so reliant on residents having to take up legal action to get their building to be safe. It's too high a barrier to result in the changes needed. There will be inequality and it will leave unsafe buildings saying unsafe. The Building Safety Fund must be increased. Applications must be based on fire safety risk rather than first come, first served, and speeded up. And we must learn, as other members have said, from the Victorian Government example of the building and have a buildings works agency. My leaseholders should read this future bill and see that it's not having such a devastating effect on so many people's lives and makes future buildings safe as well. Thank you.
Link. Paul Blomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The debate on this bill is framed by the promise that the Prime Minister made in February that, quote, no leaseholder should have to pay for the unaffordable costs of fixing safety defects that they did not cause and are no fault of their own. Now, let's dissect that pledge. There were no conditions on the height of property, none on when it was built, no limit to the nature of those defects either. The Prime Minister was right to make the pledge because, along with the developers who built them, those who live in these unsafe properties have been let down by comprehensive regulatory failure. The failure of successive governments and, as the Prime Minister said, no fault of leaseholders. So government is responsible for the problem and must take responsibility for resolving it, which this bill does not. Throughout the crisis, I've met regularly with leaseholders affected across my constituency, and I pay tribute to Sheffield Cladding Action Group, which has done so much to raise their concerns. I met with them shortly after the fire safety bill was passed without amendment. They were understandably upset that it didn't put an end to their misery, but they looked to the building safety bill for a solution because the Building Safety Minister and other ministers had said it would be this bill that would offer the, quote, correct legislative approach to fulfil the Prime Minister's pledge. But clearly it doesn't. Since the publication of the bill, constituents have been in touch to point out how little it does to protect them from historic costs. They've said that making it a legal requirement for building owners to exhaust, quotes, all other avenues before passing on costs fails them too, giving building owners a free pass to avoid costs so long as they found an excuse. Most of the problems they face include issues other than cladding, part of the Prime Minister's promise but not covered by the bill. Extending the right to sue developers to 15 years doesn't help many of my constituents whose homes were built earlier, like the one who pointed out to me that he was 14 years old when his building was completed. Those who will get the opportunity to pursue developers say the government knows it isn't a real option for most leaseholders. How can they take on the legal costs and, with their resources already depleted by all the bills they faced, tackle the corporate lawyers of the major developers? What of the companies that have been wound up? Let's remember the reason for this bill. It's not just that lives are being destroyed, although they are, that people have been bankrupted, although they are. Thousands of buildings have been found to be unsafe. By putting unaffordable costs on thousands of leaseholders, they will remain unsafe. The government must face up to its responsibility, make buildings safe, and then use the full resources of the state to recover the costs from those responsible. If they will not do so willingly, this Parliament needs to force them to do so by amending the bill over the weeks ahead.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome that the UK Government has accepted all of the findings and recommendations of the independent review of building regulations and fire safety, and I'm glad to see the bill establish the Health and Safety Executive as a new building safety regulator and a more stringent regulatory regime for higher risk residential blocks, though I would draw the UK Government's attention to the recommendations of Zurich Insurance, who notes that limiting the scope for regulation to just those blocks risks missing a generational chance to improve the building regulation environment overall. To ensure that tragic disasters such as Grenfell never befall us again, we need a culture change in the building industry with clearer lines of accountability and responsibility. A more responsible building industry at all levels, from design through to construction, management and refurbishment. I will focus on specific aspects of where greater responsibility is needed and where the bill does not go far enough: the construction product testing process. In the bill, we find a much-needed renewed focus on construction products and their regulation and testing, as had been signalled by the Hackett report. The aim of the draft bill to create a statutory list of defined safety-critical products is welcome, but it should also be accompanied by an associated examination of safety-critical applications and safety-critical product systems. The Hackett report criticised the product testing and marketing regime for being too opaque, which could be resolved by making the results of some product tests publicly available. A system of reliable third-party certification and accreditation for those performing construction product testing would also go a long way to ensuring greater trust in the system and prevent the risk of testing being carried out by those not competent to do so. This third-party certification should benefit from an extensive oversight process, including an impartiality committee at the national level to ensure an even playing field and even application of certification across schemes. This bill takes important steps to at last make the changes to building regulation that we have long awaited since Grenfell, though it is also important to note that many of the changes stipulated by the bill will take until the year 2023 to take effect. A delay of frustrating length to these much-needed reforms. I hope that the Government continues to engage, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the APPG on fire safety and rescue, of which I am a member, with the aim of ensuring a future regulatory regime that is efficient, gives residents a greater voice and enjoys the trust of communities and industry alike. Thank you.
Video link. Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I really appreciate the opportunity of speaking in this most important debate today. Time and again, we have heard members across this House relay the nightmares that hundreds of thousands of our constituents are facing, trapped in this building safety crisis that was not of their making, forced to pay astronomical bills, suffering significant mental health problems, and the ever-present fear of living in an unsafe home. In Liverpool, 10% of buildings are still covered in dangerous cladding, and there are 30,000 leaseholders in Liverpool Riverside that are facing bills other than cladding to make their homes safe. On top of this, they are facing increasing insurance premiums up to 500% and being forced to foot the bill for a situation that they did not create. This will have a particularly serious impact on the social housing sector, with councils and local authorities forced to divert scarce resources to addressing fire safety failures. Merseyside Fire and Rescue Service has lost over a third of its funding in the past decade, and the same proportion of their firefighters. And a decade of Tory austerity and deregulation has created this building safety crisis. Call it what it is: a criminal dereliction of responsibility by those in power, more concerned with putting money in the pockets of their developer donors than with protecting the people they serve, putting profit before people. One pensioner living in my constituency told me he has been sent a bill of nearly £20,000 and has no savings and no way of paying. And two doctors who have worked tirelessly to protect and care for our communities throughout the pandemic tell me the crisis has trapped them in a flat they cannot sell, unable to start the life that they had planned elsewhere, and fearing being faced with a mountain of further debt and/or bankruptcy. And I've asked this before, and I'll continue to ask until justice is served and the safety and future of my constituents and people living in this crisis across the country is secured. So can the Minister look me in the eye and tell me how he sleeps at night, knowing that your government's deregulation programme has left hundreds of thousands at risk in their homes? And I ask him, what will it take for this government to take action to fix historic failures and alleviate the unbearable financial pressures caused by their deregulation and the greed of developers? It is the responsibility of the government to assess and identify the buildings that are unsafe and to make the necessary changes with the utmost urgency. This bill is not only a missed opportunity, it's an absolute betrayal of every single resident at risk now in their own homes. The statement issued by the Secretary of State this afternoon does nothing to allay any fears of leaseholders. It is entirely inadequate and lets down leaseholders. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next video link, John McDonnell.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the last elements of this debate, maybe I can provide some time for the words from one of my constituents. Let me just read the latest letter I've had. It says, the impact of the fire safety scandal on leaseholders' mental health is considerably underestimated by the government. From the many messages on Twitter and Facebook, there are millions of devastated lives and souls in the country. many families and young adults had to live through not just the pandemic during the last 18 months, but also the added anxiety of the unfolding and ever-growing fire safety scandal. It's a triple hit for so many leaseholders: the pandemic, then losing jobs or being furloughed on smaller salaries, with the constant threat of losing jobs if their employer would go bust, and then the ever-increasing costs of the cladding scandal. This government has totally ignored the cries for help of its citizens. And knowing that there's a ready solution of this issue in Australia, which could easily be adopted in the UK as well, shows that the government is simply not interested in fixing the problem for innocent leaseholders. The contempt with which they treat their citizens is truly shambolic. That came from one of my constituents this week. I think it reflects the views of hundreds of them. The Minister mentioned when he opened this debate, Ballymore. I'm dealing with Ballymore. I've dealt with Ballymore from when they first put their application in, planning application to build apartment blocks in my constituency. And I welcome the developments that would provide homes for local residents. But not a single planning gain that they promised has been delivered. They went bust and then they got bailed out by the Irish government. Since then, and since this scandal has hit us, first of all, they refused to meet and seriously discuss with local residents the problems that they face. My constituents then demonstrated, so Ballymore is now meeting with them and having proper discussions, but threatened them that if they demonstrated again, they would end the talks. Now what they've done is they've applied for the Building Safety Fund, but they will not give any assurances that they will cover the full costs of what my constituents are facing until they know about the Building Safety Fund resources available to them. This continuous blackmail and emotional blackmail of my constituents, which is just unacceptable. And as the email I received from my constituents, it's having a direct impact on their mental health. We're facing a pandemic of mental health problems because of the COVID crisis, but this adds to it. It needs government intervention, which is serious, takes responsibility, but then pursues the developers to ensure that they are held accountable as well. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Very much. And because it's almost Christmas, Jim, we're going to give you a bonus minute. 4 minutes, I know. Jim Shannon.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you're most kind, and thank you so much for that. By the way, I'll share it with anybody who wants an intervention. Okay, there we are. Can I say I'm very pleased to speak in this. To be number 53 in the list, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and to get in is quite an occasion. Yesterday I sat for 2 days at number 53 to get speaking the second day, so here we've done it all in one day, so I'm very, very pleased. I spoke on this topic not so long ago. And I'm proud to be here to speak briefly on its second reading. I welcome government's commitment in the Secretary of State and discussions we've had, and also with the Honourable Member and Minister here today as well, who I know personally and who I value his friendship in relation to. So I'm very pleased to see the issues of safety that government is making an honest-to-goodness attempt to try and address those issues. Others have referred to some of the things that haven't been done. They don't see them in this legislation, and I find that quite unfortunate. I'm going to make some comments about electrical safety. The Honourable lady, just the number for North Ayrshire and Ireland, and I have a particular interest in electrical safety. I know something that we both speak on whenever the occasion arrives. This necessary piece of legislation that needs proper scrutiny and time to be debated, as people's lives depend on the content of this bill. The Building Safety Bill is, I believe, a real opportunity to protect lives and property by reducing the number of fires caused by electrical sources of ignition in HRRBs. Clauses regarding electricity safety have been removed from the bill. I spoke to the Secretary of State about this here. He did tell me that he wasn't aware of this issue, so again I ask it as a question of the Minister. Could he just maybe reassure me that those clauses have not been removed, or if they have been removed, that safety is paramount and it won't be in any way be affected. The Building Safety Bill allows for a new regulator which aims to implement a new scheme for high-risk buildings, oversees performance and sustainability of all building controls, and supports the confidence of those working in the industry, which is crucial, as confidence could be knocked from previous tragedies. One crucial element of this bill that needs to be reinforced is a resident engagement strategy, which aims to educate residents and make them accountable for the complaints action. I think anything that improves the cooperation and the partnership and the relationship between a tenant or an owner and the landlord is something that we would always wish to see happening. This makes them aware of the risks and allows for communication between builders, contractors and residents. This is not perfect, it's far from it, Mr Deputy Speaker, but we do hope that tonight can move us a stage further to making it better. Electrical safety for its charity is worthy of a mention as it highlights the importance of sustainable electrical safety. In England, 54% of all electrical dwelling fires are caused by an electrical source of ignition. These include the Grenfell, Shirley Towers in Southampton and Shepherd's Court in London as 3 examples. These tragic events have the fatal risk electrical incidents posed to people in their own homes. More time committed to prevention of electrical fires. I'm very keen to ensure that government moves in the correct way and ensures that we do see ourselves coming to a position where we can make this happen. The issue with external buildings and also safety precautions need to be addressed by the government regarding internal building issues such as damp, mould, efficient air conditioning. The Shadow Minister and myself have spoken on this on a number of occasions. I'm chair of the APPT on Healthy Homes and Buildings. The issue of air conditioning, of addressing the issue of mould and damp in houses is so important. We should take all necessary and reasonable precautions to ensure homes, buildings are safe for families and people. And I finish with this, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Building Safety Bill will introduce a much needed overhaul of building changes, including the revamping of flammable cladding, the investigation of inappropriate materials, a central safety-led approach, and despite the challenges of the pandemic, progress has been made to accelerate building safety measures, and I wholeheartedly welcome this step to improve building standards. Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you so much, and thanks for the Christmas present as well.
To Jim.
My apologies, I didn't realise it.
The wind-ups. Mike Amesbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And it's an honour and a pleasure to follow the Honourable Member for Stranraer. I think I'm 54th on the list. So yes. First and foremost, I want to thank nearly every member from all sides of the chamber who's spoken powerfully and with insight in this second reading debate on the Building Safety Bill. I do want to put on record that I found the intervention with the last-minute statement both discourteous and disrespectful to all sides of the House. And it's a point which has been reiterated as a point of order, and the Madam Deputy Speaker obviously raised those concerns as well. As my honourable friend and Shadow Secretary of State for Housing both eloquently and powerfully argued, this is an occasion that requires the best of all parliamentarians to put any vested interests aside and step up to urgently respond to the building safety crisis. Our concerns are focused on what is not in the bill, rather than the new regulation landscape it creates for building safety going forward, with the building safety regulator, the new housing ombudsman, the improved standards, which are all very welcome and certainly we will support, and in cases may amend as we go forward in terms of the journey of the bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, this approach requires the executive, the government ministers before me, now not only to listen to the opposition, but also on those benches opposite that are growing in number. That requires ministers to listen to all stakeholders who will provide evidence throughout the bill's journey over the coming months in both this House and the other place. We all have a shared goal to provide of voice and justice to the millions of leaseholders and residents across all our shores and make buildings and vitally people safe over 4 years on from Grenfell when 72 people tragically lost their lives. Leaseholders such as Will from UK Cladding Action, who spoke very recently on the TV about the many complexities of his personal experience of the building safety crisis and the impact the measures contained in the current bill will have to change that. He referred to the pressures in terms of mental health, indeed eloquently raised by the Honourable Member for Hayes and Harlington in regards to his constituents. Key questions to ask. Does this bill help Will from UK Cladding Action as a leaseholder pay an invoice which has recently arrived through his letterbox for £30,000? The Honourable Member of Salford Eccles spoke about constituents in her patch which have just had bills for £100,000. And unfortunately the plain answer is no. And will it deal with the horrendous and astronomical rise in insurance premiums that members across this chamber have highlighted in today's second reading? And again, the answer is an unequivocal no. Will it change the size and scope of the Building Safety Fund to help constituents in places like the Decks, in my honourable friend's constituency in Holton, the Runcorn part of Holton, where one part of the development is below 18 metres but still at risk, containing in all the toxicity that we know is the building safety crisis, and the other is above 18 metres, and this definitely won't help the likes of Julie and those constituents in Runcorn. In fact, Mr Deputy Speaker, speech after speech, case after case, from the 42 members that actually got to speak today have shone a light on the open and painful wounds of what is missing from this bill. Let's give some examples. The Honourable Member for Hackney South and Shoreditch highlighted the dreadful impact of the EWS1 system is still having flats rated 0, unsettleable, unmortgageable. And today, at the very last minute, we get a written statement claiming that it's going to change that marketplace. In fact, lots of the content seems to be recycled and reproduced in terms of a statement that was spun some months ago. But I will ask the Minister a number of questions there. Is the guidance note that was issued in January 2020 going to be withdrawn? It's essential that it is. Is it going to be legislated for? Are those buildings below 18 metres that now seemingly don't require an EWS one form, do they have to have cladding removed? Do they have to have remediation for all the other, whether it's missing fire breaks, whether it's the inappropriate construction, using timber, as some of the honourable friends across the way have mentioned? We need answers to those questions. Very important, the leaseholders need answers to those questions. The honourable member some honourable members referred to a black hole of the Building Safety Fund, an application process that's tantamount, as Martin, who certainly the father of the house knows very well from the excellent Leaseholder Knowledge Partnership, referred to like knitting fog. Indeed, Inside Housing today highlights a case where a building in Wandsworth that meets the height threshold has been rejected by the fund. So I urge the Minister today to correct this wrong. And why not, while the Minister's at it and the team, make sure that more than 12p in every pound is getting out of the door in terms of that fund. The chair of the Select Committee has made a strong and consistent point about the need to include social housing providers within the scope of the fund, a point echoed by the Local Government Association and the National Housing Federation. Mr Deputy Speaker, the much trumpeted £5.1 billion figure for cladding remediation would not have come about if it wasn't for those brilliant campaigners that have made up what is called the End Our Cladding Scandal campaign. Campaigners that are not going to be ground down, that are not going to be quiet in their quest for justice. There were 17 promises made by ministers, including the Prime Minister, that they would not have to pay historical remediation charges. A promise that has not come to fruition in the 217 pages of this bill. We are also yet to see the details of the unwanted loan scheme that has failed in Victoria, Australia, let alone a bold and just polluter pays approach directed at many of the government's friends and donors in the big developer community. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State, in opening this debate, referred to clause 124 of this new bill, purporting to amend the Landlords and Tenants Act 1985 to protect leaseholders from costs of historical defective work, a point highlighted by the Father of the House. It simply reasserts the status quo of requiring the landlord to pursue insurance, public grant and warranty claims that have not worked so far. Like much of this bill, it makes reference to secondary legislation to follow. No details, no protection for leaseholders. The Secretary of State also referred to the inclusion of Section 38 of the Building Act 1984 and the retrospective changes to the Defective Premises Act 1972, a legal remedy to bring an extension from 6 to 15 years, the right to bring actions against developers responsible for shoddy building work. Sounds great in theory, but can the Minister highlight how many times this David and Goliath approach has been successful under the current 6-year regime? Can he also advise the House how leaseholders pursue the special delivery project vehicles set up and closed down by developers, or where you get the millions of pounds to pursue claims, and how those counterclaims, how long those counterclaims will take by developers under human rights legislation that will follow? Mr Deputy Speaker, it seems that the ministers have designed a job creation scheme for lawyers, a frenzy of litigation and further delay. Mr Deputy Speaker, as my honourable friend, the Housing Secretary, asserted, we need a cast iron legal guarantee to protect leaseholders from historical remediation costs, and we will be working on a cross-party basis for amendments to achieve just that. Secondly, and finally, we're calling for the establishment of an interventionist building works agency, not dissimilar to Victoria, Australia, to get a grip of the crisis from assessment of risk, from building to building, from start to finish, with a crack team of experts in this field. Find, fund, fix and recover with a polluter pays principle. The hundreds of thousands of leaseholders trapped in this living nightmare deserve nothing less, and they require all the willing to step up and do the right thing, and let's make good law together beyond this second reading.
Video link. Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This is the first, and I trust the last time, that I'll have to speak from the virtual dispatch box, but I'm afraid that self-isolation rules allow me no other option. But I'd like to begin by thanking all right honourable and honourable members across the House for their contributions to this debate. I know it's a highly emotive subject, and understandably so. I particularly want to pay tribute to the contributions from my honourable friends, the members for Blackpool North, Harrow East, Bolton North East, Waveney, of course, Kensington, Dudley North, my right honourable friend, the member for Basingstoke, and the father of the House for their thoughtful contributions. Mercifully, as my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, said in his introduction to the debate, the spread of fire in high-rise buildings is rare, and it's becoming more rare. But as he also made clear in his speech, it's all too clear what can happen when those responsible for designing, building and managing those buildings fail. Tragedies like Grenfell can happen. And that's why it's this government's absolute priority to make sure that a tragedy like that never happens again. And I think the contributions from across the House firmly reiterate just how important it is to pass this bill to restore confidence, confidence in residents for their own safety and confidence in the wider housing market. Safety is our paramount concern, and I should certainly want to assure the Honourable Member for Strangford that that is the case. We see this as a landmark bill. It represents the greatest improvement to building and fire safety in a generation. It's flagship legislation that will spearhead our wider safety programme to ensure the proportionate management of risk in buildings. It's a bill that will require building owners to manage safety risks to the same high standards as the best do, where there are clear safety responsibilities for those responsible for the design, the construction, the completion and the occupation of high-rise buildings, where they must demonstrate that they have effective and proportionate measures in place to meet those responsibilities, and where they are accountable to the regulator and to their residents. Now, a number of colleagues across the House have made some very important points, and in the short time I have, I'd like to try to address a number of them. The first is proportionality, something which was discussed by my honourable friends, the members for Southampton Itchen, for Bassett Law, for Orpington, to name three. It is hugely important that we take a proportionate approach to the safety of tall buildings and all buildings. The industry must take note, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Risk aversion is causing unnecessary financial burdens to homeowners. Remediation works should only ever be undertaken where absolutely necessary. We mustn't spend taxpayers' money where it's unnecessary to spend it, or ask hard-pressed leaseholders to pay for works that don't need to be done. And our bill takes a proportionate approach. It rightly focuses on mitigating and managing risk and targeting activity only where action is needed. The new building safety regulator is being established in the Health and Safety Executive precisely because of its experience overseeing safety case regimes and its record of delivering robust yet proportionate regulation. And the requirements of the bill help ensure that proportionality is embedded in its operations. Building owners and managers, along with lenders and insurers, need to ensure that they too all take a proportionate approach to risk in blocks of flats, whatever the height. And in line with the expert evidence that we've published today, EWS1 forms should not be a requirement on buildings below 80 metres. Lower rise blocks should not need them, and lenders should not ask for them. And the consolidated advice note, which was born out of the need for safety information in the aftermath of the Grenfell fire, will now be retired. And any concerns that do exist about existing buildings should be addressed primarily through risk management and mitigation. Because for many thousands of people, the computer says no approach to risk and valuation has been hugely unfair, hugely distressing. It must become much more proportionate. That is what our measures are intended to do, to get the market moving again, as my honourable friend, the member for Beaconsfield, called. And I hope that these measures will also address some of the concerns that were raised by my right honourable friend, the member for Hemel Hempstead. I want also to assure Mr Deputy Speaker, the House, that this bill in no way absolves the responsibility of the sector for paying its way. Indeed, it'll place more and greater duties and responsibilities on developers, construction companies, building owners and managers than ever before, embedding the principles of safe design and construction right from a building's inception. And the new regulator will have the skills and resources to pursue those who refuse to meet their responsibilities. We'll strengthen criminal penalties throughout the bill, making offences imprisonable for up to 2 years and making directors and managers criminally liable if they decide that their companies should act unlawfully. Those who can pay must pay. And through the bill, we will further cement developers' contributions to the cost of remediation, as well as increase the ability of building owners and leaseholders to seek redress. Specifically, Part 3 of the bill contains a provision to introduce a levy which will apply to high-rise residential buildings and will be paid by developers, which complements the residential property development tax that the Chancellor will bring forward. And together, these will contribute more than £2 billion for remediation. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to respond to concerns raised by members, including my honourable friend, the member for Bolton North East, regarding the right of homeowners to seek redress. The bill will give millions of homeowners new rights to seek redress for shoddy workmanship, extending the period during which they can claim from 6 to 15 years. It'll empower building owners, leaseholders and homeowners to take legal action, clamping down on rogue developers and their owners. And I'd urge all who've fallen victim to shoddy work to use this newly extended liability period to consider whether litigation is right for them and to explore who is best or which group of them is best to take action. And I trust it will also encourage developers and freeholders aware of the new additional rights of their customers to act responsibly and quickly to deal with concerns before they reach the courts. And as well as redress, the bill will also provide residents with a greater voice, strengthening the voice of residents and leaseholders through a statutory residents panel, whilst a formal complaints process will give residents the confidence to raise issues and escalate where they're needed, including to the building safety regulator. I'm conscious, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it is nearly 7 o'clock. I'm conscious too that there will be plenty of opportunity in other debates in the House, in committee stage and report stage, to debate the government's proposals further. So let me conclude by saying that we are leaving no stone unturned in our pursuit of a regime that is both proportionate and comprehensive. We've tested, we've consulted, we've analysed, and we've done it all at considerable length. And we've now produced a bill that I believe we should all support. A bill that will confront the building safety issues that no government has dared to tackle before. A bill that will force industry to take collective responsibility for the safety defects they've created and support a changing culture so that residents' concerns are listened to, problems are identified, dealt with early, and tragedies like Grenfell never happen again. I want to thank everyone that's taken part in this debate, all those that have contributed to the development of this bill, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read at second time. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. And you know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Programme motion to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. And you know, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Money resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. And for no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ways and Means resolution to be moved formally.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As many of that opinion say aye. Aye. And for no, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now suspend, and after the suspension, it will be followed by a statement by Victoria Atkins, on the strategy for tackling violence against women and girls. Order! Order!
Order! I call Minister Victoria Atkins to make a statement. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And with permission, I'd like to make a statement on the government's strategy for tackling violence against women and girls. And may I thank you, Mr Speaker, and the parliamentary staff who've helped to facilitate this statement on what is an immensely important subject, but at an unusual hour, I think it's fair to say, of the parliamentary day. I would like to start with the words of some of the women who responded to our call for evidence that helped to shape this strategy. I had never felt so lost in my entire life at the time of the abuse. I thought my life would never be the same again. Another. We shouldn't have to pretend to be on the phone or actually call someone just because we're scared to walk down the street in case we get attacked. And another. The trauma will stay with the victim forever. It seriously compromises all life prospects and opportunities. These words are difficult to read. They are difficult to hear. But they capture a reality that we simply must confront, that women and girls are too often subjected to abuse, harassment and violence. Enough is enough. Today we have published a new Tackling Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. It will build on the progress we have made in recent years. When the Prime Minister was Mayor for London, our capital became the first major city in the world to launch a comprehensive strategy to combat violence against women and girls. I also pay tribute to the contribution that the former Prime Minister, my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead, has made in this regard. This includes leading work on new offences for controlling or coercive behaviour, stalking, female genital mutilation and so-called revenge porn. And this year, the landmark Domestic Abuse Act was passed, which ensured for the first time a statutory definition which includes recognising victims as children in their own right, strengthens the response to perpetrators and creates new protections for victims. But we must do more. The strategy we have published today sets out action to prioritise prevention, support victims, pursue perpetrators and help make sure the police, education, local authorities, prison and probation services and others work together more effectively. As I say, it has been shaped by a call for evidence which we ran earlier this year and which received more than 180,000 responses. The volume of feedback was unprecedented and the content at times harrowing. I want to place on record my gratitude to all those who took the time to offer their thoughts and describe often painful experiences. That takes great courage. And the national outpouring of grief and personal experiences that we saw in the wake of the tragic case of Sarah Everard was a watershed moment. We must change our society for the better. We owe it to Sarah and all the other women and girls who have lost their lives or been subjected to violence and abuse. Crimes such as rape, female genital mutilation, stalking, harassment, cyber flashing, revenge porn and upskirting are appalling. They can take place behind closed doors or in public places. They can happen in the real world or online. The devastation and trauma caused by such crimes cannot be overstated, and the scars can remain for years, in the worst cases, for a lifetime. The consequences are felt across society too. They cause women and girls to calculate risk and calibrate their behaviour, sometimes without even realising it. They also require national and local responses and result in economic as well as personal costs. And as I say, Mr. Speaker, we have made progress in tackling these crimes, but the need to step up our efforts could not be clearer, and today we are taking a significant stride forward with the publication of this new strategy. This new strategy represents our blueprint to address those concerns and deliver real and lasting improvements. It is made up of 4 key pillars: prioritising prevention, supporting victims, pursuing perpetrators and delivering a stronger system. The most effective way of driving down these crimes is to stop them from happening in the first place. We have taken a range of action on prevention already, but we are determined to go further. So we will be launching a multi-million-pound national communications campaign with a focus on targeting perpetrators and harmful misogynistic attitudes, educating young people about healthy relationships and ensuring victims can access support. We have also launched a specific Safety of Women at Night fund worth £5 million to ensure that women do not face violence in public spaces at night. It will support initiatives that target potential perpetrators or seek to protect potential victims. And this will build on the additional £25 million we are investing this year into the Safer Streets Fund. The Home Office will also pilot a tool, Street Safe, which will enable the public to report areas anonymously where they feel unsafe and identify what about the location made them feel this way. This data will be used to inform local decision-making. And we will invest in a What Works fund to build up evidence on the most effective approaches and measures. It is difficult to imagine how traumatic and frightening it must be to be subjected to one of these crimes. It is essential, therefore, that victims in their time of need can get help. We recognise the role that support services and organisations play in helping people rebuild their lives. We are already investing a record £300 million to support victims of all crimes this year. And our strategy outlines how we will increase funding this year for specialist services, including by and for services, and helplines for victims and survivors of crimes, including stalking and revenge porn. We will ensure the police and prosecutors are confident about how to respond to public sexual harassment with new guidance, and we will continue to look carefully at where there may be gaps in existing law and how a specific offence for public sexual harassment could address those. We will review options to limit use of non-disclosure agreements in cases of sexual harassment in higher education. Whatever the crime, whenever and wherever it happens, the needs of the victim must always be the priority. Another priority is catching the perpetrators of these crimes and bringing them to justice. We will continue to back the police to do exactly this. We have given forces more powers, more resources and more officers, and we are taking action to restore confidence in our criminal justice system. Through the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill, we will change arrangements for serious, violent and sexual offenders so that they serve longer in prison. The strategy outlines a number of further measures. For example, we will appoint an independent reviewer to examine the police management of registered sex offenders in the community and advise the Home Office on whether changes are needed. The Department for Health and Social Care will work to criminalise virginity testing, and we will carefully consider the recommendations in the review the Law Commission have just published today on abusive and harmful online communications. But, Mr. Speaker, if we are to make real and lasting progress, this is clearly not a task that government can take on alone. We need everyone in our society to play a part in fighting these crimes. The strategy outlines a number of steps to strengthen the system as a whole. They include introducing the first ever national policing lead for tackling violence against women and girls, reviewing the disclosure and barring regime, and appointing a new violence against women and girls transport champion. The publication of this new strategy marks an important moment in our mission to crack down on violence against women and girls, but we will not stop there. Later this year, we also plan to publish 3 further documents: the Domestic Abuse Strategy, a revised national statement of expectations covering all forms of violence against women and girls, and a revised male victims position statement. These crimes that disproportionately affect women and girls are despicable. It is high time we sent a message: enough is enough. This government will always stand up for the law-abiding majority, and through this strategy we will strive relentlessly to prevent these crimes, to support victims and to bring perpetrators to justice. I commend this statement to the House.
I now call on Shadow Minister Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The first responsibility of any government is the safety and security of its citizens. Today, rape prosecutions are at a record low. Domestic abuse in this country is soaring, charging is falling. Sexual abuse in school is being normalised, according to the recent Ofsted inspections. Ending violence against women and girls is a cross-party issue. On all sides of this House, there is a profound concern and desire for an ambitious strategy that would deliver. Mr. Speaker, the strategy today is not ambitious enough. There are things to welcome. A policing lead on violence against women is certainly one of them. But we already have one for domestic abuse, one for rape and sex offences, another for historic sexual abuse, and one for child sex abuse. So why will this one succeed where others have struggled without the resources to properly tackle the issue? It is good to see calls for a public awareness campaign aimed at men to stop the perpetration of misogyny have been answered. A rape helpline looks good when it's written on a piece of paper, but can the Minister answer, will it be for recent sex offences or will it be open to all historic cases too? Also, is there a guarantee that the helpline will have a local specialist agency to refer to who can pick up the case straight away? Currently, a number of rape cases I'm handling, victims are on very long waiting lists, some waiting for 18 months for any sort of a service. Can people just keep calling the line until a service is available? It's simply not enough. There is so much missing that the strategy sets out today, and time will only allow me to highlight a few. I welcome the offer to look at the possibility of reviewing some non-disclosure agreements at universities, and the preventative duty on employers is something, along with unions and women across the country, we have campaigned for years. Why then is there nothing about non-disclosure agreements in workplaces when women are still being abused and silenced completely legally in our country? Where in the strategy is there anything to help adult women suffering sexual exploitation? During the pandemic, I sat with a 23-year-old woman as she bled on the floor in front of me, following the battering by her controlling gang, miscarrying the child she had conceived of rape. She was scared of the police and needed urgent yet unavailable housing. Why in this strategy have we left the gap that means there is no national strategy for sexual exploitation of adult women? Where is this woman in this strategy? Why is there no national strategy or inclusion in this strategy of adult victims of sexual exploitation? Their only slight mention is that the government is going to ask porn sites to voluntarily do better on exploitation. I'm sure the porn sites are all going to do the right thing. Where is the much-needed public sexual harassment law? The government have said that they think offences exist already. Well, tell it to 2/3 of young women who tell us they are suffering this abuse every day. We need root and branch reforms across not only just the criminal justice sector, but in health, in housing, in social security and online. We need to make sure that women and girls, wherever they are, whatever they are doing, that they are safe. And instead, we've got some transport champions who already seem to have pretty busy jobs, especially if you're a West Midlands MP, you would think they did. An app gathering data that local authorities will not be resourced or compelled to respond to, and absolutely no long-term funding for any of the invaluable specialist services that the government are relying on to deliver most of this strategy. The VAWG strategy expects services to be able to deliver without any serious funding to deliver it. What is clear, Mr. Speaker, is that every single step of their journey, women and girls are being failed, and today it feels as if the government doesn't have enough of a plan to manage that. The Labour Party have worked up a green paper for ending violence against women and girls. We have set out, amongst many other things, the toughening of sentences for rape, stalking and domestic murder, and reviewing sentences for all domestic abuse. We have set about introducing a survivor support package to improve victims' experiences in the courts, including fast-tracking rape and sexual violence cases, end-to-end legal help for victims, and better training for professionals to give people the help that they need. Also, we suggest, as quickly as possible, the creation of new offences for street harassment. I once again offer to work with the Minister to help make this strategy into something that women and girls in our country need. I hope she takes me up on it.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her questions, and I'm pleased to hear that she supports much, actually, of this strategy. If I can just help her understand one or two of the policy areas that we've announced today. She referred to the National Policing Lead, and it made reference to the policing leads that are in the National Police Chiefs Council. She's absolutely right. Those officers sit in those roles, but as she knows full well, they are not specialist full-time officers working on those areas. They are assistant chief constables or indeed chief constables doing their day job as well as vital work for the National Police Chiefs Council. This National Policing Lead, which incidentally was recommended by Her Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary, is a full-time role which we focused solely on tackling violence against women and girls. This is a great policy announcement, and I very much hope she will come to support it. In terms of helpline, she asked me, will it be open to all victims, historic and current? Of course they will. just as any of the other helplines that we as a government fund, whether it's to do with domestic abuse or perpetrators or the revenge porn line, it will be open to all victims 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This was a message that came through loud and clear in the survey. We have acted in this strategy. In relation to non-disclosure agreements, she references specifically universities, or we have referenced specifically universities. She will know that there are legitimate reasons for non-disclosure agreements in workplaces. This continues to be a line of work that we look at, but we wanted to set the message out loud and clear to universities that they have got to sharpen up their act and ensure that we have consistency and quality of standards in dealing with these serious cases of sexual harassment in their universities and on their sites. She asks me about street harassment. Again, I refer her to the communications campaign. One of the things that became clear as we have read the responses is that if only passing a law on street harassment would eradicate street harassment. In fact, it is much more complex than that. We need to look, for example, why women are not reporting cases to the police. Is it because they don't know that what they're experiencing is in fact already an offence? Are there in fact gaps in the law? And how can we help them have the confidence to report it to the police? This is why we are launching later this year a public communications campaign, which I understand will be welcomed by those who work with victims and survivors of violence against women and girls. And I hope will be welcomed across the House, because this is the campaign through which we can tackle perpetrators' behaviour, but also importantly give victims that confidence they need if they wish to report it to the police. She asked me about the online tool. This actually came from a lady called Lucy who emailed me with it as we were having the national conversation about the terrible, tragic events earlier this year. And indeed, it's met with a great deal of support from members of the public. We will be piloting it. We will be ensuring that we are working closely with those who work with victims and survivors and the police to ensure that there is the appropriate safeguarding framework around it. But this is meant to be an anonymous reporting tool where we can pinpoint where we feel unsafe, and then that information can be shared with local commissioners, both local government and indeed the police, to ensure that these messages are getting through to the police in a way that, as I've already set out, women don't always feel confident or able to report. And then she asked me about support for victims and for services that support victims. Again, in that specific pillar of the strategy, we set out our commitment to specialist services. She will know, for example, that we have underlined in the Domestic Abuse Act alone our commitment to specialist services for victims of domestic abuse who have had to flee their homes and are living in safe accommodation. She also knows, because we've had this conversation before, about the £27 million that we're investing in to create 700 new ISVA and IDVA roles. These are all important steps that will help us to support victims. But what I want by the end of this decade, because I genuinely want us to seize the moment that this year presents and the public conversation that we have had presents, what I want by the end of this decade is for us to be able to point to real changes in the attitudes, misogynistic and otherwise, that are underplaying so much of this offending behaviour. That is how we're going to make real change alongside the support and the pursuit of perpetrators. That's how we're going to make a real change and help ensure that women and girls are safer in our country.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend my honourable friend for the measures in her statement and for her personal commitment to this subject. As she mentioned, the Law Commission has today recommended that cyber flashing be made a criminal offence. This is a pernicious act, and one which we know is a gateway towards more dangerous crimes. As someone who has been flashed in the past, I was appalled to learn that Sarah Everard's murderer was accused of flashing someone 6 years before he attacked Sarah. So can I urge my honourable friend to review the Commission's recommendations and work to make this a criminal offence as soon as possible?
I'm extremely grateful to my honourable friend, and I thank her actually for sharing her experiences. I think it's such an important point that we can, if we feel able to, if we share our experiences, then hopefully that will give confidence, particularly to younger women who may be facing these problems too. And I also commend her for her campaign to bring about an offence in relation to cyber flashing. We have said throughout that throughout the police bill that we await the Law Commission's findings, and we will look at them very, very carefully when they have reported. I'm delighted that they've reported today. We will look at it expeditiously, and I very much hope that my honourable friend's campaign will come to fruition, as I say, in due course.
Mr Oswald, the SNP spokesman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for advance sight of her statement, and it is welcome to see the UK Government look further at this issue. These past months we've had many discussions in this place and more widely on the blight that violence against women and girls is on society and the lives it destroys. But this is not a new issue, of course, and this statement, welcome though it is, comes with a glaring and inexplicable gap. The UK signed the Istanbul Convention almost 9 years ago. 5 years ago, Dr Ailey Whiteford, a former SNP MP, brought forward measures obligating the UK to ratify the Istanbul Convention, but despite warm words, the UK Government remains one of the few EU countries yet to ratify it, despite repeated pleas from these benches. So the UK is still not legally bound by its provision. So does this violence against women and girls strategy mean that this will finally be addressed, and if so, when? Warm words don't protect women, but ratifying the Istanbul Convention would. And I welcome references to measures to increase prosecutions, but that's just spin unless there's also resources to handle that increase. Delays will simply mean more trauma for victims and less likelihood of convictions as existing delays stack up further. And I also asked the Minister to clarify what this strategy does to overcome the failure of the UK Government to improve support for migrant survivors in its Domestic Abuse Act. What specifically does it do for foreign nationals and those who have no recourse to public funds because of UK Government policy choices? And I hear what the Minister says on higher education, but we know that because the UK Government has not acted, abuses of non-disclosure agreements to cover up workplace discrimination remain hugely problematic 2 years after the Women and Equalities Committee's inquiry on the issue. So what specifically does this strategy do for these women? When will the UK Government bring forward specific steps to deal with this in the employment context, including requiring companies to report on their use of NDAs? These couldn't be more important issues, and we need to match our words with action in this situation. We need to see action from the UK Government, and I fear that some of the elements of this strategy don't appear to offer the heavy lifting that's required to move far enough forward.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And may I reassure the Honourable Lady, she knows obviously that we have to report each October to the House on our commitments to the Istanbul Convention. I'm pleased to tell the House that we meet or exceed the expectations of the Convention in all but 3 of the requirements in the Convention. 2 out of the 3 requirements will be met by the end of this year. We had to pass the extraterritorial jurisdiction measures in the Domestic Abuse Act. That has happened. And with the help of the Scottish Government, it will apply across the United Kingdom. There was legislation in Northern Ireland that had to be passed. That, I'm told, will happen by the end of this year. And that leaves the support for migrant victims. As the Honourable Lady will know, in the Domestic Abuse Act, we set out as a support for migrant victims scheme, which is due to finish next year. But we take these very serious commitments very seriously. Unlike other countries, some other countries don't need to meet the requirements before they ratify. We do, and I hope and expect, as I say, given the commitment in the strategy to ratification, that is our intention. In terms of non-disclosure agreements, as I say, we know that there are some instances in employment situations where they are used legitimately. They must not be used for concealed criminal behaviour, and we want to take this first step with higher education because we are particularly concerned with how some victims, young victims, are having to deal with these cases when they are at university.
We now go to Caroline Noakes, the Chair of the Women Inequalities, who's audio only. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend will understand my disappointment that there is no current commitment to outlawing public sexual harassment. My right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, writing in the Times, indicated there would be ongoing work to look at gaps in legislation, but her correspondence to members this evening omitted that. Please, can my honourable friend from the dispatch box commit to making sure that where gaps are identified, they will be acted upon, and swiftly.
Thank you. I thank my right honourable friend. Yes, as has been, I hope, clear in the strategy itself, we are looking very thoroughly at the issue of street harassment. We very much hear the concerns across the House in relation to whether current legislation meets all of the instances of sexual harassment in the street that we have seen, certainly in the survey, and indeed we see as constituency MPs, and indeed have experienced perhaps ourselves. And so that work will be ongoing, and I'm sure that I will appear before my right honourable friends committee at some point to update her and her committee.
To the Select Committee. Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the measures that the Minister has announced and her personal commitment to this, but also say to her that the challenge is whether these measures match the scale of the problem and the scale of the huge response that she had from women across the country. And I, for one, don't want to wait for 10 years for major changes to take place. And much of this does feel very incremental, just limited pilots and evidence gathering. So on the issue, when we know in the most awful of violence against women, too often the perpetrator has committed previous offences before on stalking, on domestic abuse or sexual offences. What is she going to do to make sure that all police forces are taking much, much stronger action to identify those repeat perpetrators and intervene early so that lives can be saved?
My right honourable friend is quite right to address or highlight the issue of escalating behaviours. If I may just deal with her point about waiting 10 years, this is the beginning of the journey, and we have, if one reads the strategy, and I appreciate it's only come out today, but if one reads the strategy, I hope that one will see the short term, the immediate term, if you like, medium term, and then long-term aspirations. She will know better than anyone sitting on chairing the committee as she does that some of the education work, the cultural attitudes work will take time. You know, we cannot pretend that attitudes will change in a matter of months. But we do have immediate term work. The public communications campaign will be launched later this year. The National Policing Lead, we will begin the appointment process as soon as we possibly can. The online tool, for example, is being launched. The pilot's being launched next month. The setting up of the What Works fund, which I think actually is a really interesting fund, because what I'm trying to do with that is to mirror the excellent work that we're seeing with the Youth Endowment Fund in terms of tackling serious violence. We want to do the same with violence against women and girls and build that evidence base. So I very much accept her point. We can't wait 10 years for this, but there is a lot of work before that 10-year period, and I very much want colleagues across the House to see this as the beginning of the journey.
Mr. Speaker, and I welcome my honourable friend's statement on the strategy for tackling violence against women and girls, her personal commitment, and for her and ministerial colleagues and officials for meeting with me about some of the clauses I'm going to talk about. The Minister is no doubt aware of the campaigners from Carmen Ivana, IKWRO, Women's Rights Organisation, Middle Eastern Women and Society Organisation and others who've been working with me on New Clause 1 and New Clause 2 of the Health and Care Bill in this session to end so-called virginity testing and hymenoplasty. They, like me, will welcome the Minister's statement saying they're going to criminalise virginity testing, but we feel we must also be looking to tackle hymenoplasty too and do it now. Will the Minister examine New Clause 1 and New Clause 2 of the Health and Care Bill and meet with me and colleagues to discuss them further to ensure that further progress can be made in this session?
Yes, and may I thank my honourable friend who has been a diligent campaigner on these issues. I remember meeting him some months ago on precisely these issues, and he has dealt with this, if I may say so, in a sensitive and appropriate way, understanding just how delicate some of these particular issues are. And in terms of virginity testing, I'm really pleased that he welcomes that, and we will work together, I'm sure, with my health counterpart to find the appropriate legislative vehicle. But in terms of hymenoplasty, we have already spoken to clinicians about this process. Whereas virginity testing has no medical requirement, no medical validation, there are, I'm told by clinicians, circumstances where it's not quite as clear-cut, if I can put it that way, as virginity testing. So we have very much undertaken to examine this in great detail with clinicians and the Royal Colleges to ensure that in relation to that particular practice, we arrive at the right result that is medically sound.
Let's go to Stella Creasy. Stella.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her work on this strategy. She will know that if somebody is subjected to abuse or attack because of the colour of their skin, we rightly ask the police to record that and the courts to prosecute it as a form of hate crime. Yet if somebody is subjected to abuse or attack simply for being a woman, they face no such protection under our current system. So will the Minister meet with myself and the campaigners who are waiting for the imminent report from the Law Commission about how to make misogyny part of our hate crime rubric in this country, to look at how we can quickly close that gap and give equal protection to everyone everywhere?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, very, very happy to meet the Honourable Lady and campaigners to discuss this. I hope she'll recall, of course, in the Domestic Abuse Act, as it was going through the House of Lords, we undertook, in response to issues raised in the other place, we undertook to ask the police to record issues of gender where the victim felt that it was relevant, and we're very much, we look forward to that data, but of course always happy to discuss such matters with her. And indeed, I hope that she will find the public communications campaign, for example, a helpful intervention from this strategy, because again, over the longer term, we do believe that education and changing of cultural attitudes is one of the ways in which we can tackle those misogynistic beliefs.
Alex Shelton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and may I welcome the statement by my honourable friend. And focusing on the part which he said about delivering a stronger system, I wonder if I could urge my honourable friend to speak with colleagues in other departments, especially the Department of Justice, around the family court system. I've been dealing with some constituents today and yesterday who, unbelievably, having been subjected to coercive and controlling behaviour, have finally fled those marriages but have children involved. One of the family court judges dismissed out of hand that coercive behaviour and said it was out of time, and then suggested that my constituent, who had to travel 130 miles to deliver custody of her daughter to them, could perhaps stay at his house overnight. So could I ask my honourable friend to work with other departments, because in delivering a stronger system we also have to address the fact that the family courts are really letting women down who have escaped this dangerous, coercive and evil behaviour.
I most certainly, not only will I commit to working with the Ministry of Justice, indeed the Ministry of Justice have been incredibly important in informing the cross-government work on this strategy. In terms of the family courts, there is a piece of work undergoing at the moment arising out of the Harm Panel report that was created last year in light of the Domestic Abuse Bill. I'm very, very happy to meet him, to update him on the work of that panel, along with my Ministry of Justice colleagues.
Let's go to Dr. Rupa Huck. Rupa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nowhere should be off limits to women and girls. Nobody deserves to be victimised or feel unsafe. So said the Home Secretary in today's Times. So in the week that the Vaccines Minister in this House stated that nobody should be intimidated accessing legal healthcare, when will they, as in Australia, Canada, France, among others, legislate for consistent national buffer zones around abortion clinics? Because surely the status quo, where women and girls are only protected in 3 local authorities who had to stretch ASBO provisions in order to do so, creating an unsatisfactory, unequal situation of justice. Surely that, which is subject to legal challenge all the time, cannot stand.
The Honourable Lady is, again, being diligent in her campaigning in relation to this very important area. As I've said before, we continue to keep this under review. We do believe at the moment that the public space protection orders regime that is operating in 3 local authority areas, that provides the balance between protecting women who are seeking medical care, and that is all they are seeking, but that provides protection. But as I say, very, very determined to keep this under review and to ensure that women are not intimidated or harassed.
Let's go to Peter Bone. Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and could I thank the Minister for bringing this statement to the House before the summer recess and for letting us scrutinise her on it. Girls in this country are trafficked into sexual exploitation. Can you imagine if you're a girl and you are forced into sexual exploitation? Well, thankfully, because of the excellent work of police forces and following on from our Modern Slavery Act, police forces are breaking these gangs up and rescuing the girls. Unfortunately, we don't support girls, victims of human trafficking, as well as we do adult victims of human trafficking. Now, I have a private member's bill, the Human Trafficking Child Protection Bill, which will have its second reading on the 21st of January 2022, which would put that right. Would the Minister and the Department work with me to ensure that that bill becomes an Act of Parliament?
Well, may I thank my honourable friend, and he has been a strong campaigner on the issues of modern slavery and the care of victims of modern slavery for some time now. In relation to the care of children, the national referral mechanism applies to adults, but children, of course, go into children's services because of the Children's Act and the statutory requirements under that Act. I am, however, interested to hear how he believes the supports could be improved. We have, he may know, set out our plans to refresh the modern slavery strategy over the coming months. I would be very pleased to meet him to understand where he believes that could be improved.
Jim Sharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for the very encouraging statements he's made today. No one could doubt the Minister's clear and personal commitment, and I appreciate that very, very much. I welcome this move in order to take every available step to tackle violence against women and girls, and not before time. This new strategy welcomes new legislation in order to deal with stalking, forced marriage, female genital mutilation. Yet, however, there is still more work that needs to be done in regard to sexual assault and rape, and the Shadow Minister referred to that in her comments. Recent statistics by the Home Office show that 83% of sexual assaults go unreported. So can I ask the Minister this question? What additional work will be done to encourage and ensure victims that they can come forward about their assaults? And what will be done, and I say this very, very respectfully, to fix the lack of trust that there is between victims of violence and the policing system?
Can I thank the Honourable Gentleman for dealing with some very important points in a very sensitive way. He will know that alongside this violence against women and girls strategy, we published only a matter of weeks ago the Rape Review, which is focused on the end-to-end results of the criminal justice system. So from the moment that the police record a crime through to conviction or other ways in which a case can be finalised, there's a real action plan within that rape review dealing specifically with rape prosecutions, and as this forms part of our work to tackle this. But in relation to building trust, one of the measures that we have introduced in the police bill is to set out and clarify the law on the extraction of data from mobile phones. This won't apply for every victim of sexual offences, but we know that for many victims, handing over their phone and losing it for months at a time has a real impact on their willingness to continue with the investigation, if indeed they volunteer at all. And so through the police bill, we're going to be able to clarify the law on that and make sure that victims are treated more properly. And of course, the rape helpline that we've announced in the strategy will go a long way as well to helping victims have that immediate support that they need as and when they need it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 years ago, an SNP MP passed a law obligating the UK to ratify the Istanbul Convention. The United Kingdom Government have yet to deliver, despite countless pleas from these SNP benches. There has been delay after delay. The Minister confirmed that sections have been adopted and are in place. However, after years of waiting, the Government should proceed to adopt this completely. Therefore, will the Minister provide a clear timetable for ratification today?
Well, as I have already said in my response to her honourable friend, that we meet or exceed all of the requirements of the Convention, except for 3 areas. One of those have already passed into law through the Domestic Abuse Act. Another one in relation to Northern Ireland will happen by the end of this year. And the third issue we are dealing with by way of the Support for Migrant Victims Scheme.
Jacob Young. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome today's strategy on tackling violence against women and girls, particularly the focus on crimes in higher education and school settings and greater education on these crimes, backed up by an additional £25 million for the Safer Streets Fund. And to that end, will she do what she can to support the application to the Safer Streets Fund from Cleveland's Police Crime Commissioner Steve Turner, which looks to increase education provision on violence against women and girls for schools in Middlesbrough and in Redcar and Cleveland?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I probably oughtn't to support the application, given I'm a minister in the department handing out the bids. But what I will do is warmly encourage the efforts of police and crime commissioners who are focusing on violence against women and girls as part of their priorities, having recently been elected. It is critical that at local level, the national expectations that we have set in this strategy and continue to set in other pieces of cross-government work, it's vital that those expectations are met at local level, and I really look forward to his help and other colleagues' help in ensuring that police and crime commissioners are able to do that.
Now going to Sir Tony Lloyd. Tony.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Female genital mutilation is a spectacularly horrible crime, and yet the possibility of being brought to justice as a perpetrator or even as those aiding it are very, very tiny in our society. I've worked with women in the past who themselves have been victims of this, who don't want that for their own families, don't want that for other women. But we do need a national strategy to combat this. It's not enough to deplore FGM. We've got now to make sure that there is the multi-agency working that does have an opportunity both to change the culture, but also to make sure that the cutters are brought to justice. What can the Minister do to make sure we take this agenda forward?
Minister.
Yes, well, he will know the work that has been done in recent years to, indeed, right honourable friend, the honourable member for Maidenhead, to tackle female genital mutilation and to ensure cross-agency working. It is very, very difficult in that the victims are often very young. They are children, and they are facing that criminal behaviour from very close family members or indeed from friends. But in terms of our commitment to FGM, through the mandatory reporting duty, we have set out that what we expect of agencies that work with or discover such injuries in the course of their public service, and we very much want to support victims who are able, if they feel able, to support prosecutions to do so.
Let's go to Dr. Kieran Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the chance to meet with Laurie Swindle, who runs the Hot Pole and Imperial pubs in my constituency. Laurie and her staff are passionate about her venues being safe spaces for women and girls, and their approach includes using the Ask for Angela initiative. Can the funds announced today potentially support promoting these kinds of initiatives locally when they make a real difference on the ground for women and girls?
Thank you to my honourable friend, and it's great to hear about initiatives in his constituency and indeed across the country. The Ask for Angela scheme is a really effective scheme. We took we took inspiration from it when earlier this year we launched the code word scheme for victims of domestic abuse, Ask for Annie, in chemists up and down the country. But very, very happy to support him and his landlady that he's mentioned in her work. The fund, of course, is open to police and crime commissioners, local authorities, British Transport Police and civil society organisations, which will allow for a variety of innovative initiatives to be developed, as well as encouraging local partnership working. But his local constituency is lucky to have this Member of Parliament who will do such a great piece of work with his local landladies.
Mr Speaker, since the UK Government failed to improve support for migrant survivors in its Domestic Abuse Act, what has it done in its violence against women and girls strategy, specifically for foreign nationals and those affected by its absolutely horrendous no resource to public funds policies, as a fund ending next year doesn't cut it?
Well, the Honourable Lady knows the range of crimes that are included under the umbrella of violence against women and girls. They range from rape and sexual assault through to female genital mutilation, forced marriage, stalking and so on. Every single victim of these crimes must be treated as a victim first and foremost. They are able to report, if they feel able to, they won't always, they are able to report their offences to the police. Helplines and so on are available to them as well. And if we're able to help them with investigating those crimes, then that will be a very significant support, I hope, for them.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for this statement, for the measures announced and all of her hard work and dedication to this incredibly important issue. Women and girls are the predominant victim of modern slavery and human trafficking. The government have committed to strengthening the Modern Slavery Act of 2015. Does she agree with me that one of the ways we can strengthen the Act is to expand Section 54 to include investment portfolios?
Well, my honourable friend has already, in fact, I've met him already to discuss this area of potential policy development. I'm very, very interested in it. I think as he rightly says, as we review the modern slavery strategy, we will be able to build on the significant success that we have had since the passing of the previous strategy and indeed the passing of the Act. And he knows that I'm looking very, very carefully at his suggestion.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, I thank the Minister for her work and for this long-awaited strategy for tackling violence against women and girls. But as she will be aware, the Labour Party put forward a detailed proposal to criminalise street harassment within the police crime, sentencing and courts bill. We need much more than a communications campaign and the online tool as described within the statement. So will the government adopt that detailed proposal?
Yeah. I'm extremely grateful to the honourable gentleman. I mean, I hope, as I've said before, he has heard my assurances at the dispatch box that whilst we are working on launching the public communications campaign and the other measures that are put in place, we continue to explore whether a bespoke street harassment offence is necessary. As I say, there are already some offences that exist that may address some of these concerns, but we're very, very keen to understand what, in addition to legislation, is needed, and that's why we have responded very, very carefully with this communications campaign, which I hope will see real dividends over time.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree that in addition to greater resources for our police and agencies, we must also tackle misogynistic attitudes in society more broadly? And can she explain how this strategy will help to achieve that?
Yes, I'm so grateful to my old friend who does, she does so much work in her own constituency to help women and girls and tackle these heinous crimes. We very much want, through the strategy, to build not just on the existing relationships and sexual education that is now mandatory in every school. Indeed, I visited a primary school only yesterday, Uplands School in Sandhurst, and learnt about Pantisaurus, the dinosaur who wears pants. which is the first lesson that children as young as 5 and 6 have at that school to start understanding about personal privacy and safeguarding and what is healthy and what is not. So I'm we're determined that this education continues at school, but we do, of course, have to reach beyond school, which is why there are measures in here with a public communications campaign and reaching out to universities, because we want to try to reach the wider public with some of these attitudes that we all find so concerning.
Wendy Chen.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The strategy published today includes a proposal for a new national policing lead for violence against women and girls, but it does not clarify whether this person will have any meaningful powers to improve police practice. Now, the Minister referred to in her remarks that this was a recommendation from HMIC, but can she tell us what relationship she sees the lead having with Her Majesty's Inspectorate Constabulary? For example, will they have input into inspections by HMIC? And what powers will the lead have to investigate and address problems within police forces where they've not been reaching best practice? And will they have a role in reviewing the recording of aggravations of misogyny, as the Government agreed to do earlier this year?
Mr Speaker, we are, as she will know, the Inspectorate's report landed a matter of days, perhaps even a week ago. We are working through these details, but as I say, we have absolutely accepted the Inspectorate's recommendation that there should be a national policing lead whose sole focus is eliminating violence against women and girls.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On combating virginity testing, I welcome the work of the member for North West Durham, and I want to express my support and praise for the campaigner Nimco Ali, who has done an awful lot behind the scenes on this. But separately, I've said before that Stroud schoolgirls came to me to raise the issue of public and sexual harassment. They were quite desperate, and it was really upsetting. Girls are really struggling at school, on the streets, and in relationships right now. I welcome the measures in this strategy, but I ask my right honourable friend that she uses her energy to work across government to deliver safety for our young girls.
I thank my honourable friend, and she is a brilliant advocate for her local constituents and indeed for raising these issues with me. In terms of the street harassment issue, the issue of street harassment, as I said before, we really are looking at every option in terms of trying to ensure that women and girls feel supported in reporting such incidents, and also whether there is room within legislation, but also importantly cracking down on the behaviour of perpetrators. Men must not think, some men, a minority, must not think it is appropriate to behave in the way that we have seen in the survey. That has got to stop, and as acting together across this House and across society, that's how we're going to achieve real change.
Let's go to Bob Blackman.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for the statement she's given. She will well know that many victims fail to come forward either for fear of retribution from an abusive partner or through retribution from gangs or other individuals. What more can she do to ensure that victims of these horrible crimes do come forward so the police can take action to not only arrest those individuals responsible, but ensure they go through the courts and the judicial process?
My honourable friend identifies a really important theme in this work, and I should say it's work that we set out not just in this strategy, but of course in reference to gangs. There is a whole body of work that we are doing across government to fight particularly youth violence, but fight the work of gangs, and to ensure as part of that that girls do not fall foul of criminal gangs through relationships which are frankly exploitative and which can harm them very, very greatly. In terms of building confidence, this is where, amongst other things, the National Policing Lead, I believe, can make a real difference, because we have to tackle head-on this issue of trust in the police and the ability of victims and complainants to put their experience before the police. Interestingly, in relation to rape, the analysis that we did during the rape review showed that the public, or suggested that victims are reporting rape offences more to the police, but we have to do do more to ensure that the sorts of offences we've heard about today, particularly in the street, that people know that these are offences and that they can and must please, if they're able to, go to the police. We can do that through the communications campaign as well as through education.
Alex Davies-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am grateful for the Minister's hard work in this area. I know it's something she's personally passionate about. And like other colleagues, I also welcome this long-awaited publication of the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy and the announcement to look at finally making street harassment a crime. But, Mr. Speaker, this issue is so much bigger than legislation. We require urgent action to tackle the attitudes and behaviours that drive male violence. We need to see a complete culture change in this country if we are to truly make women and girls feel safer on our streets. So I ask the Minister, how does she think this strategy will change the lives of women across the country, me included, who will be compelled to tell our friends at the end of a night out, just text me when you get home?
Yes, and the Honourable Lady has described just one of many, many calibrations, behaviours that we all use and have used in order to ensure that we get home safely. I've talked before about the immediate term, the medium term and the longer term. The sorts of things she's talking about in terms of cultural change is going to take time. I wish that we could change it overnight or over a couple of days, but I believe this strategy sets out our clear ambition over this Parliament and beyond to change those attitudes, to improve the trust of victims and to pursue perpetrators relentlessly. That's how we're going to eliminate violence against women and girls.
Anna Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've got a great deal of respect for the Minister, and I was very pleased that she recently met with myself, the Honourable Member for Wickham, and Lisa Squire, the mother of Libby Squire, the Hull University student who was raped and murdered in 2019. And what came out in the court case was that the man who raped and murdered Libby had been prowling the streets of Hull for 18 months beforehand, committing low-level sexual offences such as indecent assault, many of which had not been, indecent exposure, many of which had not been reported. And I know that the Minister was particularly moved by the power of what Lisa Squire had to say to her. And I really welcome the strategy today if it's going to encourage people to come forward to go to the police for those non-contact, low-level sexual offences. And we know they're often the gateway to much more serious sexual offending. But it will only be effective if it means that the police and the courts will be able to have early intervention, because we know those offences are the gateway to the much more serious sexual offending. So will that happen in the strategy that the Minister's outlined this afternoon?
I do thank the Honourable Lady, and I thank her and my honourable friend for Wickham for bringing Mrs Squires to meet me. It was an incredibly moving meeting, and indeed Mrs Squires and parents of other women who have been murdered have set out very clearly the escalation of behaviours before such terrible, awful, horrendous crimes are committed. There are a number of things we're doing. She mentions the public communications campaign, and I know that's something that Mrs Squires was very, very interested in. But she will, I hope, see in the strategy as well that we want to review the management of sex offenders to ensure the police management of sex offenders is as effective and safe as it should be. And she may note as well in the Police Act, the Police Bill, preempting myself, that we are strengthening sexual risk orders and sexual harm prevention orders, which can be used to manage such offenders in the community. But the plea must go out that if someone is the victim of a non-contact sexual offence, and what does that mean in common language? It means if someone flashes you, if they're following you, if they're masturbating in front of you, if they're making you feel unsafe in the streets and it is sexually motivated, please, if you feel able to, ring the police so that we can get these crimes recorded, and hopefully the police can start to find those serial perpetrators before they do something even worse.
I have now suspended the House for 2 minutes to enable the necessary arrangements to be made before the next business. Order. Order. We now come to motion number 6 relating to the Electoral Commission. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
Question is on the order papers. Many of the opinions say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 7 on the Joint Committee on the Draft Online Safety Bill. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is also on the order papers. Many of the opinions say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the first of petitions with Wendy Chamberlain.
Mr Speaker, many of the 29 post offices in North East Fife sit at the heart of small rural communities. They provide vital services to residents, particularly older members of our community who still make use of in-person services. The proposed closure of counters at the SPAR branches in Balmullo, Ladybank, Newport and Tom Morris Drive, St Andrews will have significant consequences for all the communities affected. And it's particularly concerning to see these closures come not long after bank branch closures in my seat, which were in part rationalised on the grounds that residents would still be able to access cash services via post office branches. The fact that over 1,300 people have signed the petition shows how strongly people in North East Fife feel about this, and I'm presenting my petition to Parliament to highlight the importance of this issue to SPAR, CJ Lang and the Post Office, and to encourage them to proactively engage to reverse these closures. I therefore request the House of Commons urge the Government to engage with Post Office and CJ Lang and advise them to withdraw the proposal to close these services in North East Fife. Thank you.
Petition Post Office Counter Services in North East Fife.
Petition Patricia Gibson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. To the House of Commons, the petition of residents of the constituency of North Ayrshire and Arran declares that sunscreen should be reclassified as an essential healthcare item and be exempt from VAT due to the vital role it plays in preventing serious health conditions such as skin cancer. Notes that sunscreen is currently classified as a cosmetic product in the UK and is therefore subject to 20% VAT, which adds around £1.50 to the cost of each bottle. Further, that Cancer Research UK has concluded that being sunburnt once every 2 years can triple the risk of melanoma skin cancer, and that melanoma skin cancer incidence rates have more than doubled in the UK since the early 1990s. Further, that 90% of cases of melanoma 90% of cases of melanoma skin cancer are preventable by being sun safe. Further, that research conducted by Tesco found that 57% of UK adults think sunscreen is too expensive, and 29% said they would wear it daily if it was a little cheaper, with 31% of parents surveyed stating that they cannot always afford to apply sunscreen to the whole family, often deciding to apply it only to their children. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to remove VAT on sunscreen to make it more affordable and to encourage people to protect themselves from the harmful effects of the sun and prevent skin cancer. And the petition remain, etc.
Petition VAT on sunscreen.
Petition Richard Berger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise to present a petition alongside a corresponding petition online that has gained many thousands of signatures from those appalled by the grotesque levels of inequality that scar our country, from those who are deeply shocked that British billionaires have used this crisis to further enrich themselves to the tune of over £100 billion while poverty has soared and food bank use has hit record highs. And on behalf of those who want to see a fairer taxation system as part of building a fairer, more inclusive country, and the petition states as follows. To the House of Commons, the petition of residents of the United Kingdom declare that proposals to introduce higher taxes on the super rich is a step to tackling the widespread poverty and inequality that scar our society should be considered. That the COVID-19 pandemic has not only shone a spotlight on the huge inequalities in our society, it has deepened them. Notes that in May, the Sunday Times Rich List revealed that Britain's billionaires have increased their wealth by £106 billion during the pandemic. That's £290 million per day. Notes that, in contrast, a record 2.5 million food bank parcels were given to people in crisis in the past year. Declares that as we come out of this pandemic, if we are to learn the lessons and build a more equal and more inclusive society, then we need to acknowledge that trickle-down economics is flawed and decades of failing tax policy must be tackled. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to take into account the concerns of the petitioners and review proposals to introduce a wealth tax intended to raise tens of billions from the wealthiest in our society, a windfall tax on corporations that made super profits during the pandemic, and a more progressive income tax system, including a new 55% income tax rate on all income over £200,000 a year, a 50% income tax rate for those on over £123,000, and 45% rate for income over £80,000.
Proposals to review of tax rates to reduce poverty and inequality.
Petition, Kelly Tolhurst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of the residents of the United Kingdom and chiefly from my own constituency of Rochester and Strood to object to Medway Council's plans to build a relief road through protected green spaces, namely the land at Deangate Ridge and also the construction of a flyover near a busy residential area. The Council's proposals are deeply unpopular amongst my constituents, and this petition, which has been signed by over 4,000 people, show the strength of feeling against these plans. If the proposals went ahead, it would be adverse. Many villages, such as High Howster and Wainscott, would be adversely affected. Many residents and councillors have expressed grave concerns over these plans, particularly over their financial viability, deliverability and the environmental impact of new roads on green spaces and the proximity to the Lodge Hill SSI. I hope that this petition will highlight these deep concerns and will encourage government to look closely at the proposals. The petition states, The petition of the residents of the United Kingdom declares that the proposals outlined in Medway Council's Housing Infrastructure Fund project to build a relief road and community destructive flyover should be rejected due to their unsuitability and potential for the plans to damage the environment by destroying a key asset of community value, Deangate Ridge and Sports Complex and Lodge Hill SSI. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the government to ensure that the plans to build a relief road from the A228 Peninsula Way to A289 Hasted Road via a flyover Higham Road through the former Deangate Ridge and Sports Complex and the Lodge Hill SSI be rejected, and the former Deangate Ridge and Sports Complex be developed as an asset that will further the social well-being and social interests of the local community, such as a country park, and the petitioners remain, etc.
Petition, proposed loss of Deangate Ridge.
I'd beg to move this House to now adjourn.
The question is this House to now adjourn. We go to Kim Johnson, who's virtual. Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a privilege to bring forward my first chamber adjournment debate on an issue of deep concern to both the long-established Chinese community in Liverpool and constituents of Liverpool Riverside, as well as the many communities across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm really disappointed that I can't be in the chamber in person this evening. I tested positive for COVID over a week ago, and sadly, I'm still self-isolating. Liverpool is proud to be the home of the longest established Chinese community in Europe, connected to Shanghai, Hong Kong and other ports of the Far East by Alfred Holt and Shipping Company Line, founded in the mid-19th century. The Chinese community grew quickly into thousands and established Chinatown in the heart of the city. And the Imperial Arches Red and Gold Gateway stands tall today as the largest of its kind in the world outside of China. A thriving community established itself in the heart of Liverpool, behind the South Docks. Grocery stores, restaurants, lodging houses and the Nook Pub, all busy with Chinese seamen on shore leave, and the hundreds, then thousands that settled and made Liverpool their home. Mr. Speaker, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the forced repatriation of thousands of Chinese seamen by the Home Office after the Second World War, which left many families abandoned, without support and with no idea what happened to their loved ones. And I first became aware of this injustice over 15 years ago after listening to personal testimonies from the descendants on a Radio 4 broadcast. And becoming MP has provided me the opportunity to support their fight for justice. And this was one of the most nakedly racist actions ever undertaken by the British government, and a shameful stain on our history. Yet much of the actual details and the decisions associated with this atrocity are yet to come to light, and the families are still searching for answers. It has never been formally acknowledged, investigated or apologised for. and many of the deported seamen had served in the Allied war effort, putting their lives on the line in enemy waters to support the British war effort in our hour of need by keeping us fed, fuelled and safe. And during the war, as many as 20,000 Chinese seamen worked in the shipping industry out of Liverpool docks, and they were treated really badly, only receiving half the basic wages as their British crewmates, and on worse terms and conditions. They weren't granted the standard £10 a month war risk bonus, and as a reward for their bravery, their families and loved ones received less compensation when they died in battle. And the Liverpool Chinese Seamen's Union went on strike and eventually won pay increases in 1942, but their battle for full equality continued, and they would be employed working in the most dangerous jobs in the engine rooms and below decks. Thousands gave their lives during the perilous campaign under heavy bombardment from Nazi U-boats. And by the end of the Second World War, the Home Office estimated there were around 2,000 decommissioned Chinese seamen. Those who had survived the war returned to Liverpool, where many had established relationships with local women. They set up home and started families, but from late 1945, hundreds suddenly disappeared with barely a trace. And unknown to the families, behind closed doors in the corridors of power, decisions to remove their unwelcome presence were set in motion. Intent on expelling these so-called undesirables, the Home Office, under the post-war Attlee government, issued instructions to deny their right to work on shore. Immigration officers began to amend the papers carried by Chinese seamen. And this harassment, however, did not go far enough to produce the intended result. So a plan was set in motion in the depths of this Parliament for mass forcible repatriation. And in October 1945, a secret meeting was called in Whitehall, which sparked the opening of a new file titled Compulsory Repatriation of Undesirable Chinese Seamen. The Home Office decreed that its contents were not to be discussed in the House of Commons, in the Lords, with the press, or to be acknowledged to the public. And at this meeting, it was alleged that seamen had caused trouble with the police and that their wives and partners were no more than prostitutes. But no evidence has ever been produced to justify these scandalous claims, and their revelation has caused untold distress to the descendants of these seamen, many of whom were brought up by their stalwart mothers, facing poverty and isolation after their fathers were forcibly repatriated. The following July, the Liverpool Constabulary carried out the orders issued by the British government to indiscriminately round up and forcibly repatriate thousands of Chinese seamen in Merseyside. And along with the official records, oral testimonies from Liverpudlians who witnessed the events provide accounts of immigration wagons prowling the streets of Liverpool and seizing men by force, police forcing their way into boarding houses, home visits from undercover officers to seize documents and erase any record of the deported seamen. And we know around 2,000 seamen were deported, snatched from their homes and their loved ones, and dumped unceremoniously on the shores of a homeland many had left decades before. And their families were never told what was happening, never given a chance to object, or even the chance to say goodbye. And most of the Chinese seamen's British wives and partners went to their graves never knowing the truth, left to believe that their husbands had abandoned them along with their children, suffering immeasurable trauma from the actions of the British government. And it was only decades later, when declassified official records revealed the shocking truth, did the children begin to understand what had happened after the war and begin to make sense of the wrongs that had been done to them, causing untold grief for the remaining family members. But for all of the painful revelations that have been uncovered, much is still unknown. And I would like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to pay tribute to some of the descendants for their tireless efforts to uncover this grave injustice. Peter Fu, Yvonne Foley, Judy Kinnin, Perry Lee, Brian Wong, Linda Gates, Maria Lynn Wong, Rosa Fong, and Keith Coughlin, alongside many others, as well as Zealand Lau and the Pagoda Chinese Community Centre in Liverpool Riverside, for shedding some light on what happened, their extensive research in near impossible circumstances, and their commitment to righting this wrong and winning some form of justice for all of those fathers and husbands who were wrenched from them by the British state. Their painstaking investigations have been invaluable in bringing this shameful episode of British history to light, but they have received no official help in this immense task. However, despite the tireless efforts of many of the children, many of whom are my constituents, tracing the stories of their fathers has proved incredibly difficult. Shipping lists are incomplete and inconsistent. Naming systems full of errors mean that many have been lost to history. And at this time of increased race-hate attacks on our East Asian communities due to racism stoked around COVID, it is vital that we fight for long overdue justice for the Chinese community in Liverpool by uncovering and acknowledging the shameful history of state violence. I have made several attempts calling for a formal acknowledgement and apology from the government for these injustices from the floor of the House, including asking the Prime Minister directly for acknowledgement and an apology at Prime Minister's questions, where my request was met with bluster and a clear lack of understanding. And I have written to Keir Starmer to apologise on behalf of the Labour Party, under whose watch this happened. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, will the Minister today, on behalf of his government, commit to launching an inquiry into the decision to forcibly repatriate these seamen after the Second World War, as a chance to set the record straight and formally acknowledge these events and issue a full and formal apology to these grave injustices so the families finally get the answers they've been seeking? And lastly, will the Minister agree to meet with me and the families who have waited a lifetime for justice? Many are now in their 70s, and sadly, many have died. And would he agree that a justice delayed is a justice denied? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister Kevin Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate the honourable member for Liverpool Riverside for securing this debate, and as we've just seen, being such a passionate advocate on this issue. And I'm sure we all wish her a swift recovery from the coronavirus. From that we've just seen, COVID doesn't seem to be having too much of an impact on her, thankfully, at the moment. I also think it's worth paying some tribute to former members of this House, the former member for Liverpool Wavertree, Luciana Berger, and Liverpool West Derby, Stephen Twigg, who brought this to the attention of my predecessors. And whilst it's right we discuss this on the 75th anniversary of the deportations, I know this is not the first time this has been on the floor of the House. The honourable member's predecessor, the indomitable Bessie Braddock, Member of Parliament for the wonderfully titled constituency Liverpool Exchange, first raised this with the then post-war Labour government back in 1946. And it was with great interest and admiration I read about Mrs Marion Lee, who in August 1946 helped create an association to campaign for the rights of Chinese seamen's families, which must have been particularly brave given wider society attitudes at that time. I'll also pay tribute to, as the honourable member did, to Peter Fu and others in Liverpool who I know have campaigned long and hard on this issue in a search for answers about what happened. And I do recognise the strength of feeling on Merseyside about what happened during this post-war period. I hear the honourable member's concerns, and I'll come on to some next steps later. You know, I am glad she has had a further opportunity to place her views on record and what happened at that time on record. I'm also pleased our current immigration rules and equalities legislation would preclude this type of behaviour from occurring now. Furthermore, I'm sure the honourable member's letter to the Home Secretary is responded to as soon as possible. The Chinese community have had such a wonderful and welcome impact on our culture and are integral to modern Britain. I'm proud so many Chinese nationals have now made Britain their choice of destination to study, with 1 million student visas issued since 2010, their choice of destination to work, with over 55,000 work visas issued since 2010, and ultimately their home, with over 60,000 grants of settlement and over 45,000 grants of citizenship. And our British nationals overseas route reflects the UK's historic and moral commitment to those people of Hong Kong who chose to retain ties to the UK by taking up this status at the point of Hong Kong's handover to China in 1997. But, Mr. Speaker, for background, back in 1946, there were some 15,000 to 20,000 Chinese seamen based in the city of Liverpool. Chinese seamen made up almost 15% of the entire manpower of the merchant fleet at that time. I understand the seaman in question was subject to the wartime regulations, which included what we would now regard as strict disciplinary conditions to obey orders to join ship and contractual obligations to return to their home country. And sadly, not only did they face the perils of war, but they also faced the overt racism which was common at that time. In a moment. All too often, they were the ones, as touched on, literally at the bottom of the ship, on the lower decks. And it's all too easy to work out what their fate would be if they were there when a torpedo struck their ship. And that's why I'm always proud that my own branch of the Royal British Legion, the Paignton RBL branch, commemorates Merchant Navy Day each year alongside the other commemorations to remember all those who served, including these men who gave their lives trying to keep this country fed and supplied at the height of World War II. And with that, I'll give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way, and I'd like to thank the member for Liverpool Riverside for bringing this historic injustice to the House and her brilliant campaigning on behalf of her constituents. I know it means so much to the East and South East Asian community living in the UK now. These Chinese merchant seamen were subjected to the cruelest racism, one that we have seen rear its ugly head again during this pandemic. So will the Minister take this opportunity to condemn the anti-Asian racism that we have seen raise its head again during this pandemic? Because a historic injustice has taken place. It's time that we learnt lessons and we actually saw progress on this issue.
Minister.
Well, thank you, Speaker. I would join with the honourable member in condemning those who seek to use any time of crisis as an opportunity to sow division, to exacerbate community relations, or to peddle their own brand of prejudice and to try and blame others for what the situations that we face. And whatever anyone thinks of the decisions of the Chinese government, is very different to then seeking to stoke hatred up against the people of China and against the many people who have Chinese heritage, who've made the UK their home, who are British, who are part of our values, and one of our British values should be that we are a welcoming society that looks at people as who they are, not what the colour of their skin is. So I would certainly join her with the comments she's made. Now, those Chinese seamen who'd been in the Merchant Navy during the war formed part of the vast numbers of people displaced at the end of the conflict. This included members of the armed forces, refugees, prisoners of war, and of course, merchant seamen of all nations. Now, the records relating to the activity that happened 75 years ago are incomplete. Like honourable members, I'm somewhat reliant on the same archive material they and their constituents have access to, given Home Office documents and records from this time have been moved to the National Archives in Kew, and given the passage of time, people will of course realise that those directly involved clearly no longer work in the Home Office, and many will have died, and even if they were still alive, the youngest they're likely to be is in their late 90s and probably aged well over 100. The relevant powers used came from the Essential Work Merchant Navy Order, which came into force on the 26th of May 1941 and was owned by the then Ministry of Labour. The order was made under the Defence General Regulations 1939. The Home Office had always left the management and legality of the system to the then major shipping countries. This was not a matter relating to immigration rules as such, given the modern concept of immigration control would not emerge until some decades later, but one which, according to archived historical records, was discussed by Home Office officials in Whitehall and immigration officers in Liverpool. And, having looked at some of those documents, the language used to describe both the merchant seamen and their wives in official records is not what would be acceptable today. What those records also show is a programme of repatriations did take place, starting in November 1946 and continuing for much of 1947. They were not confined to Chinese nationals and were against the backdrop of the wider work of demobilising and dealing with displaced people at the end of the war. There is contemporaneous evidence to suggest the then Department for Transport attempted to secure work for the merchant seamen, and during the initial repatriation process between November and December 1945, a number of Chinese seamen were identified as having British wives, and their removal was rightly deferred. There is evidence to suggest no Chinese merchant seamen who had British wives were deported, although I appreciated some were later deported due to their criminal activity. But given the passage of time, we cannot say for certain from official records this did not happen. And I'm aware of the comments and particularly the evidence the Honourable Member cited. Certainly.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and I'd like to congratulate my good friend, the member for Liverpool Riverside, on securing this very important debate. I'd also like to pay tribute to the work of my good comrade, the member for Luton North, on this issue. I wonder if the Minister agrees with me that this historic injustice is a blatant form of racism and against the Chinese seamen, and would he come forward with a full acknowledgement and apology for this community?
Well, I thank the member for his comments. I think it's hard to come to any other conclusion from reading the paperwork of the time. And let's be clear, at the time, racism was normalised in society. It was still perfectly lawful to deny someone a job based purely on their race or ethnicity. And I think it's hard to not draw a conclusion from the way people are referred to that it's explicit. It's constantly referred to as Chinese seamen, not unemployed seamen, not people who are seamen now surplus to requirements. Consistently through the documents talk about Chinese seamen. Now, as I've touched on earlier, there were wider repatriations going on at the end of the war, but it's very clear to see that from some of the documents certainly I've read, it is inescapable, the conclusion that clearly the ethnicity in terms of being Chinese was a clear factor in some of the decisions being taken. Some of the quite derogatory comments that were made against those women who had married, which I think it's hard to believe those comments would have been made, perhaps shall we say, against sake of argument, American or Canadian seamen who happened to be in Liverpool at the time. So it is certainly, then I'll come on to some of our thoughts on the wider position and potentially what further action we could take later on. But, Mr. Speaker, we must learn from the past to inform the present. The Home Office has defined and published our vision and mission of creating a safe, fair and prosperous UK, and we have set our new core values of being a department which is compassionate, courageous, collaborative and respectful. We recently launched the One Home Office Transformation Programme as part of the sweeping reforms we are making in the department. Central to this programme is the transformation of our culture towards a more open and compassionate department, to build the department into one the British people look up to and admire. We are also taking steps to ensure we consistently involve communities and stakeholders in our policy development by identifying who the stakeholders or impacted groups are across different business areas and then conducting meaningful engagement with those communities. And importantly, in relation to this issue, as part of the Home Office Comprehensive Improvement Plan in response to the Windrush Lessons Learned review, every member of Home Office staff will undertake training on the history of migration and race in the UK so they can better understand the impact of departmental decisions, including when developing and applying immigration policy. Now, I've heard at some length what the Honourable Member says, and I've heard what's also been stated in the Chamber. And I'm very happy and very keen, actually, that if the Honourable Member would like to pass details of any particular cases, we would be happy to look into them further as a Home Office, bearing in mind, as she touched on in her own speech, the historical records may be incomplete. They are not entirety there. And it does, and of course, with the passage of time, as I touched on earlier in my speech, we cannot now realistically speak to those who were involved in these operations, given that we do not believe any of them are still left alive, given the passage of time. But in relation to those records, I can confirm I have asked officials in the Home Office to undertake research into this action, which I've asked to report back after recess. And I will come back to the Honourable Member for Liverpool Riverside with the outcome of this research and any recommendations it provides to me, or at least try and give some closure to the children who survive. And I've been particularly struck by the stories of those affected by this issue who, not unreasonable to say, after 75 years, they just want answers. You know, what happened to their dad? What happened at that time? You know, is the thing. I have to say, I don't think I can promise we'll be able to do that for everyone, given the passage of time. And as I say, the records, sadly, are not complete. But we'll certainly be happy to engage with them. I'll still be happy to meet with the Honourable Member to hear some of their evidence and see if that's something that we can use. And as I say, see if we can bring at least some information and some closure to them as part of this process. And also, following this review, I want to ensure the post-war deportation and repatriation of Chinese merchant seamen is captured as part of the material used to train Home Office staff members on the history of migration and race in the UK I mentioned just now. I think it is important we learn from the past. We would all sit here now and say that this is not a policy that would be implemented today, and it's something that is absolutely shocking that those who had literally risked their lives throughout the Battle of the Atlantic then found themselves treated in that manner. But I think it's right that we then capture that and make sure that those taking decisions in the future are aware of where we've come from as a nation as we move forward in our mission. So let me again conclude by again expressing my gratitude to the Honourable Member for raising this important issue in the House this evening. And on behalf of the Government, can I express our deep regret that some of those who would face the most extreme dangers of war to keep our country supplied in its darkest hours were treated in this way.
The question is this House to now adjourn. As many of that opinion say aye. The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Order, order.